read by Ben Tucker. Red Hot Ice by Frank Kane. Chapter 1. The big DC-4 taxied gracefully into position on a side runway. A group of formally dressed people, chattering cheerfully, headed for the landing ramp. As they flashed their landing passes for the smartly uniformed hostess, she checked the pass against a typewritten list and smiled them aboard. Inside the plane, the passengers were welcomed by a tall man in a tuxedo. He greeted each arrival by name and assigned them all to seats. Muggsy Keeley of the Dispatch stepped into the plane and looked around. The man in the tuxedo permitted a brief frown to mar the placidity of his forehead as he recognized her. It was quickly washed away by a smile as he extended his hand.
"Hello, Miss Keeley. I hope it's a pleasure trip."
Lou Dongan's voice was soft, suave, and showed signs of a determined attempt at culture. His graying hair was thick, wavy. He affected a thin, contrastingly dark mustache. When he smiled, dimples plowed white furrows in the mahogany tan of his cheeks.
"We're not looking for any publicity, you know."
Muggsy grinned.
"Just a tourist, Lou. I heard about your new enterprise, and I wangled me an invitation. It sounds like a new kick, and I wanted to see firsthand."
Dongan led the red-headed reporter to a seat behind the wing and hovered over her while she settled down.
"Real top-drawer crowd, isn't it, Miss Keeley?"
He looked around approvingly.
"It really draws."
The redhead studied her fellow passengers, but failed to be impressed.
"What time do we take off?"
Dongan checked the watch on his wrist.
"Shouldn't be long now."
His eyes jumped from seat to seat.
"Looks like there's just about one more carful due."
Muggsy turned, looking out the small window at her side.
"This is probably it now."
Dongan bent over, peering through the window. Suddenly he growled softly under his breath, snapped his finger. A uniformed stewardess materialized at his elbow. She was pert and blonde. The uniform coat seemed to be having difficulty containing her figure.
"Who okayed Laurie Lane, Midge?"
Dongan jabbed a manicured finger in the direction of a tall blonde heading for the plane.
"I don't know, Mr. Dongan."
The stewardess tugged the typewritten list from her breast pocket, studied it.
"I don't see her name on the list. Should I tell Doris to keep her off?"
Dongan lifted the list from between the girl's fingers, ran his index finger down its length, underscored a name with his nail.
"No, she's with Al Murphy."
He handed back the list.
"Pass the word along. We don't want any more of these and party reservations. I want to know the name of everybody coming aboard in advance."
The stewardess nodded and withdrew. Muggsy studied the blonde as she approached the ramp.
"You really do rate Lou. Laurie Lane, First Lady of the Stage, no less."
"I need her like a hole in the head," the white-haired man growled. "That dame's strictly poison." He yanked a cigar from his breast pocket, bit off the end, and spat it in the aisle. "She's been trying to drink herself to death ever since that gigolo she's married to walked out on her. Always manages to get herself lushed up and starts trouble." He chewed morosely on the cigar, while watching the blonde and her party come aboard and find seats. When the latecomers were seated, the hostess entered and closed the door behind her. The motors on either side of the plane roared into life, and the lights above the door to the pilot's cabin urged, "No smoking, please. Fasten seatbelts." Dongan dropped into the aisle seat beside Muggsy and leaned back against the headrest as the motors reached for a new high and pitch. Slowly, the big plane taxied into the main runway, waited for a clearance, then thundered to a takeoff. Dongan clenched his fists on the arms of the seat. The unlit cigar was still crushed between his teeth. "I must have flown 1,000,000 miles," he groaned. "But every time on the takeoff, it's like the first time." A thin film of perspiration glistened on his forehead.
"Butterflies?"
The redhead grinned. "More like bats tonight." The plane gained altitude, headed out over the Atlantic. After a time, the shoreline started to recede behind them. Muggsy turned her attention from the window to the man beside her.
"When does the action start?"
Dongan was swabbing at his face with a balled-up handkerchief.
10 or 15 minutes, as soon as we get set up."
A red light flickered to the right of the pilot's cabin, and the hostess and stewardess reappeared. There had been a slight change in costume. Now, instead of the severely tailored uniforms, the girls wore tights and peasant blouses that emphasized the fact that both had assets that stacked up with the First National Bank. and when they walked, judging by the sway, they were just as liquid. They were followed by 2 men in tuxedos. At a signal, the passengers on the opposite side of the plane stood up, and the men went to work tearing down the seats on that side and stacking them in the rear. When that was finished, one of the men set up a bar at the front of the plane while his companion busied himself assembling a breakaway craps table.
"Now I have seen everything," Muggsy grinned. "This is really a floating crap game."
Dongan pulled the cigar from between his teeth and rolled it in between thumb and forefinger.
"It cuts down the risk that took most of the profit from the old game. We don't need any stick-up insurance here, and the Vice Squad would have to grow wings to crash this place for a raid." "They could be waiting for you when you set down."
"Where?" Dongan's lips peeled back from a perfect set of teeth.
"Only 2 people know where she's going to set down. Even the pilot doesn't know whether it's LaGuardia, Idlewild, or Newark until my partner Mike Davy gives him his instructions on the way in."
The stick man took his place at the head of the table, while the passengers started flocking toward it.
"Seems a little expensive to me," Muggsy commented. "Does it pay to be so elaborate?"
Dongan replaced the cigar, chewed on it.
"For quotes?"
The redhead shook her head.
"Just curious."
"Sure, it's expensive. Everything's expensive today, ain't that right? It's all relative." He considered for a moment.
"Take a setup in town. First, you gotta get the okay to run. That means ice, Miss Keeley. Plenty of ice from the inspector, right down to the man on the beat. Last place Mike and me ran on the east side cost me $1,000 a week just for the okay. Here, I don't need any okay. I saved that $1,000. I had to have 2 floor men at $40 per night, 2 lookouts at $30 a night. I had to have the luggers pull them in, outside men to check for plants and stiffs. I had to have a doorman I could trust. All that costs. My nut in that place was over $6,000 a week before I opened the door." "You don't get planes for free either."
Dongan shrugged.
"Here we gross 10 times as much as in the old place. Besides, we know who's coming on board, and we can pick and choose. We keep it down to about 25, 30 players, and we have a $2,000 minimum. That's a $60,000 a night play, and that ain't 10.
A worried frown creased his forehead as his eyes followed the blonde actress on her way to the bar.
"It starts already. We're not out 20 minutes, and already that Lane dame hits the bar."
Muggsy watched the blonde as she passed the craps table, walking over to the bar. Lori Lane was tall. Her thick blonde hair was piled on top of her head. She looked about 28 from where the redhead sat and appeared to have been sewn into the skin-tight white gown. In rapid succession, she downed 2 straight shots before the bartender caught Dongan's cutoff signal. The blonde pushed the glass across the bar for a refill. When the bartender shook his head, she started to argue. The bartender leaned over, told her something in a low voice, shrugged his shoulders in response to her snapped reply. Her full lips were a thin, angry line as she left the bar and shouldered her way to a spot at the table.
"Nothing but trouble, that dame,"
Dongan growled. He chewed on his cigar, ground the end into a soggy mass, dropped it to the floor.
"Look around. Play if you want. We'll forget the minimum in your case. I've got to get to work."
He pulled himself out of his seat, walked over to the blonde hostess, and pointed to where Muggsy was sitting. In a moment, the hostess was over with a drink.
"Mr. Dongan thought you'd like some refreshments."
Muggsy smiled her thanks.
"I guess a flight like this is different from your usual run."
The hostess shook her head.
"I'd never flown before I went to work for Mr. Dongan. I was in the chorus of the Gaieties. This sounded like a lot more fun, so I took the job."
She looked up at a snap of the bartender's fingers.
"Pardon me, Miss Keeley. Somebody at the table wants a drink."
Muggsy got up from her seat and walked over to the table. She stood watching the play for a moment. Lori Lane was playing recklessly, taking it or laying it on every roll. From close up, she was a few years older than she'd appeared in the dim light at the bar. The bright table lights mercilessly revealed the fine network of lines under her eyes and the losing fight her makeup was waging with crow's feet. Under the heavily painted outline, her lips drooped at the corners. When the pile of chips in front of her had dwindled to nothing, the blonde pushed her way to the bar. She ordered a straight bourbon and gave the bartender an argument when he tried to talk her out of it. Finally, at a signal from Dongan, he filled her glass. She tossed it off and returned to the table. 3 times during the 6-hour flight, the pile of chips in front of her disappeared. On her last visit to the bar, she was met with a firm headshake from Lou Dongan. Muggsy could hear her voice complaining above the roar of the motors and the monotonous chant of, "If you don't bet, you can't win. If you don't speculate, you can't accumulate. by the stick man. The blonde's voice was becoming strident, shrill. The players paid no attention to the byplay, huddled over the table anxious to complete their play before the plane started back in. The winners were feverishly determined to pyramid their winnings into a killing, the losers convinced that, with enough time, they could recoup their losses. Dongan turned his back on the blonde and walked over to a tall, good-looking man huddled over the craps table. He whispered in the man's ear, nodding toward the blonde. The big man walked over to Lori Lane, caught her by the arm, and propelled her toward the restroom in the rear. "'Tain't to the eyeballs and into us for better than 10 grand, he growled to Muggsy. "I wouldn't take Al Murphy's job of handling that witch if the vigorish was 50%. Muggsy raised her eyebrows. "The which?" "Vigorish, the house percentage. An agent takes a 10% commission. The house in a layout like this takes 5%. It's called the vigorish. Don't ask me why." "Live and learn, I always say. With a 5% cut and a minimum play of $60,000 a night, I can see." Muggsy was cut off by the sound of scuffling from the rear of the plane. The tall man was trying to restrain the blonde, seemed to be urging her back into the restroom. "There she goes again," Dongan growled. "She must have had her own bottle with her. Excuse me." His eyes flagged down the bartender. He led the way to the rear where Murphy was struggling with the blonde. "Get your hands off me, Murph," she snarled. "A fine agent you are. You let a tin-horn crook take me." She struggled vainly to dislodge his hand from her arm. "Leave her alone, Al," Dongan told him as he walked up. The agent nodded, dropped his hand from the girl's arm. "Just like that," the blonde sneered. "The tin-horn gives orders and you jump. Just a lousy tin-horn crook and you jump." "Shut up and behave, Laurie," Murph urged. He tried to push her into a seat. "I didn't know she had a jug with her, Lou. I'll take care of her." The blonde pushed off his hands. "Go ahead and crawl, if that crook thinks I'm paying off a rigged game." "You keep making with that mouth of yours, and I'll fix it so it's shut for a long time," Dongan told her in a low, hard voice. "You think the game's crooked? That's your privilege. You came here. We didn't send for you. But don't get any ideas about welshing, baby. You wouldn't live long enough for the money to do you any good." Lori Lane pushed past her agent, swung at the gambler's face, missed. "Try and get it." Dongan reached out, buried his hand in her hair, pulled her face close to his. His voice was low, the suavity peeled off of it. "Don't ever try that again, Lush. Nobody lifts a hand to Lou Dongan and walks away from it." The blonde started to say something, reconsidered. She licked at her lips, dropped her eyes from his. Dongan pushed her back into a seat. "Just put your money where your mouth is." He turned to Murphy, jabbed a finger into the big man's chest. "Don't ever bring her into any place of mine again. Leave her here and you come up and settle her tab." "I haven't got enough money to settle the tab," the blonde told him defiantly. "Ask Murph. I'm nearly broke." Dongan's eyes were cold, hard. He fixed them on Murphy. "I don't care how broke either one of you are. You brought her, Murph, and I'm holding you responsible for the payoff." The tall man looked worried. "Will you take an IOU? I'll raise it for her. She has some stuff I can turn into cash if you give me a week." Dongan scowled. "Okay, a week. Do us both a favor and get the dough to me by then." He nodded down to the girl. "Take that jug away from her and strap her in that seat. I've taken all the grief I'm going to take from her tonight or any other night." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Johnny Liddell sprawled in the leather overstuffed armchair, studying the man behind the desk. Al Murphy's usually carefully combed hair showed the effects of repeated rakings with his fingers. A dark stubble of beard dulled the outline of his chin. "Miss Keeley filled you in on what happened last night, Liddell?" Liddell nodded. "She told me Dongan gave your client a rough time and that you thought I could help." He dug a cigarette out of his pocket, hung it from the corner of his mouth. "I didn't see how." Murphy raked his fingers through his hair again. "She told you Laurie gave Lou an IOU for 12 grand? Liddell touched a match to the cigarette, exhaled twin streams through his nostrils. "She told me. So you send him a check for 12 grand, write it off as expenses." The man behind the desk snorted. He pulled himself out of his chair and walked over to a window that overlooked the East River. "It should only be that simple." He turned around, faced Liddell. "She hasn't got 12 grand. Neither have I." Liddell scratched his head. That could be embarrassing, he conceded. But why go around dropping 12 grand that you don't have? Especially to a character like Lou Dongan, who's notoriously narrow-minded about people owing him money. You ever met Laurie? Liddell shook his head. No great loss, Murphy growled. But if you had, you wouldn't have to ask why she does screwball things. If there are 2 ways to do something, trust that dumb blonde to find the hard way. He walked back to the desk, rested one hip on the corner. It's gotten worse since she's been using Old Forester instead of Chanel No. 5 as a personal scent. She's washed up on the stage, and I'm not even sure I can get her another job. What's with her? Drowning her sorrows. Her husband walked out on her. If she were drinking to celebrate, I could understand it. He shook his head. She's actually broken up over it. This husband, anyone I know? Edmund Wiley. He was her leading man a couple of seasons back. Hasn't had to work ever since he hooked onto her as a meal ticket. Sounds like a sterling character, but I still don't see where I'm supposed to figure in this. If it's just to keep Dongan from leaning on your client, I can assign a couple of men. But I might as well tell you that a goon like Lou has a long memory and plenty of time. It always catches up. I know it. That's why I'm so anxious to get the money to buy her off the hook. Liddell squinted at the big man. And how do you figure to do that? Murphy reached over to a humidor, selected a cigarette, tapped it on the desk. For the past 7 or 8 months, Wiley's been screaming for a divorce. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it. He's got a new meal ticket, one with more than plenty. So? Murphy shrugged. So this new meal ticket wants Wiley with no strings attached. She's willing to finance a divorce. Liddell pulled his cigarette from between his lips, studied the lit end. What's Lane say about this? You mean she's got a choice? The big man hit the desk with the heel of his hand. That's her best out. I talked to Julie Layton after we got off the plane last night. She'll go for a bundle if Laurie will divorce Wiley. She agreed to talk it over tonight at her place. Julie Layton, huh? Your client manages to get herself tied up with some real juicy characters. Lou Dongan, Julie Layton. That's really big league stuff. Murphy shrugged. I told you this screwball does things the hard way. He looked worried. All I want you to do is go along with Laurie when she sees Layton. They hate each other's guts. And if one of them's going to walk away, I want it to be my client. She's not a hell of a lot, but right now she's the only client I've got. I'm afraid that... The door to the study opened, and Laurie Lane walked in. Her eyes hopscotched from Liddell to Murphy and back. Who's he? She took in the thick, white-flecked hair, the square chin, the heavy set of the private detective's shoulders. This is Johnny Liddell, Laurie. I've been asking him to go with you tonight when you see Julie Layton. Laurie caught her full lower lip between her teeth, walked over to the desk, selected a cigarette. Suppose I don't want him? Liddell grinned at her crookedly. Don't jump to conclusions, baby. I haven't agreed to take on the job. As a matter of fact, I don't intend to. I don't like people who lean on other people so hard they have to get slapped off. The blonde lit her cigarette, filled her lungs, and let the smoke dribble from half-closed lips. Expertly tinted lids partly veiled her eyes. I didn't know peepers were so choosy. If it weren't for people like me, it wouldn't be half as much fun for people like you to peep through keyholes. Cut it out, Laurie, Murphy snapped angrily. We're impressed with what a smart-cracking babe you are. He turned to Liddell. Look, Johnny, we're not asking for charity. We'll pay for anything you have to do. She riles everybody just like that. She'll smart-crack at Julie, and they'll have to pick her up in a bucket. That's why I need you so bad. I don't like the smell of it, Murph. I promised Muggsy that as a favor I'd do anything I could, but... The blonde snorted. She jabbed the carmined end of her cigarette at Liddell. Don't go so high and mighty on us, Seamus. You heard the man. You're going to get paid. What more do you want? Gratitude? Murphy grabbed her by the shoulder, spun her around. I told you to keep out of this. You keep sticking your nose in, and you're strictly on your own. Strictly. She shrugged his hand off her shoulder, took another drag on her cigarette. I'm up to here, baby. Murphy held the flat of his hand at nostril level. Your lushin' and that nasty mouth of yours have me in so deep the only way I can pull you out is to pull you out with me. So I'm doing it. But keep on giving me a bad time, and I'll take my chances throwing you to the wolves. The blonde took a last drag on her cigarette, crushed it out. I'm sorry, Murph, she said contritely. I guess I'm jittery. Mind if I help myself? She nodded to a small portable bar in the corner. The big man scowled, then nodded. He waited until the blonde had poured herself a stiff slug from an Old Forester bottle.
Nothing must go wrong tonight, Liddell. If we don't get that money, Dongan'll... Why are you so scared of Dongan? The blonde sneered. He's just a tin-horn crook. He doesn't scare me. She snapped her fingers. That much. You sure could have fooled me last night, baby, Murphy told her grimly. When he got done telling you off, I thought you were going to shake yourself loose from your porcelain jackets. The blonde glared at him. Then the harsh lines dissolved into a grin. Are you scared of Dongan too, Liddell? She wanted to know. I haven't any reason to worry about Dongan. She put her glass to her lips, studied him over the rim. Yet? She amended. Liddell shrugged. In my business, I get paid for the bruises. What do you say, Liddell? Murphy cut in. Will you go with her? Liddell reached over and crushed out a cigarette in an ashtray on the corner of the desk. He looked at the blonde, who stood grinning at him. What time is this date? 11, at Julie Layton's joint. You know the place? Liddell nodded. 58th Street. Where do I pick her up? Here? The grin faded from the girl's face. Never mind the cracks, wise guy. Pardon me. His eyes roved over the skin-tight evening gown. I did think it was a little early for that number. The blonde started toward him, but Murphy blocked her way. What's the matter, Laurie? Did you think you had a copyright on the needle? He turned to Liddell. I brought her here from the plane because I wanted to keep an eye on her. She's gotten me in enough trouble for one day. You haven't been peeping through the right keyholes, Laurie snapped. She stalked back to the bar, poured another stiff drink. Are you in, Liddell? Murphy persisted. I guess I can make it. Liddell looked over at the girl. Figure she'll be able to? The blonde ignored him, emptied the glass in one swallow. I'll see to it that she can, Murphy promised. He held his hand out. Thanks for the assist. You'll get a bill. He shook hands with the big man, stood up. I'll see you around 10, Miss Lane. Where? The Hotel Seymour. And as long as you're working for me, I'll tell you when I'll see you. Be there at 9. Liddell started to retort, but permitted Murphy to grab him by the arm, lead him out of the study. In the big living room of the agent's apartment, Murphy managed to placate the private detective. You only have to put up with her one night. I've been taking this for years, Liddell. I can take a hell of a lot more of it. Liddell nodded, grinned. I guess I can take it for one night. He took his hat from an end table. I'll let you in on something. The real reason I'm taking it on is because I want to be around when this babe starts some of her funny talk with a dame like Julie Layton. Muggsy Keeley was on her 3rd cup of coffee and her 4th fingernail when Johnny Liddell walked into the Java Jug across the street from the dispatch building. She spotted him as he walked in and waved him down from a rear booth. On the way to the booth, he ordered a cup of coffee and a Danish. Muggsy squeezed over, making room for him at her side. Well? You can really come up with the weird ones, baby. He waited while the waitress sloshed a cup of coffee and a piece of pastry in front of him. What do you think he wants me to do? The redhead shrugged. Go up against Lou Dongan? Liddell tasted his coffee, burned his tongue. He shook his head. It seems that Laurie Lane is getting ready to sell her husband to Julie Layton, and Murph wants me to act as referee while the ladies come to terms. Muggsy stopped with her cup halfway to her lips. You're kidding. That's the chore for tonight. It seems La Belle Laurie doesn't have the what-with to ransom herself from Dongan, so she's making the supreme sacrifice. He tried the coffee again, managed to swallow a mouthful. That is really quite a woman, that Lane babe. I think Dongan would be performing a civic improvement by removing her. Do you really think Dongan would take it out of her hide? Liddell dug out 2 cigarettes, lit them, passed one to the redhead. He doesn't usually talk to hear himself talk. My guess is she burned him up so much with her smart cracks he'd like nothing better than an excuse to have her worked over. He took the cigarette from between his lips, blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling. And he wouldn't have to look very far for a boy to do the job. Why is Murphy so anxious to cover her? From what I read, she's been through for a long time. And 10% of nothing is nothing to worry about. What's he got to lose? Most of those pretty teeth of his. He's scared stiff of Dongan. You took the job? Liddell shrugged. I told him I'd go along with her. Maybe if I'm lucky, I won't be able to get between her and Julie before Julie takes a fall out of her. Muggsy scowled, shook her head. I can't figure why Murph couldn't handle it himself. Why hire you?
I got the feeling that Murph has taken just about all he can from that babe. If he saw Julie working her over, instead of pulling Leighton off her, he mightn't be able to resist pitching in to help. Muggsy consulted her watch, whistled. I've got to run. I got an appointment in less than an hour on an interview. What time are you seeing Leighton? Around 11. Good, I'll be home by 8:30. Why don't you run over to the apartment and have a drink before you go? Liddell grinned. I'd like to, but I can't. Lane wants me at her place at 9. At 9? And you're due at Leighton's at 11? Jolly, what are the other 2 hours for? A rehearsal? End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Hotel Seymour was a huge pile of mortar and plate glass that overlooked the East River at Beekman Place. Its lobby was furnished in an aggressively modern style with brightly colored couches and chrome tables complementing the soft pastel of the carpeting. Johnny Liddell waded through the deep pile of the carpeting toward the impeccably dressed man who presided over the front desk. Miss Laurie Lane, please. The man behind the desk raised heavily lidded eyes from a critical examination of the carnation in his buttonhole. Miss Lane, sir? Miss Lane, what's a room number? The man behind the desk managed to look deeply hurt. The Hotel Seymour is a residential hotel, sir. There are no rooms, only suites and apartments, sir. He frowned at the white edge of a cuff that peeked from the end of his sleeve. I'm afraid Miss Lane cannot be disturbed. Liddell grinned at him. If I were you, I'd be awful sure. Miss Lane is expecting me, and I have the feeling that she gets very upset when she's disappointed. The clerk caught his lower lip between his teeth, seemed uncertain. Of course, I'm not doubting your word. If you say Miss Lane can't be disturbed, I'll just run along. I'll mention to her that you said she couldn't see me in the event she wants to know why I didn't show up. Just a moment, sir. The man behind the desk looked over Liddell's shoulder, nodded to a tired-looking man who lounged on one of the couches. The man sighed and put down a copy of the Evening Tab he was reading. The clerk turned his attention back to Liddell. You can understand, sir, that sometimes a celebrity like Miss Lane likes to get away from her admirers and seeks seclusion. I have my orders, you see, but I certainly would not like to be the cause of upsetting Miss Lane's plans. He was clearly disturbed at the prospect. The tired-looking man strolled up to where Liddell stood. Something I can do for you, mister? This gentleman has an appointment with Miss Lane. As you know, I had orders that she wasn't to be disturbed. The clerk made no bones of his relief at being able to pass the buck to other shoulders. I'm Saunders, the hotel security officer, the tall man informed him. He studied Liddell's face. I don't think I know the name. My name's Liddell. As I told your clerk, I'm expected by Miss Lane. But I'm perfectly willing to accept your statement that Miss Lane can't be disturbed. I don't blame you. The tired man's eyes were sharp, alert as they studied Liddell's face. Now I make you. You're a private detective. Johnny Liddell, isn't it? Liddell nodded. The house detective caught him by the arm. I used to be on the force. Saw you around headquarters once in a while. He led the way toward a bank of elevators. I'll ride up with you. He went on past the passenger elevators, opened the door to a self-service cage. He waited until Liddell had followed him in, then pushed a button. You say Lane's expecting you? I was supposed to be here at 9. Liddell checked his watch. I'm a half hour late. She can take it off the bill. She wouldn't know the difference if you showed up at midnight, Saunders drawled. She's lush to the eyeballs. Raising all kinds of hell up there since 7 o'clock. We had to shut off the phone and keep all visitors out. That's why the old fruit at the desk gave you the song and dance. You make it sound like the beginning of a rich evening. Saunders managed a slow, tired smile. Babysitting with that wildcat's for sure no way to grow old gracefully. He brought a stick of gum out of his pocket, denuded it of its paper. Can't get a bellboy or a maid to go near the place when she's riding that broom of hers. Hell, the bill for crockery alone would probably pay my salary for a month. The elevator slid to a smooth stop. The door sighed open. Saunders stepped out and led the way down a lushly carpeted corridor to where a square little man sat reading an evening paper. His chair was tilted back against the wall. A cold cigar was clenched between his teeth. He made no attempt to wipe the boredom out of his eyes as Liddell and the security officer walked up. "Anything new, Al?" Saunders wanted to know. The man in the chair shook his head. Saunders nodded to Liddell. "This is Liddell, a private eye. He's taken over the wet nurse detail as of now." The square man let the front legs of his chair hit the floor. "You really should have brought a straitjacket, Jack. That dame's really flipped." He cocked his head to the side, listening. "She must have run out of things to throw, but she's sure been having one hell of a ball in there." He stuffed his newspaper into his jacket pocket. "You're not going inside with her, are you?" That was the general idea," Liddell grinned. "There must be an easier way to make a living, Jack." The square man shook his head. "Don't get me wrong. Not that she ain't still a tasty dish, but right now it's sprinkled with ground glass." He rolled his eyes to Saunders. "Any reason for me to hang around?" Saunders shook his head. The square man nodded to Liddell, bustled toward the elevator. "This babe could give Dale Carnegie a nervous breakdown. I never met anyone who could make it so unanimous on such short notice." Liddell grunted. "Well, I'd better get the show on the road." He rapped on the door, waited. When there was no indication that the rap had got through, he repeated it. This time he got action. A key turned in the lock and the door was opened a few inches. The blonde looked out. Her hair was rumpled, her makeup smeared, but instead of making her look disheveled, the effect was more exciting. She stared at the security man coldly. "Go away." "You got company, Miss Lane," Saunders told her impatiently. "Man says you were expecting him." Lori Lane turned her eyes on Liddell. She seemed to be having difficulty focusing them. "You took your sweet time about getting here," she snapped. She wiped her soft, moist lips with the back of her hand and glowered at him. "Do I get in? It makes me nervous having an audience." She pulled the door open, waited until he was inside, then scowled at Saunders. "Not you, though. This is a private party." Saunders screwed up his face in a tired grin. "I understand. I'll lay Chickie." The blonde slammed the door in his face, turned, and wove her way into the living room. She was wearing a blue silk housecoat that was doing an indifferent job of concealing her full-blown figure. As she walked, her hips worked tantalizingly against the smooth fabric of the gown. It was hardly debatable that she wore nothing under it. She stopped at a coffee table in the center of the room, picked up a half-filled glass, and took a swallow. "Where you been? I've been waiting since 9 o'clock." Liddell eyed the wreckage of the room. Books and magazines were scattered around the floor. The far wall was stained by the contents of the glasses that lay splintered at its base. "Doesn't look like you were bored," Liddell commented dryly. She finished her drink, then raised her hand to slam the glass against the wall. She hesitated, looking over her shoulder as if she expected Liddell to restrain her. "Go ahead and throw it. Keep it up and you won't have anything left to drink out of." The blonde pouted, dropped her arm. "I'll drink out of the bottle," she snapped defiantly. "You want a drink?" "I've got the feeling I'm going to be able to use one." He walked over, swept some magazines to the floor from the couch, and dropped onto it. The blonde disappeared into the kitchenette and reappeared after a moment with a fresh bottle and a glass. She leaned over and set them down on the coffee table. "You pour." Liddell spilled an ounce into her glass and reached for a pitcher of water to soften it. She caught his arm. "Pour. I want a drink, not an eyewash." She stood in front of him, weaving slightly, only the faint thickness of her tongue testifying to the amount she had put away. Liddell shrugged, tilted the bottle over the glass, added another ounce. "You did say a drink, not a bath." He poured himself a drink, leaned back, and looked around. "Nice place you have here." "It's a dump, and you know it. I just keep this place for when I stay in town." She walked around the coffee table and dropped heavily to the couch at his side. "Why were you so late?" Her eyes were heavily lidded, her lips pouting. "I've been waiting for you." "A last-minute tie-up. You know how it is." He tasted his drink, approved. "We've got plenty of time. We don't start horse trading on Wiley for almost 2 hours." The full lips curled. "That creep. That cheating, double-crossing creep. She's welcome to him." She drained her glass, held it out for a refill. "More." Liddell caught the bottle by its neck and spilled another 2 ounces into the glass. The blonde smirked and nodded her head approvingly. "You're improving. I ask for a drink, I get a drink, not a lecture." "Lori, you've had enough. Lori, you had too much," she mimicked.
They're all at it. They think I don't know I'm a lush. It's my business if I want to keep on drinking. That right?"
Liddell took a swallow out of his glass and nodded. "Sure. It's your liver if you want it to crack into little pieces someday when you sit down hard." The blonde considered it with mock seriousness.
"That's someday. This is today. Why worry about someday? Maybe we'll all be dead by then, and then think of all the fun we've missed."
"I'm not worried about someday, baby. I'm worried about today. We've got places to go and people to see. You stay on that 100-proof kick and you won't be able to see anything." The blonde scowled, pushed her lower lip out.
"That dirty, no-good creep. She can have him, but it's going to cost her plenty, just like it cost me. Plenty."
She wiped her lips with the side of her hand, took a deep swallow.
"He'll take her for every dime he can lay his hands on. You'll see."
"If you hate the guy so much, why didn't you divorce him before now?" The blonde winked slyly.
"Community property law. We were living in California when we got married. He got all he's going to get. Now it's Laurie's turn."
Liddell shrugged. "Don't count on it. Julie Layton's a tough baby. She wouldn't give an opinion away. I don't feature her loosening her grip on important money just for a gigolo." The girl reached for the bottle. Liddell caught her hand and pulled it back. "Why don't you lay off the bottle?" The blonde grinned impishly.
"You know of something better to do?"
"I might dream up something." She moved closer, and he could feel her rounded thigh against his.
"Give me a for instance."
Her lips were inches from his, and she closed the distance. After a moment, she put the flat of her hand against his chest, pushed back.
"It'll never replace bourbon, but it ain't bad."
She watched from under lowered eyelids as he pulled himself up from the couch and stood in front of her. Then he walked over to the switch, doused the room in semi-darkness. The blonde drained her glass, held it out toward the coffee table. She let it go, missed the table by inches. She stared at the shattered glass, looked up at Liddell, and giggled.
"Damn table moved. Honest it did."
She struggled to her feet, stood swaying for a moment to recover her balance. Then she walked over to where he stood and slid her arms around his waist. Her lips sought his mouth. She melted her body against his. She offered no resistance when Liddell started fumbling with the zipper on her gown. There was a faint rustle of silk as he pushed it back over her shoulders to slide to the floor. In the dim light, the weary lines in her face had no counterpart in her body. Her legs were long, sensuously shaped. Full rounded thighs, swelled in high-set hips, converged into a narrow waist. Her breasts were firm and full, their pink tips straining upward. She arched her neck, grinned into his face.
"What do you think you are? A producer?"
She snuggled her face into his neck. He caught her up in his arms, crossed the living room, and pushed open the bedroom door. The blonde ran her fingers through his hair, buried them in it, and pulled his face against hers. The bathroom was at the far end of the room. Liddell walked to it, kicked the door open. For the first time, the blonde seemed to sense his intention. She stiffened, tried to wiggle free.
"What are you trying to do?"
she panted after a fruitless struggle. "I've only got an hour and a half to get you ready for company, baby, and I only know one way to do it." He pulled open the frosted glass door of the shower, reached in and turned the cold water on full. The blonde wailed, tried to slip out of the stall. As the icy stream hit her, the wails hit a crescendo, then dissolved into a flood of profanity that would have done full justice to a tugboat captain. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Layton House was a large chromium-plated supper club with a multicolored canopy extending to the curb. As the cab pulled up, a 7-foot giant in the full regalia of an admiral stepped up and opened the door. Laurie Lane pulled herself out of the back seat and stalked across the sidewalk while Liddell paid the cabbie. He joined her in the vestibule and grinned as she turned her back on him. "We have an appointment with Miss Layton," Liddell told the doorman. "Can you tell her Laurie Lane is here?" The doorman took a hand phone off a hook near the entrance. He punched at a button set in its base and muttered into the mouthpiece. He nodded and replaced the phone. Some of the servility had left his voice. "She'll let you know when she can see you. Want to wait in the bar?"
"How long? She knew I was coming,"
the blonde snapped. "She didn't say." The doorman spotted a car pulling up to the entrance. pushed open the heavy plate glass door, and left them standing alone. The blonde muttered under her breath, then swung on Liddell.
Well, we're not going to stand here.
She turned on her heel and headed down the hallway that skirted the dining room and led to the bar. The blonde found herself a bar stool, perched on it, and ignored Liddell when he slid in beside her. The bartender flat-footed his way down to where they were, dried the bar in front of them with a damp rag that left oily circles, and raised his eyes inquiringly. 2 Forrester on the rocks, Liddell told him, while the man behind the stick was making a production of lifting a bottle from the back bar and dousing down a handful of ice cubes in a lowball glass. Liddell turned and surveyed the dining room beyond. A small 4-piece orchestra was playing softly, and a muted hum of conversation rolled outward to the bar from the dining room. The small tables were filled, leaving only postage-stamp-sized space for the dancers. Most of the occupants of the room were in evening dress, and the floor was so crowded that the dancers seemed to be swaying in unison. The bartender slid 2 drinks in front of them, picked up the 5 Liddell dropped on the bar, and shuffled back to the cash register. He was back in a minute with 2 crumpled bills and some change. The blonde reached for her drink.
Thanks,
she grunted without looking at him. Think nothing of it. It'll be on the bill. Liddell found a cigarette, touched a match to it, and added a lungful of smoke to the slowly swirling fog that stirred restlessly near the ceiling. He took another drag, lifted the cigarette from between his lips, and held it toward the girl. Her eyes hopscotched from the cigarette to his face and back. The hard line of her lips relaxed a little, and the lower lip pouted out. She took the cigarette, sucked at it eagerly.
I don't care,
she told him petulantly.
It was a dirty trick.
The tips of her fingers investigated the hair above her ears.
You might at least have given me enough time to put a cap on. My wave's ruined.
That's nothing compared to what I'd be if I'd given you even enough time to take a breath, Liddell grinned.
You sure have a funny way of cooling off your admirers.
She took another drag on the cigarette.
That's the coldest damn water I ever felt.
It was a little drastic, I'll admit, Liddell conceded. But I didn't want you to go up against this babe with only 1 cylinder firing. She's no pushover.
That's not the way I heard it, especially if you don't have a weak stomach, like Wiley.
She drained her glass, set it back on the bar.
1 more?
Liddell waved down the bartender, signaled a refill for the girl's glass. The man behind the stick shuffled the length of the bar, picked up her glass, swabbed the already dry bar under it. He dumped out the ice, dug under the bar for 3 fresh cubes, covered them with bourbon. As he slid it across the bar to the girl, he helped himself to a bill in front of Liddell. A muted buzzer sounded behind the bar, and the bartender picked up the phone. As he talked into it, his eyes ran along the faces at the bar. He nodded to the mouthpiece, replaced it on its cradle. Then he walked down to where Liddell and the blonde sat. You waiting to see the boss? Lori Lane nodded. Through that door and up a flight of stairs. You can't miss it. The blonde downed her drink and slid off the bar stool. Automatically, she reached up, tucked in a few stray tendrils of hair, and checked the result with a pocket mirror. When she was satisfied, she nodded to Liddell.
I'm ready when you are.
Julie Layton's office was at the head of a flight of stairs that led to a small balcony overlooking the dance floor. A young man, faultlessly attired in a tuxedo, was leaning on the decorative iron grill railing, staring down at the dance floor below. His eyes surveyed the blonde appreciatively, then swiveled to Liddell. Good evening, sir. Lost your way? There was a lazy smile pasted on his lips in the best TV menace manner. Not if this is the way to the office. We're expected. The man's smile grew broader. We're expecting Lori Lane. You're pretty, mister, but not that pretty. He flicked an imaginary piece of lint from Liddell's lapel. Why don't you go back to the bar? We'll call you if we want you. Liddell caught Smiling Boy's sleeve between thumb and forefinger, lifted it away, and dropped it. Careful of the material, it bruises. He reached past the tuxedo guard and opened the door for Lori. When Smiling Boy moved to block him, Liddell swung his elbow upward and sank it in the man's midsection. Smiling Boy gasped, folded his hands across his midsection, and doubled over. By the time he was able to straighten up, both Liddell and the blonde were in the office. Not even Julie Layton's most fervent admirer would suggest that she personified feminine grace or beauty. She was heavy of shoulder and hip. Her dark hair was cut short and brushed back from her forehead. She disdained makeup, had never thinned out the thickness of her eyebrows, but prominently displayed on her fingers and around her neck was evidence of the irresistible appeal she had for men like Edmund Wiley. She sat hunched in her desk chair and glared at Lori Lane.
"You told me you wanted to see me. You didn't say you wanted to hold a mass meeting."
The counterpart of the guard on the landing was sprawled in an armchair.
"Want me to throw him out, boss?"
This addition was a shade smaller than the man outside the door, but what he lacked in height he was more than made up in breadth. He had been working on his nails with a small pocket knife when they walked in. He continued to clean them.
"How did you get by Chuck?"
The woman wanted to know. She was answered by the opening of the door. The tuxedoed guard rushed in, the smile wiped off his face by a snarl. A thin film of saliva glistened from the side of his mouth. "Okay, wise guy. You want to play, eh?" He held a switch knife in his hand at midsection level with its point up in the manner of a seasoned knife fighter.
"Chuck,"
Julie snapped.
"put up the shiv."
Her eyes jumped from the tense face of the guard to Liddell and back.
"How'd you get by?"
Liddell grinned. "It was an accident. He didn't realize I was expected. He ran into my elbow." The woman behind the desk nodded to Smiling Boy.
"Sit down a minute, Chuck."
She glowered at Liddell for a minute.
"Having people run into your elbow could easily get fatal, mister."
"My name's Liddell, and I don't think you'd have to worry. Not too many people run into my elbow that hard."
"I wasn't thinking about it getting fatal to other people."
Her voice was hard, clipped. The man who had been working on his nails closed his pocket knife and waited expectantly. The order didn't come. Julie turned her attention to the girl.
"Well, Lush, say your piece. I haven't got much time for you." "You want it cold turkey?" the blonde flung back at her. "Okay, I'm ready to divorce that little creep so you can have him."
Julie exposed square, widely spaced teeth in a grin.
"Now, ain't that nice of you?"
She picked up a cigarette holder, screwed a cigarette into it.
"What do you want me to do? Throw my arms around your neck?" "Let's don't play games, Leighton," Lori snapped. "You've been trying to buy that divorce for over a year, okay? So now I'm the market to sell. Suppose I'm not in the market to buy." The blonde's eyes narrowed. "You were last night." "That was last night."
Julie tilted the holder in the corner of her wide mouth, touched a match to it.
"There have been some developments since then." "Meaning?" "Meaning it'd be a lot cheaper all around if Wiley became a widower. I hear you contracted a pretty fatal disease last night. Unpaid tabs." "You're not getting to me."
Julie Layton grinned at her.
"I won't have to. I hear Lou Dongan has first choice. He's got 12,000 worth of reasons." "Peanuts. You think he's crazy? Anything happens to me and he'll never get his money."
Lori walked over to the desk, leaned the palms of both hands on it.
"Besides, you're going to give it to me. You know the only way you can get Wiley is to buy him, and you want him." "I'll get him. Not by me paying blackmail, but by him wearing a black band around his arm." "Like that, huh? Then why'd you agree to talk it over?" "Maybe I wanted to take one last look at you before anything happens."
Lori straightened up.
"Don't worry about anything happening to me, Leighton." "Who's worried about anything happening to you? I'm looking forward to it."
The big woman got up from her chair, walked around the desk, faced Lori.
"I'll tell you what I will do, though. I'll see to it that you get a real nice funeral."
A red flush started at the roots of the blonde's hair, flooded into her face.
"Why, you—"
She swung her hand back, started to swing. Liddell moved swiftly, caught her around the waist, and pulled her back out of range. "Easy, baby, easy. Don't start anything you can't walk away from." He set her down some feet away from the big woman, a squirming, kicking wildcat. She made an effort to bring herself under control.
"Okay, Leighton. Now you'll never get the divorce, and I'll live long enough to give both you and that creep a real headache." "You couldn't raise that kind of money even if the fleet was in," Julie Layton taunted. "Maybe you could have once, but today you wouldn't bring the price of a good steak."
She turned to Smiling Boy.
"All right, Chuck. Throw them both out and make sure she doesn't stop at the bar. She'll be giving the place a bad name."
Smiling Boy pushed his hair back with the flat of his hand and swaggered over to where Liddell stood. The smile was pasted back on his face, but his eyes were cold, wary. "Where's the shiv?" Liddell wanted to know. "You look naked." The smile became more drawn.
"I don't need it, hotshot. You heard what the boss said. Take the lush and blow."
Lori snorted indignantly, started for him.
"Who are you calling a lush?"
She grabbed at his arm. Smiling Boy shook his arm free, backhanded the blonde across the chest. She staggered backward, sprawled over a low table. "That's no way to treat a lady," Liddell told him. He grabbed a handful of the guard's shirt front, pulling him off balance. He sank his left fist to the cuff in Smiling Boy's midsection. The guard's eyes were glassy as his knees started to buckle. Liddell held him up, smashed his fist into the man's face, and let him sag to the floor. "Don't move." The other guard's voice was low, lethal. Liddell ignored him, walked over to where Lori lay sprawled, and helped her to her feet.
"Careful, Liddell," Lori whispered. "He's got a gun."
Liddell turned. The second guard was standing, legs akimbo, an ugly little snub-nosed .38 pointed at Liddell's belt buckle. The knuckle of his trigger finger was white.
"I thought you told me that Chuck was good,"
Julie complained. An annoyed frown marred the placidity of her brow.
"A first-grade bouncer, you said."
Liddell grinned. "Bouncer? That's a job for a man."
"Don't push it too hard, friend,"
the man with the gun advised. There was a slight twitch under his left eye.
"The kid was off balance, Miss Layton. This guy couldn't have laid a hand on him if he was expecting it. Let's see if he's so tough that—"
"Put up the gun, Carter."
She scowled as the man seemed not to hear. He shuffled close to Liddell, jammed the snout of the .38 into Liddell's midsection.
"I never saw a guy so hard a slug couldn't soften him up."
"Put up the gun, I said."
There was a whip in Julie Layton's voice. Carter stared at Liddell for a moment, then backed away.
"You're scared him to death, Carter,"
the big woman snapped.
"A guy like that, when you pull a gun on him, you gotta kill him. Only I don't want anything to happen to him here."
She studied Liddell for a moment.
"What we're telling you, mister, is next time we won't be sending a boy to do a man's job."
She nodded her head at the blonde.
"Pour her back into the bottle and get her out of here."
She took a deep drag on her cigarette, turned her back on them, and seemed to forget their presence. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. At 10 the following morning, Johnny Liddell tugged open the frosted glass door that proclaimed Johnny Liddell Investigations and slammed it after him. Pinky, his red-headed secretary, sat in an enclosed space jabbing away at the keys of a typewriter, taking excessive care not to fracture the finish on her nails.
"Well, don't we sound cheerful this morning?"
she chirped.
"Have a nice night last night?"
"Oh, fine. First I get to her apartment, and she's as stiff as a billy goat. I finally get her straightened out, and then I have to go 2 rounds with a female bulldozer. It was a lovely evening."
"Going to see her again?"
Liddell groaned, shook his head. "Not if I can help it." The redhead grinned happily, walked over to the door marked Private.
"In that case, I've got the jolliest surprise for you."
Liddell shook his head again. "Don't tell me."
"Yes, Al Murphy and your little playmate. She said it would be all right if they waited inside."
Pinky pushed the door open and stepped aside. Lori Lane sat in Liddell's desk chair, applying a dark red polish to her nails. She waved him in.
"I've been up for hours. You keep terrible office hours."
"Especially when some screwball keeps me up all night." Liddell tossed his hat at the coat tree and nodded to Al Murphy, who sat in the customer's chair. "You two didn't have to come all the way down here to deliver the check in person. You could have mailed it." Lori screwed the cap on the nail polish bottle and blew on her nails.
"Murphy had the crazy idea you were walking out on us. I knew you weren't."
"What's there to walk out on?" Liddell walked over to the desk, picked up a pile of envelopes, rifled through them, tossed all but one into the wastebasket unopened. "You wanted someone to back your play with Julie Layton. The deal fell through. Joke's over."
"I need you now more than ever, Liddell," the blonde told him earnestly. "We hoped the Layton pitch would turn out, but it didn't. Tell him, Murph."
Murphy looked unhappy.
"We didn't level with you, Liddell. When we told you Lori couldn't get the cash up for Dongan, that was true."
He fumbled through his pockets, came up with a handkerchief. He balled it in his palms and swabbed them dry. "But
she has other assets, not cash."
Liddell nodded. "Good. Congratulations. Now, there's certainly no problem." He walked around the desk, took the blonde by the elbow, lifted her to her feet. "If you folks have nothing to do this morning, let a man who has to work get at it." Murphy took a deep breath.
"Let me give you the whole picture."
He waved aside an objection by Liddell.
"It's a pretty damn complicated picture. All of Lori's dough was tied up in diamonds. Unmounted stones."
"How come?"
We were so busy outsmarting Wiley and Uncle Sam that we outsmarted ourselves.
He looked to the blonde, got no encouragement, but plowed ahead.
I told you about Wiley. He took every dime Laurie made and blew it on every tramp that would stand still long enough. On my advice, she started to hold out and salt a good chunk of it away for a rainy day.
Well, it's sure as hell pouring right now, so dig it out. Murphy swabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief.
It's not that easy.
He ticked off 2 fingers.
First, if Wiley ever knew about the diamonds, he'd want half. Second, Uncle Sam might want to know where the money came from to buy them.
How much is involved? The agent took another deep breath.
Somewhere between $150 to $200,000.
Liddell whistled noiselessly. You dig them out from under the carpet, and you'll have one hell of a time keeping that quiet.
I know it. It seemed like such a good idea at the time. We had it figured that a treasury man couldn't put unmounted stones on an adding machine like he could the contents of a safe deposit box.
I want you to stand by while I unload them, Liddell, the blonde put in. Murph is going to deliver them to me tonight. I've got a half-dozen people interested to take them off my hands. Dongan might be willing to take his IOU out in stones, but I need somebody to stand by.
Liddell shook his head. Not me, baby. I'm really hog-tied with jobs. I'll get you somebody, though. A real good boy who...
I don't want somebody. I want you,
Laurie snapped. I'm sorry, but I can't just drop all the work I've been doing to take on something new.
It's not new, she argued. You went with me last night.
That was just a one-night job to do Muggsy Keeley a favor. A one-night stand I can always work in. But I can't take on any long-term case that takes up too much time, he explained patiently.
Well, make it worth your while, Liddell,
Murphy put in. I'd do it if I could, Murph. Liddell shook his head. The way it is, the best I can do is assign a man to handle it.
It would only be for a short run. I've talked it out with Laurie. She's agreed to let me make a deal with the income tax people and bring the whole thing out into the open. Then she can sell the whole batch and get out in the clear again.
Liddell nodded. Better late than never. How about Wiley? Won't he flip when he hears how much she held out?
It was her money. We'll work something out.
Murph looked forlorn.
You sure you can take it on?
Liddell shook his head. The guy I'll send you can handle it as well as I can.
What's his name?
Tate Morrow. He has a little agency of his own. Helps me out when things get a little jammed up over here. Murph looked up at the girl, shrugged.
That's it, Laurie. Liddell will send over a boy to keep an eye on you until we're able to make some arrangements for unloading the stuff.
What time will you want him? Murph figured.
I'll have the stones by late afternoon. I can turn them over to Laurie by about 7. That all right, Laurie?
I guess so.
She refused to look at Liddell.
It'll have to do, I guess.
Murphy stood up, held his hand out to Liddell.
We appreciate everything you've done, Liddell. I hope by the next time we meet, things won't be so damn screwed up.
The blonde turned her back, walked to the door, and pulled it open. She stalked through and waited in the outer office. Liddell was still grinning at the exasperated helplessness of Murphy's palms-up shrug when Pinky walked in.
Laurie Lane didn't look too happy on the way out. What'd you do, lock the liquor cabinet?
I bowed out on a bodyguarding chore and shifted Tate Morrow onto her. I get the impression she doesn't like to be passed around. Pinky sniffed.
She should be used to it by now. From the way the men in her life keep dropping her, she'd better change her deodorant.
The telephone on the night table started to shrill discordantly. Johnny Liddell groaned, cursed sleepily, and dug his head farther into the pillow. The noise refused to go away. He opened one eye experimentally. He could see by the half-drawn shade that it was still night. He glowered at the phone, but it refused to be impressed and shrilled back at him. He tried to wipe the sleep from his eyes, but it wouldn't wipe. The phone gave no indication of giving up, so he fumbled for it, located it, and held it to his ear. Yeah.
Liddell.
The voice was fuzzy and thick.
You better get out here real quick. I'm in real trouble and...
The flat, ugly snap of a shot cut the voice off. The line went dead. Liddell was suddenly wide awake and ice cold. He jiggled the crossbar of the phone. Hello? Hello? The only answer was the soft click of a receiver being replaced on the hook at the other end. He jiggled the crossbar harder. The metallically impersonal voice of the operator cut in.
What number, please?
I'm not calling any number. Somebody called me and we were cut off.
Can you get them back, operator?
There's no one on your line now. I'll have to have the number.
Liddell growled deep in his chest. Never mind. They'll probably call back. He tossed the receiver back on its hook, pulled on the night table light, spilling a triangle of light into the room. The telephone directory gave the Hotel Seymour's number as Appleton 86640, but the clerk on duty was positive that Miss Lane had left early in the evening with a suitcase and hadn't returned. Saunders, the security officer at the Seymour, verified the clerk's statement. Liddell went back to the directory again and underscored a number with his thumbnail. He dialed it, drumming on the edge of his night table as he waited. On the third ring, a man's voice answered.
Yes, we have a party going on. No, we won't stop the noise,
the voice informed him jovially. Murph? Liddell cut him off tersely. This is Liddell.
Say, you are a detective. How'd you know we have a party going on with a lot of pretty chicks up here dying to see your Irish puss? Come on over.
Is Lori Lane there?
No, why?
Some of the banter seeped out of his voice. She's not at her hotel.
Of course not. She's holed up at her place in New Jersey. She and your boy drove over there about 7:30. What's the matter? Kicking yourself for passing it up?
Liddell ignored the leer. Has she got a phone over there?
You have got steamed up for that babe. Yeah, she's got a phone over there, and my guess is she'll be real glad to hear from you. Wait a minute, I'll get you the number.
There was a slight pause, then.
Her place is in Powhatan. That's about a half-hour's run from the Jersey side of the George Washington Bridge on Route 4. The number's 4543. Good hunting.
Thanks. Liddell jiggled the crossbar, then dialed the operator. He gave the Jersey number and waited. After 10 rings, the operator's voice cut in.
We have a DA on that number, sir. Would you like me to try again in 15 minutes?
No, thanks. Cancel it. He dropped the receiver on its hook, swung his legs out of bed, and started stuffing them into his pants. Then he crossed to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, completing the waking up process before he proceeded with his dressing. Before he slipped into his jacket, he shrugged into his shoulder harness, clipped a .45 into place. He was on his way to the garage in less than 15 minutes after the telephone had first rung. The watch on his wrist set the time at 1:28. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Powhatan turned out to be a small colony of 2-acre estates about 40 miles south of the exit from the George Washington Bridge. Johnny Liddell made the hour trip from Midtown in something less than 50 minutes and pulled into an all-night Texaco station on the outskirts of the village. A thin man sitting inside the office looked up from his newspaper at the sound of the car. He swabbed at his gleaming pate with a wadded handkerchief, set a greasy chauffeur's cap on the back of his head, and walked out to the car. From the open doorway came the 2:30 theme identification of the milkman's matinee blasting from a small table radio.
"Evening, mister."
The attendant's voice sounded rusty, as though he didn't have much opportunity to use it.
"Fill her up."
Liddell nodded and settled back while the attendant set the automatic check on the hose, returned to the front of the car, and wiped off the windshield with circular sweeps of a damp cloth.
"Going far tonight?"
"Not very. I'm looking for a party named Lane. Lori Lane. Lives here in Powhatan. Know her?" The attendant stopped swabbing at the windshield, wiped his forehead on his sleeve.
"The actress?"
He outlined an hourglass with his hands. "That's the one. Know which is her place?"
"I can find out easy enough."
He disappeared into the office and came out thumbing through the pages of a local telephone directory.
"Here it is. Chapel Hill Road."
He looked up, sucked on his teeth thoughtfully.
"Come to think of it, Ed Hunter mentioned one time her place was right next to his."
"That helps. Now all I have to do is find out where Ed Hunter lives." The attendant ignored the remark.
"Hers must be the place right at the end of the road. There's a big tree set there with a sort of a rock border around it. That's the turnaround for the road. Her place is right there."
He snapped the telephone directory shut, looking pleased with himself.
"Know where Chapel Hill Road is?"
Liddell shook his head. The attendant walked out to the curb, peered up at the highway, his lips moving in silent consultation.
"Take the second road to the left. Go right to the end. That's the traffic circle I told you about." Liddell thanked him, added a single to the price of the gasoline, and drove out of the station with the attendant's thanks still ringing in his ear. The attendant was still standing at the pump, watching enviously when Liddell's taillight blinked around the turn onto Chapel Hill Road. At the end of the road, Liddell found the giant oak with its rock border just as the man had described it. Beyond, a short, winding bluestone driveway led the way to a house that was almost completely hidden by trees. Liddell followed the driveway to the house. There were 2 cars parked on the apron outside the garage. One he recognized as the 1948 Buick Tate Morrow drove. The other was a dusty gray Plymouth with Jersey plates. Liddell left his car in front of the door, climbed the 2-step porch, and peered through the small windows set at eye level in the door. There were no lights in the hall, but he could see a triangle of light toward the back of the house where it apparently had spilled from the open doorway of a lighted room. He debated the advisability of walking around to the back, but decided against it. He felt along the door jamb for a bell, pressed it, and heard it chime inside the house. Almost immediately the door swung open, and a bulky figure was silhouetted in the doorway.
"Looking for somebody, mister?"
"Yeah, Laurie Lane. My name's Johnny Liddell." The door opened wider.
"Come on in."
The man stepped aside and let Liddell precede him down the hallway.
"Straight down to the end of the hallway. She's in the study."
Liddell followed the corridor to the open door, stopped at the entrance to the room, and looked around. 2 men returned his stare incuriously. One of them, a tall man in a rumpled blue suit and a battered gray fedora, grunted.
"Who are you, mister? A sightseer?"
The man behind Liddell volunteered.
"Says his name's Liddell. Wants to see the Lane dame."
"Be my guest," the man in the blue suit growled. He walked over to where a blanket was draped over a suggestively shaped bulge and pulled it back. The blonde lay on her back, her arm outstretched over her head. Her thick hair was a tangle on the deep pile of the rug. Her green eyes were half closed. Her lips, still full and inviting, seemed about to smile. A hole midway between her breasts had spilled an ugly red stain on the white silk of her evening gown. The man in the blue suit watched an angry frown ridge Liddell's forehead. He dropped the blanket back, blotting out the dead girl's face.
"What'd he say your name was?"
"Liddell. Johnny Liddell."
"I'm Murray, sergeant in homicide out here."
He nodded permission as Liddell held up a pack of cigarettes for approval, waited until the private detective had one lit.
"What brings you out here this hour of the night?"
"I'm a private detective. Miss Lane was a client." Murray's eyebrows lifted. He pursed his lips.
"Got anything that says so?"
Liddell brought out his wallet and passed it over to the homicide man. The sergeant rifled through it, nodded, and handed it back.
"Mind if I take charge of the iron for the time being?"
He pointed to the bulge under Liddell's arm. Liddell shrugged, tugged out the gun, and passed it over. The homicide man held the muzzle to his nose and sniffed.
"Nice iron."
He hefted the gun in the palm of his hand appreciatively.
"What were you saying about why you were out here this time of night?"
"Miss Lane was a client. She called, said she wanted to see me." The homicide man dropped the .45 into his jacket pocket and tugged a dog-eared memo book from his hip pocket. He wet the tip of his pencil on his tongue, wrote the heading of a page.
"You say she wanted to see you at—"
He consulted his watch.
2:36 in the morning? You keep kind of late office hours, don't you?"
"Well, we've got a lousy union. Look, Sergeant, I'll be glad to answer any questions you want to ask, but I'd appreciate it if you'd fill me in on what's been going on out here. I had a man assigned."
"He's accounted for. Show him the other one, Al."
Allen crossed to the French doors leading to the patio and pushed them open. He snapped on the light. Tate Morrow lay sprawled out on his face. 4 holes in his back had stained his jacket an ominous black. Liddell knelt down beside the body, touching the back of his hand to the dead man's cheek. It was cold.
"Know him?"
Murray wanted to know. Liddell got up and brushed off his knees. "One of my boys. His name's Tate Morrow." He took a last drag on his cigarette, wrinkled his nose in distaste, dropped it to the patio floor, and ground it out. Miss Lane wanted a bodyguard. Tate was assigned. The homicide man copied the facts into his book, then looked up.
"Why did she need a bodyguard?"
Liddell shrugged. "Ask her manager. He put us on. We don't have to know why they need a bodyguard. All we have to know is that they do need one. How do you figure it?
Liddell scowled. Tate must have heard the shot that dropped the girl and come running.
He'd have to be a contortionist then. He was headed away from her when he got it.
Murray led the way back into the living room, picked up a pencil that had been inserted into the barrel of a .38.
This was right next to her hand. It's got 4 shells fired. I'm betting they'll match the ones in his back.
It doesn't figure. Why should she shoot the guy who was protecting her? And even if she did shoot him, who shot her?
He did.
You're not making sense, Sergeant, Liddell growled. Why the hell should he shoot her?
Show him, Al.
The other plainclothesman closed the patio doors. He pulled an envelope from his breast pocket and spilled its contents into his palm. He held them out to Liddell.
Diamonds. We found them right near his hand where he fell.
Liddell looked from one detective to the other. When he spoke, his voice was dangerously soft. What you're trying to say is that one of my boys went rogue and killed a woman he was hired to protect? He waved a contemptuous hand at the small mound of diamonds in Allen's hand.
For that? It's been done for less, Murray told him placidly. Anyway, as of now, that's the way we see it.
That's the cockeyed way you're supposed to see it. It's a setup, can't you see? Liddell argued. You think a babe could get her hands on a gun and pump 4 shots into a running man's back while she was wearing a .45 slug for a lavalier? That's insane. When Murray started to walk away, Liddell caught him by the arm and swung him around. That babe was deader than Kelsey's the minute that slug tagged her. Murray brushed the private detective's hand off his arm.
So what did he die of? Old age?
He was probably dead before she was. The killer planted those diamonds around to make it look as though Tate was burned down trying to rob her. He scowled at the small pile of stones in Allen's hand. Hell, there couldn't be more than $7,000 or $8,000 worth of stones there. Nobody in their right mind would pull a job like that and practically sign it for that kind of a take.
You got a better idea?
I've got a lot of better ideas. How about checking on her husband? He would have loved to have seen her knocked off.
Why?
He had another richer meal ticket on the string. Murray wet the tip of his pencil on his tongue.
What's his husband's name?
Edmund Wiley.
And his new meal ticket?
Julie Layton. Murray pursed his lips, held his pencil poised over his pad.
The one that runs that fancy boob trap over in the city?
Liddell nodded. And as long as you're collecting prospects, put down Lou Dongan's name. She owed him a big chunk of dough and was making noises that she wasn't going to pay off. Murray flipped the notebook closed.
A couple of big operators with plenty of weight to lean on a small-town cop. When you drag a red herring in, you really go all out. Me, I prefer the crooked private eye who got caught trying to heist a client. It's much neater that way.
You think I'd stand still for a whitewash like that?
You have a choice? Look, Liddell, this thing smells to high heaven. You're going to have to come up with a better answer to a lot of questions than by dragging names in like Layton and Dongan. Why not go whole hog and drag in Luciano and Capone while you're at it?
You ask the questions, you'll get your answers.
Well, one for instance. You still haven't leveled with me about what you're doing out here at this hour.
He nodded for one of his men to answer a ring at the front door. I've already told you. Lane called me, asked me to come out. She sounded like she was in trouble. I couldn't get her back on the phone, so I came out to see what was doing.
Why didn't you call us?
Liddell snorted. I'd sure look silly taking a fee for watching out for her and then yelling for a cop the minute there was trouble. Besides, wouldn't I look smart if there was nothing wrong?
Excuse me.
Murray went over to shake hands with a small man carrying a brown instrument case. They carried on a whispered conversation for a few minutes. Then the newcomer went over and pulled the blanket back from the dead woman's face. Murray walked back to where he had left Liddell.
The medical examiner,
he explained.
Where were we?
You were on the verge of explaining to me why I was really out here.
I was?
Murray lifted the battered fedora and scratched the back of his head.
Well, you could have been coming out to meet this Morrow and set up a good explanation for the disappearance of the diamonds. And don't tell me they were peanuts. $8,000 isn't a bad night's pay, not even for a private eye.
Liddell lit a cigarette, blew a stream of smoke at the sergeant. You might have to prove that, Murray.
I might just be able to.
Murray's eyes were steady, untroubled.
Anyway, I intend to have a try at it.
2 men from the ME's office brought in a stretcher. Liddell broke off and watched glumly as they transferred the blonde to it, strapped her on.
You do that, Murray. And while you're sitting on your tail, I'm going to find out the guy who did this. And I'm going to hand him over to you so carefully wrapped up that even you couldn't fumble the picture. That'll be nice. Only do us both a favor. When you turn him in, make sure he's still breathing. Right now, I'm going to let you run around. When I want you, I'll know where to find you. Thanks, Liddell snorted. That's real generous of you. You mean you have a choice of letting me go? Murray grinned a slow, infuriating smile. We're only country boys out here, and you're a private eye from the big city. But in our own dumb little way, we know a couple of things, too. You want us to book you. We'll only be too glad to accommodate you. On what charge? Trespassing, spitting on the sidewalk, parking on the wrong side of the street. You name it, we've got it. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Al Murphy's penthouse was in a swank building in the East 50s. It was almost 4 a.m. by the time Johnny Liddell parked his car outside and crossed the ornate lobby to the desk. A white-haired man in an Oxford gray suit with a wing collar worked on a smile that exposed teeth too even and too white to be real. Liddell even had a sneaking suspicion about the color in the man's cheeks.
"Can I help you, sir?"
His fingers toyed with the triangle of white linen that peeped from his breast pocket. Will you ring Al Murphy's penthouse? Tell him Johnny Liddell wants to see him? The clerk's eyes roamed up to the clock on the rear wall of his cubicle.
"I'm afraid Mr. Murphy isn't entertaining at this hour."
I didn't come for laughs. Call his apartment. The man behind the desk seemed flustered.
"But at this hour?"
It's important. Unless you'd prefer to see a squad of cops busting into this place, you'd better get through to Murphy.
"Certainly, sir."
The white-haired man sat down at a small switchboard, plugged in one of the wires. He licked his lips before he spoke into the mouthpiece. When he pulled the plug out, he nodded to Liddell.
"It's very late, but he can see you."
He smoothed the hair over his ear with the flat of his hand.
"It's Penthouse E. You know your way?"
Liddell nodded and headed for the bank of elevators in the rear of the lobby. Inside the cage, he punched the button labeled Penthouse and chafed at the slow progress it made upward. When it finally stopped, Liddell crossed the small hall and pushed the button at the side of the door 3 times. There was the stuttering of a latch and the door swung open. Al Murphy stood in the center of the living room with a glass in his hand.
"It sure took you long enough to get here, you Mick. The party's over."
He called over his shoulder.
"Bring another glass when you come out, honey. We got company."
His mouth was smeared with lipstick. His eyes were slightly off focus as he waved Liddell in.
"Come on in anyhow. We can still have a drink."
The door to the kitchenette opened, and a girl walked in. She was wearing a man's dressing robe that was sizes too large, but failed completely to disguise the fact that she had a figure that didn't rake concealment. Her midnight black hair had been loosened and fell over her shoulders in a gleaming cascade. Her eyes were green, slanted. She wore little makeup save for the vivid slash of red on her lips. The robe gaped slightly, revealing the swell of her breasts. A tightly drawn belt testified to a slimness of waist that hinted at rounded hips and long, shapely legs. She returned to Liddell's scrutiny, seemed to like what she saw.
"This is Claire Reardon, Johnny. Honey, this is the private eye I've been telling you about, Johnny Liddell."
"I promise to give you all my business,"
she assured him solemnly. Her voice was sultry, disturbing.
"You should have come earlier. The party was fun."
Murphy waved toward the small portable bar that showed signs of having had a busy evening.
"You'll have to make your own, Liddell. I don't think I could make it across the room."
Liddell took the fresh glass the girl held out, crossed to the bar. He found some ice cubes in a Scotch cooler, dumped them into a glass. Then he spilled 2 fingers of Forester over them, swirled it around in the glass. When was the last time you saw Lane, Al? Murphy screwed his forehead up in concentration.
Tonight, when I delivered the stuff to her."
He took a deep swallow from his glass.
"Did you reach her? I'll bet that kid of yours is having a ball. She's a—"
Tate's dead. So is Lane. Liddell smelled his glass, took a swallow. It smelled as good as it tasted. The other man did a slow double take. He blinked his eyes, shook his head.
"Dead? How?"
"Murder."
"Wait a minute."
Murph put down his glass. walked across the room and disappeared into what was apparently a bathroom. There was the sound of water running. The girl held her glass out to Liddell.
Scotch?
Liddell made a drink, handed it back to the girl. I've met you someplace before, haven't I? The girl pursed her lips, shrugged.
I couldn't have made much of an impression if you don't remember.
She pouted. Mike Davies' place on the east side? Claire purred.
That's a lot better. I haven't been Mike's girl for over a year. That's a long time to remember a girl.
Depends on the girl. The brunette dropped onto the settee, leaned back, and jutted her breasts out against the robe.
I'm doing a featured number in the Gaieties down at the Alden. Why don't you drop by some night and catch my act?
Liddell held his glass up in an unspoken toast. They drank to it. The door to the bathroom opened, and Murphy came out, his hair damp, the vagueness washed from his eyes.
Look, baby, this is important. You don't mind if Liddell and I go into the study. This is client's business, you understand?
Claire pouted, shrugged.
Don't mind me. That's what I stayed for, to sit alone on the couch.
We won't be long, Murphy placated her. He nodded to Liddell, led the way to the study. When the door was closed behind them, he swung on Liddell.
Fill me in. Christ, I'm so shocked I can't believe it. When did it happen?
Around 1, near as I can judge. She called me, and I heard a shot over the wire. That's why I called you to get her number. But when I called back, there was no answer, so I went out there. Murphy raked his fingers through his freshly combed hair.
Why didn't you tell me then?
What could I tell you? You know what a screwball she was. She might have just been playing games. He took a deep swallow from his glass. This time, she wasn't. Murphy dry-washed his hands, started to pace the room.
The police?
He wanted to know. They were there when I got there. They figured it for an inside job. They figured Tate tried to heist the stones, and Laurie plugged him before he could get away. The agent stopped his pacing, looked stricken.
The police know about the stones?
Not about all of them. When they found Tate, there was a handful of stones scattered around where he fell. Not more than $7,000 or $8,000 worth.
And the rest?
Liddell shrugged. Gone. He drained his glass, set it down. How many people knew about the diamonds, Murph?
Me and Laurie on our end. You and your man.
He resumed his pacing. Nobody else?
Nobody else that I know for sure.
He stopped in front of Liddell, held his hands out, palms up.
You know that screwball? She was determined to sell the whole mess. Who knows who she called?
Dongan? Murphy licked his lips.
Dongan knew. I called him. He was going to take a look at the stones and take some off her hands.
Why hold out on me? When I asked you who knew, you said just 4 of us. Who else, Murph?
Wiley. Laurie was still burning up over the going over she got from Leighton. She couldn't resist calling Wiley to give him the needle. I told her she was nuts, and she told me it was none of my business.
Liddell nodded glumly. That's what I thought. The whole damn town knew she had a fortune in stones out there. Any one of them could have done it. Murph smoothed out the wrinkles in his brow with the tips of his fingers.
But the police don't know about the stones, so if nobody cracks...
What do you mean if nobody cracks?
You didn't tell the police. If I don't, they'll never know about the stones. They're not insured, so...
Forget it. The police don't have to know about the stones. I do. And I'm getting the guy that burned down one of my boys. Murphy groaned.
Look, who gains? Laurie's already dead. If the feds hear about the stones, they'll want to know why it wasn't declared, and I'm on the spot. What's the good of stirring up a mess?
Liddell ignored him. What time did you get the stuff to Laurie?
8:30, 9 o'clock. She had a brainstorm, decided to go out to her place in Jersey. I had to drive all the way out there.
What time did you get back? Murphy shrugged.
11:30 or 12, I picked Claire up at the stage door of the Gaieties. We picked up 4 or 5 other couples and came up here for a couple of drinks.
You got here at 12 or shortly after? Murphy considered, nodded.
Just about.
And you didn't leave after that? The agent's eyes narrowed angrily.
What are you getting at? You trying to imply that maybe I had something to do with it?
I'm not implying anything. I'm just telling you that only a handful of people knew about those stones. I'm trying to eliminate as I go along. Any objections? Murphy stared at him sullenly.
I don't like being questioned.
Maybe Tate Morrow doesn't like being dead, but he is.
I didn't go out all night.
Can you prove it?
If I have to.
You have to. The big man glared at him for a moment, then dropped his eyes, shrugged.
I've got 8 or 10 witnesses, if that's what you want to call them. The other 4 babes brought dates up. The party just broke up about a half hour ago.
Liddell nodded. That's all I wanted to know. The phone on the desk started to ring. Murphy lumbered across the room to answer it. The big man talked for a moment in a low voice, then held his hand over the mouthpiece.
It's the cops out in Powhatan. They want me to identify Laurie.
He took his hand off the mouthpiece, talked for a moment, then hung up the phone. He wiped a thin film of perspiration off his upper lip with the side of his hand.
I'm glad you broke the news to me first. He glanced at his watch. Anything else you want from me? I've got to get out there.
Just one thing. Any way of identifying any of these stones? Murphy shook his head.
They were all loose. She wanted it that way. Some half-smart chiseler told her they were easier to sell that way, and the government couldn't trace them.
He picked a cigarette from the humidor on his desk, fitted it to his lips with shaking hands.
That's why Dongan was so interested. He was getting a real buy at the price he was willing to pay, and the stones weren't even hot.
Did Dongan or anyone else know that you hired the agency to keep an eye on Laurie? The pinched look was back in the agent's eyes.
No, I didn't want him to think we didn't trust him.
Liddell grinned humorlessly. Mighty convenient setup for a double cross.
What do you mean?
Suppose he sent a hired gun out to handle the job. The gun didn't know you from a tape Morrow or a hole in the ground. With both of you dead, nobody would know the stones ever existed, and Dongan would have $150,000 worth of untraceable diamonds, and they wouldn't have cost him a cent. Murphy started, and the cigarette fell from his slack lips.
You don't think he'd have us both killed?
Why not? Liddell walked over to where the cigarette was smoldering on the rug, picked it up, and crushed it out. You don't pick up that kind of dough that easy every day.
But when he finds out?
Murphy ran the tip of his finger around the inside of the collar as though it had suddenly become too tight. He dropped into a chair.
What then?
He'll probably try to correct his mistake. Liddell started for the door.
Wait a minute, Johnny. You can't leave me like this. What am I going to do?
If you're smart, you're going to help me lay my hands on the killer. If he has the idea you're the only one that knows about the stones, we're going to miss you around here. He walked through to the living room. From the settee where the girl was curled up like a kitten came a soft snore. He walked over, took an empty glass from between her fingers, and threw a knitted cover over her. Claire stirred slightly, purred softly, and snuggled down under it. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. When Johnny Liddell pushed open the door to his office at 10 the next morning, the redhead was in her usual position behind the reception desk.
I tried to reach you at your apartment this morning, but they told me you had left.
She greeted him. She motioned to a man sitting on the wooden bench outside the railing. He was young, freshly shaven. He wore a shaggy sports coat, contrasting slacks, a button-down collar, and affected an oversized knot in his tie. His hair was cut in a crew style, and that combined with the bulk of his shoulders made him look like a varsity fullback.
This gentleman has been waiting to see you. I told him I didn't know what time he'd be in, but...
Crewcut looked up from the old copy of Esquire he was reading. His grin was boyish. There was no hurry. I didn't mind waiting. He started to get up from the bench.
Would you mind waiting just a few minutes more?
Pinky used her best smile on him.
There are just a few things I must take up with Mr. Liddell.
Of course. The young man settled back on the bench. There's really no hurry at all. No hurry at all. Liddell pushed through the little gate, stopped at Pinky's desk. Anything up?
You should ask,
she told him in a low voice.
The inside office looks like a couple of gophers and a batch of woodpeckers had a marathon in there. The place is all ripped to hell.
Liddell walked over to the door to the private office and pushed it open. He swore under his breath at the extent of the destruction. The filing cabinets had been torn apart, their contents strewn all over the floor. The front of his desk was scarred and splintered where the lock had been ripped out of the drawer with a jimmy. He motioned Pinky in, closed the door behind them. When did this happen? The redhead shrugged.
It was this way when I got in. Worse even. I straightened it up the best I could, but there was a lot of stuff from the files I didn't know what to do with, so I just put it aside.
Liddell walked over to the desk, picked up a batch of papers, flicked through them, and replaced them on the desk. The redhead watched him curiously.
"It was tough about Tate," she told him. "Did you see what the morning tabs had on it?"
"I don't have to see the papers. I was there, remember?"
"They said Tate was trying to rob her, and she caught him."
"I read Buck Rogers in the paper every night. That doesn't mean I have to believe it," he snapped. The redhead looked around the office.
"This connected with it?"
"Probably. The diamonds they found near Tate's body were only a handful. There's about 140 grand still missing. Someone had the bright idea they were stashed here, apparently." He picked up a cigarette from a battered pack on the desk, lit it. "Any calls?"
"Miss Keeley's been trying to reach you. She sounds madder than a wet hen. I guess you figured you should have tipped her off."
"What's the hurry? The dispatch is an afternoon rag. She's got plenty of time for her story."
"If it's all the same to you, you tell her."
She walked around the desk, picked up a pencil memo.
"There's been another gal calling. She sounds like a real fever, too. Her name's Claire Reedon. Know her?"
Liddell nodded. "Nowhere to reach her?" The redhead shook her head.
"She told me she'd get back to you."
"If I'm not here when she calls back, tell her I'll see her at the stage door tonight after the show."
"How often does a girl get an opportunity like this?"
"Like what?"
"To mix up two messages. Tell Miss Keeley that you'll meet her at the stage door after the show, and tell Reedon she can wait until you get to her. Not that it's any of my business, but who is she?"
"You were right the first time. It's none of your business. But if it'll make you any happier, the date is strictly business. Claire Reedon is Al Murphy's girl at the moment, but she used to be tied up with Mike Davy, Dongan's partner in the flying crap game. She may have something on either Dongan or Davy that will help us."
"Explanation accepted."
The redhead walked to the door, stopped with her hand on the knob.
"How about Junior outside? Feel like talking to him, or should I stall him?"
Let him come in." The redhead pushed the door open.
"Mr. Liddell can see you now,"
she chirped. Crew cut on his feet was even bigger than he had appeared on the bench. His shoulders almost brushed both sides of the door as he walked in. His big knuckled hands held a pork pie hat, fumbled with the brim. The redhead smiled at him, walked out, and shut the door behind her. "Sit down." Liddell waved to the customer's chair. "Did I get your name?" Crewcut caught the chair with a beefy fist, lifted it closer to the desk.
"I don't think so. It's Hodges. Sammy Hodges."
He dropped into the chair, smiled at Liddell blandly.
"I work for Lou Dongan."
"How nice for you." Liddell's eyes narrowed. "You wouldn't be responsible for this?" He indicated the wreckage of the office. "In the course of your working for Dongan, I mean." Hodges looked around, shook his head.
"Looks like you've had burglars," he opined cheerfully. "Mind if I make a suggestion?"
"Go ahead."
"You ought to hire a detective."
The grin was boyish, untroubled.
"I wouldn't figure you'd have much trouble around here that would interest a self-respecting burglar, though. Sure it wasn't mice?"
"You're just what I need this morning. A bright, witty boy." Liddell took a last drag on his cigarette, crushed it out. "And what message of cheer do you bring from your boss this morning?" Hodges leaned back in his chair, scowled at Liddell. He pressed each knuckle against his palm, cracked them sharply.
"Mr. Dongan has been hearing some things about you that he doesn't like."
"I hear some things about him I don't like. Like, for instance, that he's still breathing."
"He hears that you're trying to stir up trouble about this babe that got herself knocked off out in Jersey last night."
"Al Murphy's a busy little beaver, isn't he?"
"Al Murphy's a smart guy. He's got the wind up because the ice that was stolen came from under the rug. He can't account for it. So if you start telling stories about any ice, he'll say you've got holes in your head."
"And Dongan?" Crewcut shrugged.
"Mr. Dongan has never heard of Laurie Lane. He's not much of a one for movies or the theater."
He cracked his knuckles monotonously. His memory must be bad."
"Yours should be so good. Only not in this case."
He said it slowly, deliberately.
"He's never heard of Laurie Lane."
"Look, Junior, let's stop playing games. There were at least 20 or 25 people on Dongan's plane the other night when Laurie took a bath for 12 grand. Dongan was leaning pretty heavy to trade that paper for cash. He agreed to settle for the stones." Hodges smiled at him patiently.
"What plane is this?"
"A plane that Dongan and Davy have fixed up for craps. Like I said, there were 25 people on that plane. I know a couple who will remember Lori Lane and the fight she had with Dongan.
A memory like that could get a guy into trouble. Real trouble.
Liddell grinned at him bleakly. You don't know what trouble is, Junior. Sometimes when I have a few free hours, I might give you an idea. He leaned back, laced his fingers at the back of his head. Just as a matter of curiosity, don't tell me Dongan is going to write off that 12 G's. The pat smile on the young man's face faded.
Sometimes you're farther ahead taking a bath than a deal. Sometimes it pays to be charitable.
Or maybe it's already paid. Crewcut shrugged.
How could it be?
His voice was deceptively mild.
Besides, the girl was tight for cash. At least, that's what I hear.
Tight for cash, maybe, but there was $150,000 in stones in that house last night, and Dongan was buying in on it. Maybe he figured $150 in stones would cancel out $12,000 in paper. Hodges got up from his chair deliberately. He dropped the pork pie hat onto the seat of the chair.
I don't think that kind of conversation is healthy, mister. As far as the boss is concerned, he never heard of the Lane girl. She didn't owe him any money, and all this talk about diamonds is a pipe dream.
That's not the way I heard it.
Well, that's the way you're telling it. That's the way Murphy is telling it.
Between Murph and Dongan, they're drawing a pretty picture with a frame to match. Only my boy won't be sitting dead center when it gets hung. Liddell unlaced his fingers and leaned forward over the desk. As long as you're running messages, here's one for your boss. You tell him somebody is paying off for the 4 slugs in Tate Morrow's back. If he's the one, I'll be coming around to see him. Crewcut looked hurt.
You don't understand so good. I just told you the boss is out of this. He's not being a patsy for you or anybody else.
Meaning?
Meaning, there were at least 4 people who knew about the stones. You, your man, Murph, and the boss. The only one that's not in the clear is you. Maybe you even burned your own man down so there'd be no cut.
You shouldn't try to do too much thinking. It tires you. Just do what you're told. Tell Dongan if he was mixed up in it. I'll find out. And when I do, I'm going to hang it right around his neck.
Dongan thought you might be a little stubborn.
Hodges tugged an ugly-looking sap from his hip pocket.
He said to me, Sammy, you might have to pound a little sense into that Seamus's thick head.
He slapped the head of the jack against the flat of his hand.
I don't know any better for letting a light in than Nellie here.
He reached out with his left hand, caught Liddell by the lapel, and pulled him to his feet. The sap flashed upward. Hodges froze with the sap over his head, let his eyes roll down to where the muzzle of Liddell's .45 bored into his belly an inch above the belt. Go ahead, Liddell grinned. Maybe you can make it. He jammed the muzzle of the gun deeper into the man's belly, drew a grunt. Hodges' fingers loosened on the sap. It fell to the floor. The sap's not the only thing that makes holes and lets the light in, Liddell told him amiably. Now, you take this .45. It's got 2 ends. One end spits lead, and the other end splits heads. Take your choice and be my guest. Crewcut licked at his lips, backed away.
You'd be crazy. You couldn't get away with a cold-blooded killing like that.
What's cold-blooded about it? The sap has your fingerprints all over it. I caught you busting up my office, and you went for me with the sap. I had to defend myself, didn't I? Little beads of perspiration formed on the big man's forehead. He tried a sneer for size, missed by a mile. He stood with his fists clenching and unclenching. He struggled to pull his eyes away from the yawning muzzle of the .45, finally dragged them up to Liddell's face.
What would it get you? So you burned me, but Dongan would pay it off. There'd be others.
Don't make me laugh, Junior. Dongan doesn't give a damn about your skin, whether you wear it with holes or not. All he cares about's his own skin. He motioned with the gun to the telephone. Get him on the phone. I want to make sure he gets my message straight.
I can't. He doesn't like to be disturbed.
Liddell grinned broadly.
No kidding. Now isn't that too damn bad?
Rather than disturb Dongan, you'll take it on the chin. Real heroic, and I hope Lou appreciates it. He started toward the younger man. Crewcut scuttled backward. Wait a minute. Hodges held his hands up in front of him defensively. I'll call. He circled warily around Liddell, picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a moment, he started to talk fast, earnestly. I had to call, boss. This guy's crazy. He's holding a gun on me, and he's crazy enough to use it. Put the phone down and get over near the wall, Liddell ordered. Crewcut dropped the receiver onto the desk, backed away gingerly. Liddell picked up the instrument. Dongan? The other end was silent. I didn't trust your boy to bring back the message straight. Here's the picture. If you killed Tate Morrow, I'm coming after you, and there's nothing that'll stop me from getting you.
You're scaring me to death,
the receiver told him.
This was just a friendly visit. The next time it may be a little harder to handle. Look, Liddell, I have no beef with you, but if you get in my way, I'm going to have to stamp you flat.
Okay, just so we understand each other. The next time you send an errand boy around here, I'll not only send him back to you on a slab, but I'll come see you personally. And when I do, I'll leave you as toothless as the day you were born.
Stay out of my way,
the receiver snarled. Right now, I have no choice. With Murphy going along with you because he doesn't want the feds snooping around, you've got aces back to back. But take the advice of an old-timer. Don't push your luck too far on one pair. Dongan's snort came across the wire.
I've done some gambling too, Liddell,
he drawled.
I've got a few pet rules of my own. One of them is, don't bluff when there's no limit on the table stakes.
The receiver clicked in Liddell's ear, and the line went dead. He dropped his instrument back on its hook, walked around the desk, and picked up Crewcut's hat from his chair. As for you, Junior, the next time I see you, you'd better be walking in the opposite direction. He threw the hat in the man's face. Get out. Crewcut started to say something, changed his mind, and scuttled for the door. When the door had slammed after his visitor, Liddell bent down and picked up the sap. He tested it against the palm of his hand, grunted. He walked around the desk, opened the top drawer, and dropped it in. The door to the outer office opened, and Pinky breezed in.
Nice-looking kid, wasn't he?
She grinned.
What's he want?
My blood. Lou Dongan sent him around. It seems that Dongan is passing out cases of amnesia on his dealings with Lori Lane. If you don't buy, they give you a case. He pulled open the drawer, held up the sap. With this. The redhead's jaw sagged.
That kid a muscle man? He struck me more like a Joe College out to buy back some love letters he didn't want his old man to see.
She put her hands on her hips, turned and stared at the closed door.
You sure could have fooled me.
How about Claire Reedon? Has she called back? Pinky came back to life with a start.
Claire? No, she didn't call back, so I called the stage door at the theater and left word for her.
How'd you know what theater she was at? Pinky winked.
I'm getting smart. I called Al Murphy and told him you were trying to reach her. He said he always left messages for her at the stage door, so I did too.
Good. Want to give me Muggsy Keeley now?
I've already talked to her. She's at the dispatch and wants you to meet her there. She said to tell you she got herself assigned to the story, and she'll be able to help you on it.
Liddell groaned. That's just about all I need. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. The city room of the dispatch was just beginning to come to life when Johnny Liddell walked in. Half a dozen reporters, their hats perched on the backs of their heads, their jackets hanging from the backs of their chairs, sat with ears glued to the telephone. At other desks, rewrite men were busily rehashing the uncovered items from the morning sheets and putting telephone stories on paper. From another room, the teletypes added their deep voices to the clatter with the occasional pinging of a bell to underscore a particularly important item. Johnny Liddell headed across the city room, past the city editor's desk where 4 copymen were working on the rim and 2 in the slot slashing copy to size. Muggsy Keeley's office was a small cubicle made up of 3 half-glassed partitions and the bare wall of the building. The furnishings consisted of a battered typewriter, a scarred desk, and a coat tree. She was pecking away at the typewriter when Liddell appeared in the doorway.
So you finally got here, she sputtered. Here I go to all the trouble of getting you a case, and when it explodes into murder, who's the only paper in town that has to use the wire service junk? Mine.
She yanked the sheet out of her typewriter, crumpled it, and tossed it at a wastebasket.
I don't suppose there's even a little crumb that you held out that we can tie a follow to?
She picked up a clipping from a morning tab.
Looks like they picked it clean.
Don't be silly, baby. They're way off base. You knew Tate. Was he the kind of guy that would go rogue? He walked over, picked a cigarette from between her lips, kissed her, replaced the cigarette. When we finally break that case, you're going to have the sweetest exclusive you ever had your name on.
You got something?
She wanted to know. More than I can handle. But as soon as we shake it down, I'll have something real juicy. He sat on the corner of her desk. How about a story that had Dongan in it, Al Murphy, Julie Layton, and Edmund Wiley, as well as a double murder? And just for added color, $150,000 worth of stolen diamonds.
You kidding?
The disbelief washed out of her face, was replaced by eagerness.
Maybe you're not. Don't go away. I want Dad to hear this.
She picked up her phone, asked the operator to connect her with the managing editor's office. After a moment,
Dad, can we see you right away? Johnny's here, and he has a new angle on the Lane kill.
The receiver started to argue, but Muggsy cut it off.
He's got something that sounds like a 14-carat extra to me, if he can bring it off.
The receiver didn't sound so voluble.
Okay, we'll be right up.
Jim Keeley, managing editor of the Dispatch, was a thin, gray-haired man with sharp, inquisitive features. He looked up from a batch of page proofs as Liddell and Muggsy walked in. His lean face split into a grin. Seems like old times. Muggsy home from Hollywood working on the paper and you dropping by. He shoved out a gnarled claw. How you been, Johnny? Muggsy pulled up a wooden chair, chain-lit a cigarette from the butt she had between her lips.
Don't let him kid you about how glad he is to see us, Johnny. He didn't even want to spare the time.
We got a paper to get out, remember? This isn't a Hollywood factory where you only have to produce a page of copy a month. He wadded up a copy of an opposition tab he was clipping for follows, stuck it in the barrel-sized basket at his elbow. Okay, I can give you 20 minutes. I won't need that much, Liddell told him. Just let me fill it in for you, then you can ask any questions you want, okay? Keeley nodded. He picked a battered briar from his desk, dug it into a pouch, started tamping tobacco into the bowl. Go ahead. In the first place, Tate didn't kill Lori Lane. What about the diamonds? Keeley stuck the pipe between his teeth, lit a match. Is that the reason she was killed? He held the match to the bowl and sucked the pipe into life. Yeah, but not the diamonds that were found. Lori Lane had over $150,000 worth of diamonds at her place when she was killed. They used a few $1,000s worth to salt a motive for Tate that would satisfy the cops.
How come the police don't know about the other diamonds?
Muggsy wanted to know. Because they were unmounted stones that Lori bought with undeclared income. Al Murphy's scared to admit they ever existed because he thinks the feds will crack down on him as an accessory to tax evasion. Liddell looked from Muggsy to Jim Keeley, drew no argument. She was going to sell them, at least part of them, to Lou Dongan to settle a gambling debt. Keeley looked to Muggsy, raised his eyebrows. He blew a stream of blue-white smoke at the ceiling. You think Dongan killed her? Liddell shrugged. He could have. He just sent a goon around to my place to remind me that he never heard of Lori Lane or that she owed him any money. Dongan's not the kind of a guy to forget a $12,000 debt.
He might, Muggsy argued, if it endangered that new setup of his.
She chewed on her thumbnail for a moment.
You also mentioned Julie Layton. Where does she fit in?
She's playing house with Lori's husband, a guy named Edmund Wiley. Muggsy nodded.
I know the guy.
Lori didn't want to break out the stones to pay Dongan's tab. Layton has been trying to buy Wiley away from her for over a year, so Lori thought she could get the money from her. But Layton had heard of the Dongan deal and told her she'd rather have Wiley as a widower than a divorcee, especially if it cost her money. That sounds like Layton. Jim Keeley nodded. He rattled the juice in his bowl noisily. But would she kill Lane for that? Liddell shrugged. Wiley might, as soon as he found out how much Lane had held out. As widower, he'd be entitled to at least half of it as community property, maybe more. With that kind of dough, he wouldn't have to close his eyes and shack up with Layton for his coffee and cake. And Layton? When she found out that Lori was outsmarting her and wasn't going to set Wiley free, she might have flipped. Being that close to getting rid of Lori and then finding that it wasn't going to happen could do it. Keeley chewed on his pipe, shook his head. But if Murphy denies there were any diamonds, how are you going to prove it? He's looking out for his own skin, first and last.
The minute he admits there were any diamonds, he's putting himself on the spot. By the way, is he in the clear?"
"Yeah, with 10 witnesses to testify that at 1 o'clock, when Lori was getting herself killed, he was throwing a party about 60 miles away."
"Is that the time the coroner set for her death?"
Liddell grinned glumly. "He doesn't have to. Lori called me, and I heard the shot over the phone. It was 1 o'clock. When I couldn't get her back, I called Murphy's place for her number. He was there, and the other 9 people there will testify that he never left the place all night."
"How about Dongan?"
Liddell growled. He'll probably have 20 people ready to swear he was in that flying gambling joint of his at the time. And Layton and Wiley will probably alibi each other."
"Mighty convenient,"
Muggsy agreed. She pulled a cigarette from between her lips, studied the carmined end with distaste.
"So where do we go from here?"
"I have an idea. It may not work, but on the other hand, it may." Liddell tapped a thin collar of gray ash from his cigarette. "My guess is that Murphy is as scared of Dongan as he is of the feds. If I can force Murph's hand by making him admit there was 150,000 in diamonds instead of the handful they found, I think his fear of Dongan will make him go all out to help us." Keeley considered it, nodded.
"But how are you going to do that?"
"He discussed the diamonds with me in front of a witness."
"Good. Who?"
"His girl. She was at his place the night Lori was murdered. They were alone together when I broke the news about her death." Jim Keeley pulled over a piece of copy paper, picked up a pencil.
"What's her name? Where can we locate her?"
"She's in the current Gaieties. Her name's Claire Reedon. I don't have an address on her." Keeley handed the penciled notation to Muggsy.
"You can get her address, can't you, Muggs? Joe Gates is press agent for the show. He must have a list of where all the girls live in case he has to work up a party at a moment's notice."
Muggsy nodded, took the notation, and left the office. The juice rattled in Keeley's pipe stem as he planned.
"We'll break the story of the diamonds first. That ought to send them running to cover. Then we'll follow with the story on Dongan. Once the fat's in the fire, Murphy will be only too happy to cooperate."
He picked up a phone, asked for the morgue.
"Les, Keeley, start digging up all the background stuff you have on the following: Lori Lane, Edmund Wiley, Julie Layton, Lou Dongan, Al Murphy."
He held his hand over the mouthpiece. "The girl might like a little play too, huh?" Liddell nodded.
"See what you have on a showgirl named Claire Reedon."
He nodded in response to a readback on the names.
"Muggsy will be down for that stuff. Thanks, Les."
He tossed the receiver back on its hook, frowned in concentration.
"A story like this can use plenty of art, too. That Lane girl was a looker in her day."
He broke off as Muggsy re-entered.
"Get him?"
"I got him."
"He tell you where to reach her?"
The redhead nodded.
"Bellevue morgue. She tripped over a milk bottle on the back stairs of her apartment. Broke her neck in the fall."
"When?" "She called my office about 9:30 this morning."
Muggsy shrugged dispiritedly. "All I know is what Joe Gates told me. He got a call about 10:30. Another Gaieties girl that lived in the same apartment house called him. The medical examiner called it accidental, pending a post-mortem."
Jim Keeley mumbled under his breath, jabbed at a button on the corner of his desk. The door opened. A copy boy stuck his head in.
"Ask Hutch if he got anything on the accidental death of a chorus girl named Claire Reedon. If he has, bring it in."
When the boy's head was withdrawn, he turned to Liddell.
"Now what?"
The phone at his elbow buzzed. Keeley stuck it to his ear.
"Maybe we won't need it after all, Les."
He looked up at Liddell.
"The morgue has all the stuff ready on Dongan and the company. Will you be wanting it now?"
Liddell considered it, nodded. "You can never tell where their paths have crossed. All we need is for the killer to have made one mistake. Just one. Maybe he made it long ago. Anyway, it won't hurt to have a look."
Keeley nodded. "Hold the stuff, Les. Muggs and Liddell will be down to have a look at it when they're through up here."
The copy boy was back with a heavily penciled caption for a 3-column picture.
"Hutch said there was some good art on the girl, so instead of doing a straight short item, he was slugging it for the picture page."
Keeley nodded, read the item.
"Claire Reedon, 23, a featured dancer in the Gaieties in 1954, currently at the Alden Theater. Died early today of injury sustained in an accidental fall down the rear stairs of her apartment at 214 East 65th Street. Identification was made by Leonis Sabel, also of the Gaiety cast. Death was ascribed to a depressed fracture on the right side of the skull. Miss Reedon was a native of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and has appeared in several Broadway productions."
"That seems to cover it." Muggsy nodded. "I asked Gates if he thought there was a possibility of anything funny about her falling down the stairs, and he said it's a wonder it didn't happen long ago. She's been hitting the bottle pretty hard, I gather."
Liddell nodded. Yeah, she was pretty well snooted the one and only time I saw her. That seems to be an occupational disease with Al Murphy's women.
Ending up dead seems to be, too.
Muggsy crushed out her cigarette, stood up, smoothed her skirt over her thighs.
Do we take off for the catacombs and get hay fever from the dust in the files?
I can hardly wait, Liddell nodded. He turned to Jim. I don't suppose there will be more, but if anything else comes in on the Reedon kid, will you call it down to us? Keeley knocked the dottle from his pipe, nodded.
There won't be, Muggsy predicted. Unless the PM reveals she was poisoned with curare, it looks like the reports of accidental death will stand. With Gates and her best friends admitting that she was snooted half the time, they won't look for trouble. Besides, for all we know, maybe it was an accident.
Liddell looked unconvinced. Well, I wish accidents would stop happening to the only people who can make sense out of this mess. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The morgue of the Dispatch was in the basement of the building. It was the final resting place for dead speeches, forgotten celebrities, lost reputations, and buried crimes. Its walls were lined with shelves containing more books than most public libraries, ranging from the World Almanac to the Old Testament. The clippings themselves were filed in rows of metal cabinets and heavy manila envelopes that contained not only the name of the subject, but cross-references to others who had been involved with the subject. The reference portion of the room was separated from the outer section by a chest-high railing with a countertop. Outside, 3 long library tables were placed in a row from one end of the huge room to the other. Keeper of the morgue was Les Ryan, a wrinkled old former legman and feature writer on the Dispatch. The actual filing and cross-filing was done under his direction by a trained staff of librarians, but Les was in complete charge because of his encyclopedic memory and his intimate knowledge of the people and the events that bulked out many of the thousands of manila envelopes filling the drawers. He was leaning on the counter, staring vacantly into space when Muggsy and Liddell walked in. He grinned her a welcome, raised his hand in a greeting.
Well, well, if it isn't Muggsy. You've been neglecting old Les. You haven't been down to see me in a long time. How could I, you old fraud? You know I was serving out in term in Hollywood.
She pretended to shudder.
That comes under the head of unjust and inhuman punishment, believe me.
The old man winked at Liddell.
Oh, Johnny and I sure missed you. Things got real quiet and peaceful around here.
He cackled gleefully.
Guess you want the stuff on Dongan and Leighton and them.
Muggsy nodded, waited while the old man piled 4 huge manila envelopes on top of the counter. He pushed over a pad and she initialed a slip acknowledging receipt of the folders.
Tough about Laurie Lane, Les commented conversationally. Used to be quite an actress. Remember her in radio?
Liddell raised his eyebrows. I didn't know she was in radio.
Les nodded. Oh, that's maybe 10, 12 years ago. I was getting pretty old for Cityside, and Jim Keeley put me on the radio column, just to justify paying me a salary.
Les denuded a stick of gum of its wrapper, rolled it into a ball, and stuck it between his teeth.
She was the queen of nighttime radio back then.
He frowned at the ceiling, shook his head.
Must be longer than 10 years. Seems like she was riding high about the time Orson Welles was doing The Shadow. That's closer to 15 years. Live and learn, I always say.
Muggsy nodded.
I took for granted Laurie Lane had always been in the theater.
The old man's jaws macerated the wad of gum.
That's where she came to tie with Al Murphy. He was the sound man on the Sweetheart Hour when she was the star. First thing you know, he gets to be producer, and Lane wouldn't do a show unless he was in the control room. Always thought they'd get married. But they didn't?
The old man grinned, shook his head.
Murphy's too smart an operator to mix business with romance. He had a good thing when he signed Laurie to a management contract. A real good thing. You'd have to be blind not to spot that she was headed for the top, even back then.
All that in the files? Liddell demanded.
Some of it, not all. After all, back in those days, columns didn't go into what color underwear the stars wear like they do today. All we did was report the news, not the gossip.
Thanks, Les. Liddell picked up the envelopes, carried them back to one of the big tables. Let's try Laurie first. He spilled a pile of clippings on the table, rifled through them with his index finger. Just the stuff that might have some bearing on this case and the people involved. He picked up the manila envelope, read the cross-checks. Doesn't look like there'll be too much, but let's have a look. A half hour later, Muggsy Keeley brushed the hair from her forehead with the side of her hand, leaned back in her chair.
You got anything?
Liddell shook his head. Nothing earth-shaking. Les was off a few years. Laurie was riding high in radio in 1934, 20 years ago. There's a stick here on Al Murphy taking over as her manager in 1937. How about you?
Just the junk on her marriage to Wiley. He was a Juve lead in one of her shows. She took the show on the road because she had a Hollywood deal, but it didn't work out too well. Married him in California in 1950.
She picked up a Broadway column clipping.
Wallace started hinting at trouble in 1952. There were also a couple of half-veiled references to the fact that Wiley was spending her money faster than she could make it.
It fits with the picture Murph painted. He picked up the file marked Edmund Wiley and dumped out a small pile of clippings. While Muggsy was replacing the Lane file, he started picking the older clips at random. Hey, Muggs, you know this Wiley guy? How do you have him pegged? Muggsy finished replacing the clips on Laurie, shrugged.
A penny waste. A born gigolo. He was strictly a no-talent guy. Ever seen him act?
Liddell shook his head.
Absolutely no talent at all. He got by on those big moist eyes and the thick curly hair. A typical gigolo.
Dangerous? Muggsy snorted.
About as dangerous as a slap on the wrist, I'd say.
Then you'd be wrong. Don't let that baby face fool you. He was doing time before he was 15. He flipped a yellowed clipping across the desk. Stabbed some kid with a shiv during an argument. He went through the rest of the clips methodically, shook his head. No, that's about it. The usual cross-references to the Lane stuff that we've already covered.
That makes him a very active contender for the suspect most likely to end up in the electric chair, doesn't it?
Liddell pursed his lips. It doesn't help eliminate him, that's for sure. He had the motive, and now we know he's no stranger to violence.
How about the opportunity?
Layton will make sure that he's well alibied. No, this case is lousy with alibis. What we've got to do is decide who did it and then break the alibi.
Oh, that's all? And here I was thinking this was going to be tough with witnesses conking out on us and all. All we have to do is find a killer, then crack his alibi.
She shoveled the clippings back into the envelope.
You know, there's something we overlooked.
What?
Maybe none of this gang did it. Maybe somebody just walked in off the street and pulled the job. Think of all the leeway that gives us. We have millions of possible suspects.
Liddell ignored her, turned his attention to the Julie Layton file. The clippings dated back to the early 30s when a Juliana Layton was arrested for disorderly conduct arising out of a speakeasy brawl. The clippings traced a career dotted with similar arrests, with a history of suspended sentences or acquittals in the majority of the cases. There had been few or no clippings on her for the past several years. Fruitlessly, Liddell tried to build a connection between either Laurie Lane and Julie Layton or Edmund Wiley. There was none evident. He was reaching for the Mike Davy file when the phone behind the railing started to shrill. Old Les picked it up, signaled to him.
Your office, Johnny.
He laid the phone down on the counter, went back to his chair and paper. It was Pinky, Liddell's secretary.
You just got a call from Al Murphy. He wants to see you.
Important?
He thinks so. Somebody just tried to kill him.
Liddell grunted. Has he reported it to the police?
No, and he isn't going to. He's scared, 4 different shades of green. He wants to talk to you. He'll be up here in 15 minutes. Can you make it?
Liddell checked his watch. A couple of minutes, one way or the other. I'll leave here in 5 minutes. Hold him until I get there. Muggsy was hopping with impatience.
What's happened?
We almost lost another witness, the most important one.
Murphy?
Liddell nodded. He called the office. Says someone tried for him. I'm meeting him in 15 minutes.
You think he's ready to spill?
Liddell considered it, shook his head. I think they've really thrown a scare into him this time. He hasn't told the police, and he doesn't intend to.
What are you going to do?
Liddell shrugged. Work on him. Maybe if they can scare him, I can scare him even more. One thing's a cinch. We can't get this thing into the open until we can prove that almost 150 grand in stones is missing. And right now, Murph is our only hope. Al Murphy had aged 10 years in the space of a couple of days, Johnny Liddell decided when he walked into the office. His hair was rumpled, there were discolored sacs under his eyes, and he was smoking with short, jerky puffs. He started visibly as Liddell opened the door, sank back when he recognized the private detective.
What the hell's going on, Liddell?
He wanted to know.
You heard about Claire? She's dead.
Liddell nodded. I heard.
And now me. They're out to get me.
Liddell circled the desk, dropped into his chair. It figured, Al. I warned you. As long as there's anybody around who knows about that fortune in diamonds, they can't stop. He picked 2 cigarettes out of the humidor, tossed one to the big man, who chain-lit it from the butt he cradled in his palm. What happened? Murph ran the heel of his hand along the side of the jaw, made a visible effort to get himself under control.
Right in broad daylight it happened. They'll stop at nothing, Liddell.
He returned the cigarette to his lips with shaking hand.
Right in broad daylight.
Liddell got his cigarette lit, nodded for the agent to continue.
I was driving in from Powhatan. I had to go out there to make arrangements for Laurie. I'm halfway back when this car starts to pull up on me. At first I didn't think anything of it. Then I realized they'd been waiting for a deserted stretch. I tried to pull away, but it was too late. There were 2 men in it. When they got alongside of me, one of them fired 2 shots through my side window. I was so scared, I jerked the wheel and went off the side of the road. They kept right on going.
Pretty close call. And you're not going to report it? Murphy shook his head stubbornly.
I've got enough trouble without begging them to knock me off.
Where's your car now? The puffy eyes narrowed suspiciously.
Why?
I want to take a look at it. We may get some idea of the caliber and the kind of gun. Maybe there's even a slug laying around we can hold for comparison. You haven't done anything to the car?
Just rolled down the window so the bullet holes wouldn't show.
He took a deep drag on his cigarette, crushed it out.
You wouldn't have a drink.
Liddell brought a bottle of bourbon from his bottom drawer, set it on the desk. Water in paper cups over there. He pointed to where a water cooler stood humming to itself in the corner. Murph walked over, drew 3 cups, half-filled one with water. Then he poured himself a stiff slug of bourbon, added a touch of water.
You don't mind?
Without waiting for an answer, he tossed off the drink. He poured some more bourbon into his cup, dropped it into his seat.
Liddell, you've got to lay off.
You're not forgetting I have one of my boys lying on a slab, are you? Liddell reached for the bottle, poured himself a drink. I lay off when I think Tate can rest easy.
That's crazy. He's dead. What good's it going to do him for a lot of other people to have to die? Maybe if you'd left things alone, Claire would be alive and I wouldn't be on the run.
You told Dongan I was out to get the killer, didn't you? Murph wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Yeah. When you were here that night, I told you it was the Powhatan police calling. It wasn't. It was Dongan. I had to call him back as soon as you left.
He drained his paper cup, crumpled it into a ball, threw it at the wastebasket.
He told me what would happen if I involved him in the mess.
How did he know anything happened? The cops hadn't gotten to you yet. Murph shrugged.
You mentioned his name to that hick cop out there. He wanted to see Dongan in the morning.
Liddell raised his eyebrows. Murray's more thorough than I thought. So Dongan's been questioned?
He has an ironclad alibi, and you know it. He was aboard that plane of his at the time she got it.
He ran his fingers through his hair.
Even if he did do it, I can't spill. They'd have me as an accessory to Lane's tax evasion. I was her manager and made out all her returns.
So what are you going to do?
It's up to you, Liddell. Either you're going to lay off and get the killer off my back, or I'm going to have to go underground.
Do you want an answer to that? Murph looked desperate.
Look, Liddell, for God's sake, be reasonable.
I'll tell you just what I told Dongan over the phone. I'm going to bust this wide open, and I don't care who gets hurt. Someplace along the line, the killer must have made at least one mistake. That's all it takes. Just one mistake. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. A long sloping ramp led to the subway garage under Al Murphy's building. He led the way down past the office, waved to the mechanic on duty in the shack. Long rows of expensive-looking cars stretched into the dimness of the garage. The mechanic stuck his head out as Murphy and Liddell walked past.
Anything I can do for you, Mr. Murphy?
No thanks, Al. If I need anything, I'll yell.
His car was toward the rear of the left side of the garage. It was a gleaming hard-topped Buick convertible. The windows were all down, the right side splashed with mud.
When they came abreast of me, I naturally kicked the brakes so they could go past, he told Liddell. I guess that saved my life.
He pulled open the door on the driver's side, slid into the seat.
When they saw me swerve off the road, I guess they thought I'd had it.
Roll up the window, Liddell instructed. Murphy rolled up the window on his side. There were 2 neat little holes with splits radiating from them, turning the window into a network of fine lines. Liddell grunted, stuck his finger into one of the holes. Too big for a .38. Probably a .45. How about the other window?
Smashed to hell, too. The slugs went right on through.
Murphy leaned over, rolled up the other window. There were 2 holes through it, but not as much shattering. Well, that takes care of the slugs. He examined the window closest to him again and opened the door, and examined the floor under the steering wheel. Finally, he straightened up, brushed off his knees. Not a hell of a lot to be learned from this, but I'll tell you this, Al. If those boys are using .45s, they're not amateurs. Murphy rolled down the windows, stepped out the door, and closed it behind him.
That's why I'm packing it in, Liddell. That's why I want you to pack it in. They missed this time, but there's always another time.
Liddell walked around the car, shook his head. Next time, with a boat like that under you, try outrunning them.
This is a hell of a time for funny cracks. I'm making no bones about it. I'm scared. I've got nothing to gain and everything to lose all the way along the line. I'm sorry as hell I ever brought you into it.
You can't be any sorrier than Tate Morrow, Murphy snorted.
Look, you've tossed that guy in my face until I'm pretty damn sick of hearing his name. Do you think it felt good for me to have to go out to that damn morgue and identify Lori?
He snapped his cigarette into his mouth.
Sure, I feel lousy about what happened to her, but that's no reason to foul up the living. So call me a heel. Maybe I am, but at least I'm still alive.
He held a match to the cigarette.
And I intend to stay that way.
He turned, walked to an elevator in the rear of the garage, entered it without looking back. Johnny Liddell stared after him for a moment, watched while the elevator door closed and the indicator showed it on its way to the lobby. He opened the door of the car, took a last look at the bullet holes, measured them again with his finger. Then he slid behind the wheel, rolled up the window on the other side. The line between the holes showed that the slugs would be within inches of anyone driving the car. Liddell grinned wryly, rolled down the windows, and got out of the car. It's a good thing he doesn't wear a mustache, he grunted. He headed back up the ramp, past the mechanic, who didn't bother to look up from his racing form as the private detective went by. The air outside the garage smelled fresh and clean after an atmosphere compounded of equal parts of oil and gasoline, such as he had just left, so Liddell decided to walk across town and pick up a cab on Park. Up the street, the awning outside the entrance to the apartment was flapping in the soft breeze. Already the streetlights were beginning to go on as the sky darkened. He was halfway up the block to York Avenue when a man came up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder.
"Don't turn around fast, Liddell," a whining voice advised. "I got a real nervous finger."
Liddell stopped, waited. The man took up his position on Liddell's right. Another man materialized at his left. The man on the right lifted the topcoat he had folded over his arm. The ugly snout of a .45 poked out from under its folds. Liddell looked from the gun to the man who held it. He was thin, undersized, a fact that his carefully built-up shoes and padded shoulders failed to conceal. He wore no hat, and his hair was thick, black, and rolled back in oily waves from his low hairline. He affected a three-quarter part that revealed the startling whiteness of his scalp. His thin lips were parted in what was intended to be a smile, but there was no trace of it in the eyes that squinted from either side of the bridge of an enormous nose. "What's it all about, friend?" Liddell wanted to know.
"We're going to a party,"
the man with the gun informed him. He ran the side of his left hand under his nose, twitched his lips. "You make it hard to refuse, but I'm not dressed for a party." Big Nose signaled to his partner, who slipped his hand inside Liddell's jacket, brought out his .45.
"You offer this one. It's a come-as-you-are party."
The lips twitched into a semblance of a smile, and he was wiping his nose again. "Should I bring some candy to the hostess?"
"Never mind the cracks. Just be glad I already had my candy."
The Big Nose seemed to writhe. He looked past Liddell.
"Get the car."
The other man disappeared behind them. Liddell estimated his chances of making a fight for it, took a look at the muzzle of the .45 and then at the face of the man holding it.
"You'd never make it,"
Big Nose told him. "That's what I decided," Liddell agreed grimly. "I wasn't thinking about me. I was trying to figure if I had to go, whether I couldn't take you too." The man with the gun snorted, wiped at his nose. After a moment, a big car sighed to a stop at the curb. The man with the gun jabbed it into Liddell's midsection.
"Now's the time to try, sucker."
He backed Liddell to the curb, then he stepped back out of reach.
"Cover him while he gets in,"
he snapped to the driver. The man behind the wheel tugged Liddell's .45 from his pocket, reached over the seat, pushed the door open. When Liddell got into the back seat, he was looking directly into the unwavering muzzle of his own .45. Big Nose slid in beside him, took up a position in the opposite corner, held his .45 in his lap so that it covered Liddell's midsection.
"They told me you were tough, Liddell."
From the tone of his voice, it was apparent that he was unimpressed. "Today isn't one of my days." The man with the gun chuckled.
"Too bad. You haven't got many more."
He kicked the front seat.
"How about getting going, or are we going to sit here until some cop comes over asking questions?"
"You didn't tell me where to," the driver complained.
"Where do you think, Times Square?"
He turned to Liddell.
"This is your ride, Seamus. Where would you like it to be? Brooklyn? Long Island? Jersey? After all, you're going to be there a long while."
"Make it Long Island. I'm tired of being bumped off in swamps."
"Long Island it is."
The man with the gun chuckled.
"Hey, you are a tough guy. I guess a tough guy like you makes a lot of enemies. That ain't smart, making enemies."
"Anyone in particular?"
"You're the detective. You find out."
His eyes narrowed.
"What are you squirming about?"
"I'm just trying to reach a cigarette." Big Nose dug into his pocket, brought out a cigarette case.
"Try one of mine."
Liddell reached over, picked up a cigarette, held it to his nose. He put it back. "I prefer tobacco in mine." Big Nose chuckled.
"Ain't it a little late to be worrying about bad habits?"
He brought the .45 into full view.
"All right, get a cigarette, but bring it out with 2 fingers. Anything but a cigarette comes out, and I'll blast the hand off."
Liddell brought out a cigarette, stuck it between his lips. He wiped the perspiration off his upper lip with the side of his hand. In the weak light of the flickering match, the gunman's eyes were watchful, wary. Liddell took a deep drag, filled his lungs, let the smoke dribble in twin streams from his nostrils.
"You know something, Liddell? I ain't done a job like this in a long time."
He settled back comfortably, cradled the gun in his lap.
"Used to be there'd be lots of guys go for a ride. Those were the good days. Now they're a bunch of pennyweights, scared of cops, scared of newspapers, scared of their own shadows. It wasn't like that in the old days."
Liddell smoked, watched the character of the neighborhood change from densely populated to suburban, with longer and longer stretches of unpopulated areas showing up. The man with the gun seemed lost in his own thoughts as the big car hurtled east on Northern Boulevard. "Brought in especially for this job?" Liddell wanted to know. Big Nose started.
"What makes you think I'm imported?"
Liddell shrugged. "You sound like you're used to big-time operation. There's no big time in this town anymore."
"Don't I know it?" the little man growled. "I've been in this burg for months, and this is the first job I draw. And what a job! A lousy knockoff. Me, I used to boss a whole troop. I set the hits and called the turns."
He pulled up the collar of his jacket, squirmed into a more comfortable position.
"Now they ain't got any use for an enforcer. Now they talk it over instead of taking over."
"Maybe you and I could make a deal. I could..." Big Nose chuckled.
"You know better, pal. I got a contract. I deliver. It ain't anything personal, you understand. It's just a job. Maybe if I show them how good a job can be pulled by an expert, maybe they'll get wise and throw some business my way."
Liddell nodded. "It's an idea." The little man settled back into a glowering silence. Liddell estimated they had been riding about 45 minutes since they'd left the Queensboro Bridge, when the car left the paved road, found an old dirt road that led south toward the Sound. "What's the program?" Liddell wanted to know.
"A swim. But don't worry about it being cold. You won't know about it."
He swore at the driver as the car rumbled along the rutted road, held on to the rear door handle to steady himself and his gun. The car finally slithered to a stop in sand, and the driver swung around in his seat. "Look, Hook, let's make this fast, huh? Never mind the fancy stuff. I know all about the old days, but these days, cops got cars too, and they got a nasty way of getting places fast."
"You telling me my business?"
Hook snarled at him.
"You stick to your wheel. Let me take care of my end. I was handling contracts when you were still stealing nickel Hershey bars."
He motioned at Liddell with the gun.
"Outside."
"Suppose I don't?" Hook's thin lips peeled back from his lips.
"Then take it here."
He raised the muzzle of the .45.
Don't think we're afraid to mess up the bus. It don't belong to us.
You talked me into it. Liddell pushed open the door, stepped out. As the man with the gun got up to follow him out onto the sand, Liddell decided to take a long shot. Hook was bent over, gun in front of him, as he prepared to follow Liddell out of the car. As he reached the doorway, the private detective caught the heavy door, slammed it with all his strength. He heard the yowl of pain as it collided with the gunman's head, and he started running. The sand seemed glued to his feet, made his shoes feel like 100-pound weights as he sprinted for the clump of trees and underbrush less than 100 yards away. His heart was pounding in his chest, his breath coming in sobbing gasps. Every moment he expected to feel the heavy slam of a slug in his back. When he was a few feet from the underbrush, he dove for it desperately. From the car came a series of sharp barks. Slugs whistled above him, chewed pieces of bark out of the trees, snipped off branches over his head. He squirmed forward on his belly, burying himself in the underbrush. He could hear Hook cursing shrilly, barking orders at the driver. Liddell lay as still as his pounding heart would permit, then cautiously parted the bushes in front of his face. Hook and the driver were crossing the sand cautiously, guns in hand. Liddell squirmed farther back into the underbrush, pulled himself laboriously to his feet behind a big oak. Hook and the driver stopped just outside the underbrush.
We split up here. He's in there somewhere. We've got to get him.
The driver offered some argument that Liddell couldn't hear.
Stop worrying. He's in there and he's got no gun. We got to get him. You go that way, I'll go this. The minute you see him, stop blasting.
Liddell could almost chart their position by the crashing of branches. Once Hook tripped over a root, snarled his resentment against nature in general. Liddell flattened against his tree. From the sounds, one of the hunters was stumbling toward the tree that hid him. Liddell peeked around the tree, strained his eyes against the darkness. The driver was approaching his tree from the left. Liddell moved to the right and waited. The driver was proceeding with maddening deliberation. Finally, he came abreast of the tree Liddell was behind. The private detective took a deep breath and jumped. He tried to get his arm around the other man's throat to cut off any sound, but wasn't fast enough. The driver yelled his startled surprise and struggled desperately to break the mugger's grip with which Liddell was cutting off his wind. He almost toppled the private detective with his thrashing, but Liddell held on doggedly, managed to grab the man's gun hand, and twist it behind him. The crashing of underbrush to the far right warned of Hook's blundering arrival. Liddell swung the man he held in front of him as a shield. A bush to the right seemed to belch flame. The man in Liddell's arms stiffened, jerked twice, and then seemed to go limp. There was another crashing of underbrush as Hook ran for the car. Liddell let the driver's body slump to the ground, wasted precious moments fumbling in the dark for his .45, which the dead man had dropped. By the time he found it, he could hear the roar of the car's motor as its wheels spun in the sand. Liddell raced for the beach, but before he was in position, the car suddenly gained traction, roared back toward the road. Liddell pushed his way out of the bushes, squeezed the trigger of his gun until it was empty. In the distance, he could hear the roar of the car's motor, the scream of its tires as it skidded onto the road. Liddell went back to where the driver lay and turned him over. With the aid of a match, he saw that one of Hook's shots had caught the man in the neck. It made a little black hole above the knot in his tie and had spilled a crimson stream down over his shirt. It only took one. Liddell transferred the contents of the man's pockets into his own. He groaned as he contemplated the necessity of hiking back to the boulevard. His fears were justified. He didn't see another car or a telephone for almost an hour. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Muggsy Keeley's apartment was in one of the cliff dwellings that surround Central Park. She opened the door herself in response to his knock. She was wearing a robe that clung to a figure that was decidedly worth clinging to. Her eyes widened with surprise when she recognized Liddell, and her grin made it evident it was a pleasant surprise.
Well, guess who? You really caught me unprepared. Now I don't even get to use the gag about changing into something comfortable.
She opened the door, watching him as he walked through the small vestibule into the cheerfully furnished combination den and living room.
No greeting? From the way you're dragging your tail, a girl'd think you walked all the way from Brooklyn.
Liddell tossed his hat on a small table, dropped onto the couch. Make it the other end of Long Island, and you'll be closer right. She walked over, stood in front of him.
Hey, you really do look bushed. What have you been up to? More to the point, who with?
He grinned up at her. Nobody who could ever take your place, sugar. He was too determined. He reached up, loosened his tie, opened the top button of his shirt. What does a man have to do to get a drink around here?
Ask.
He nodded. The price is right. Bourbon if you have it. She produced a bottle and some ice.
You know where the glasses are? You get them while I dress.
You going someplace?
Aren't we?
Liddell shook his head. Not right now, baby. 2 guys took me for a ride, and unfortunately one of them got back. Right now they'll have 6 more staked out at my place and any other place they figure I may show. I don't think they'd look for me here. She sat down hard.
They tried to take you for a ride. Who?
Liddell shook his head. The only one around when the smoke cleared wasn't in any condition to tell me. But the other guy can, and will.
Do you know where to find him?
Not yet. He dug into his pocket and transferred the contents of the dead man's pockets onto the coffee table. But I will. He stirred the small pile with his index finger. That is, if I survive long enough to go through this junk. It belonged to the dead one. Muggsy looked puzzled.
If you're sure...
Her face cleared. She snapped her fingers.
The glasses, girl, the glasses.
She was back in a moment with 2 glasses. Liddell was sorting the material. In one pile he placed the currency and silver, in another the keys, and in a third pile identification papers, licenses, and penciled memoranda.
Anything?
Muggsy wanted to know. Not yet. He took the glasses, dropped the ice in, and poured the bourbon over it. He held his glass up in a silent toast, swallowed half the contents in a gulp, sighed. Mother never told me the day would arrive when I'd need a transfusion from a corn cob. Muggsy took her glass, curled her feet under her, sat in a large armchair, and watched as Liddell went painstakingly through each item on the table in front of him. Finally, he leaned back, looked disappointed.
Nothing?
Muggsy asked. If it's there, I don't recognize it. Liddell rubbed the point of his chin irritably and scowled at the material in front of him.
What were you looking for?
Liddell drained his glass, spilled in more bourbon, and softened it with water. I don't know. Some connection with his partner, maybe. If I was real lucky, a lead to whoever was hiring him. He picked up the small pile of currency, examined 2 new century notes. I should feel insulted. Looks like I was a $500 hit. He tossed the bills back, sighed.
How about the keys?
Muggsy wanted to know. There's one for the Bowden Hotel. He picked it up, turned it around in his fingers. That's a flea joint downtown. He probably lived there. But I don't think it's worth going through his room. No one in his right mind would leave anything of any value in a joint like that. Muggsy sipped at her glass.
Maybe the other fella lives there, too.
Liddell considered it, shook his head. No, Hook treated this one like a small-timer. He wouldn't live in the same place. It would hurt his social standing. He continued to stare at the key, twirl it between his fingers. Still, you never know, do you?
Why don't we go down there and...
Me, not we. Muggsy was already on her feet on the way to the bedroom.
Just be grateful I let you come along. It was my idea, remember?
She disappeared into the bedroom, closed the door behind her. Liddell walked over to the telephone in the foyer, checked through the directory. Then he dialed a number.
Bowden?
The receiver intoned. Liddell checked the key. Room 627, he read off the tag. There was the sound of a buzz, then a receiver was lifted off the hook.
Hello?
The voice was feminine, sounded hoarse as though harshened by overuse of whiskey. Liddell was momentarily thrown off stride. He fumbled for one of the identification cards he had found in the wallet.
Hello?
This time there was an edge to the voice on the phone. Let me talk to Bob.
Who is this?
The voice was tinged with suspicion. Never mind. Is Bob there?
There's no Bob here.
The receiver banged in his ear. Slowly he hung up the receiver, stared at the operator's license in his hand. It was made out to Robert Gear, issued in Detroit. He picked up the receiver, dialed the number of the Bowden Hotel again. This time, instead of asking for the room number, he asked for Bob Gear. There was a slight pause, then the operator's wary voice came back.
The phone in 627's busy. Wanna wait?
No, I'll call back. Liddell tossed the receiver back on its hook. Come on, Muggs. We hit pay dirt. There's a girl waiting in the dead guy's room. We'd better get there before she blows. Muggsy came tearing out of the bedroom, a hat perched on the top of her head, buttoning the top 2 buttons of her blouse.
What makes you think she'll blow?
I spoke to her. I asked for Bob. He must have a nickname of some kind. She hung up on me, and when I called back to get the name of the guy in that room, she was talking to somebody.
The other gunman?
That's what I hope. If she knows who he is, we're going to know who sent him before the evening's over. Let's go. The Bowden Hotel was a nondescript old stone building on a side street off 7th Avenue in the upper 20s. Its facade was dirty and neglected-looking. Inside, the lobby was dingy, lightless, and dusty. A couple of discouraged-looking rubber plants had been placed around it in an attempt at decoration, and a half-dozen chairs were scattered in strategic places in a futile attempt to make it look homelike. A pimply-faced youth with wet, thick lips presided behind the desk. He watched Muggsy and Johnny Liddell approach with knowing, premature old eyes. The eyes took insolent inventory of the girl's assets, finally coming to rest on her legs.
If you missed anything, I'll be glad to answer questions,
Muggsy snapped at him. The wet lips parted to reveal discolored teeth.
I never miss a thing,
he assured her. He looked Liddell over appraisingly.
Looking for a room?
Liddell looked at Muggsy, nodded. Yeah, someplace up where the traffic won't disturb us in the morning.
How about the 5th?
He talked to Liddell, kept looking at the girl.
Most of our customers don't care if they shoot off Roman candles in the morning. They hardly ever stay that long.
He leaned across the desk.
No baggage?
No baggage, and the 5th is okay, Liddell told him.
Then it'll be 10 in advance.
Liddell raised his eyebrows. 10? What happened? Hilton buy this place too?
Who knows from Hilton? All I know is we got a house dick with rheumatism. That makes the tab worth 10.
He picked at his teeth with a black-rimmed thumbnail. Muggsy grinned.
Go on, Mr. Smith. I mean, dear, be a sport.
The clerk reached back, selected a key from the rack behind him.
I'm sure you'll like the view, Mr. Smith, he leered.
My name's not Smith. Liddell reached into his pocket, brought out a roll of bills, separated a 10, tossed it on the counter.
You're gonna be awful lonesome here. This is a family hotel. Everyone in it's named Smith.
He pushed a registration card across the desk, watched while Liddell wrote Jones, and grinned.
It figured.
He slid the key over to Liddell.
Room 512.
He leaned across the desk, watched the flash of Muggsy's silk-clad legs as they walked to the elevator. For his benefit, she wiggled just the slightest bit. When the elevator door had closed on them, Liddell glared at her. You're a big help, she giggled.
I just couldn't help it. It made me feel so wicked. And for only $10. After all, the room was your idea.
Don't let it give you any ideas. I couldn't figure any other way to get past the desk without a lot of questions. If we had called up to Gear's room, it might have scared her off. The self-service elevator jarred to a stop at the 5th floor. The doors squealed open. Room 512 was at the left-hand end of the corridor. Its only window faced on the blank wall of a building across a small air shaft. Its furnishings consisted of an old sway-backed double bed, a faded armchair, and a rickety bureau. At the far end, a half-opened door led to an old-fashioned bathroom. Muggsy stood in the doorway and looked around.
Ooh-wee, what a luxurious hideaway to take your ever-loving to.
She walked in, lifted the bedspread, wrinkled her nose at the dinginess of the linen.
$10 doesn't buy much luxury anymore.
Blame the government, Liddell grunted. It's only $1 for the room and $9 entertainment tax. He walked to the window, opened it, looked up and down the shaft, closed it. This end is probably the back of the building. Gear's room is on the front end, I guess. That is, if this rabbit warren has a front end. Muggsy sat on the side of the bed, lit a cigarette, blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling.
Why don't we make our courtesy call and get out of this place?
What's the hurry? Junior down there probably has a stopwatch on me. I wouldn't want my reputation for dalliance to suffer. He walked to the door, opened it, satisfied himself that the corridor was empty. Why don't you stay here while I have a talk with this gal? And Muggsy smiled at him sweetly.
Whither thou goest, there goest I. Don't forget whose idea this was.
How could I? He motioned for her to douse her cigarette and to follow him. There was no other sign of life on the 5th floor as they walked past the elevator to the red bulb that signified the fire door. Liddell tried it from both sides. "It's okay. The entrances to the floors aren't locked." Muggsy followed him up the flight of stone steps to the 6th floor, waited until he had reconnoitered. Room 627 was 4 doors off the fire entrance. Liddell walked softly up to the door, put his ear to the panel. There was no sound. He rapped lightly, waited. There was still no sound. He looked up and down the hallway, then dug Gear's key out of his pocket, slipped it in the lock. "No key on the inside," he growled. "I must have scared her off." The key turned easily in the lock. He pushed the door open. The room beyond was in complete darkness. He caught Muggsy by the arm, drew her into the room, closed the door behind them. They waited for a moment, strained their ears for any sign of another presence in the room. Finally, Liddell's fingers fumbled with the switch, spilling a flood of yellow light into the room from an overhead bracket. The room was the same as the one they had. A rickety chair and dresser, a lavatory beyond, and a sway-backed bed dominated it. Here, however, the bed was occupied. A pudgy woman, whose blonde hair had black roots, sprawled across the bed. Her arms were outstretched. Her cheap dressing gown was disarrayed, showing wide expanses of flabby flesh. She had kicked one slipper off. The other looked incongruously flippant with its small blue pompon. The woman stared at the ceiling stonily, her mouth sagged open as though she were about to say something. The stocking that was wrapped around her neck so tightly it was almost lost in the folds of flesh made it improbable she would ever finish her sentence. She was dead. Muggsy leaned against the door, tried to swallow her fist. Liddell walked over and placed the side of his hand against the woman's cheek. It was still warm. "We're gaining on them," he grunted grimly. "At least now we're finding them before they get cold." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Johnny Liddell walked to the door, opened it a crack, looked out to make certain the hall was empty. Then he closed the door and stalked around the room, opening drawers and examining the contents of the closet.
"Why can't we get out of here, Johnny?"
Muggsy's voice was hoarse, spiked with a note of incipient hysteria.
"Why can't we get out of here and let the police do the job?"
The door to the room opened. Liddell went for his .45 but froze with his fingers brushing the butt. A uniformed policeman stood in the doorway, service revolver in hand, its muzzle staring Liddell in the eye. His eyes roved past Liddell to the thing on the bed.
"What were you saying about the police lady?"
he wanted to know. He nodded to Liddell.
"Okay, mister. Turn around, face the wall. Now spread your feet, lean your hands against the wall, and then back up until I tell you to stop."
Liddell placed his hands against the wall, backed up until he was off balance. The officer placed one foot in front of Liddell so he could knock him down if he should resist. Then, with a sliding motion, he checked between the shoulder blades down to the waist, along the waist under the coat up to the armpit. He tugged the .45 from its holster. Then he checked the trouser leg, moved to the other side, and repeated the procedure. When he was satisfied that Liddell had no other gun, he walked over to the bed, stared down at the body.
"Get on the phone downstairs and notify homicide,"
he snapped at the clerk. The clerk was only too glad to have an excuse to scuttle off. He disappeared from the doorway, headed for the elevator. "All right if I straighten up?" Liddell wanted to know. The cop considered, nodded.
"Okay, mister. But if you have any idea of trying anything, forget it."
Liddell straightened up, turned to face the cop. "When you walked in, Miss Keeley was just suggesting that we call the cops. That was real service." The cop flicked a glance at Muggsy.
"We aim to please."
He nodded to her.
"You'd better get over near your friend, miss. It won't take long."
"Look, officer,"
she spoke for the first time.
"I'm Muggsy Keeley at the dispatch. Can I call my paper?"
"Sorry, I can't let anything be touched here until homicide arrives. If they say okay, it's okay with me."
He motioned her over next to Liddell.
"In the meantime, let's just be comfortable."
"You're making a mistake if you think we had anything to do with this," Liddell told him. "I never saw that woman before."
"This your room?"
Liddell shook his head.
"You usually go prowling other people's rooms with this?"
He held up the .45. "I've got a license for it. I'm a private detective. Miss Keeley came here on a tip there might be a story. She didn't want to come into a dump like this alone, so she asked me to come along. That right, Muggsy?"
"That's right. Call my managing editor, Jim Keeley, at the dispatch. He'll tell you."
The cop shook his head.
"I can't do anything, miss. All I can do is hold down the fort until the homicide boys get here. Then it's their baby."
"Could we at least smoke?" Liddell growled. The cop considered.
You got any cigarettes, miss?
Muggsy nodded.
In my bag.
Let's have the bag. He took it, opened it, ran his hand through it without taking his eyes off Liddell. When he had satisfied himself that it contained no weapons, he handed it back. Take out 2 cigarettes, light them, and give him one. Homicide heralded its arrival by the wail of a siren in the street below. It reached for a peek, died away. Here's my relief, the cop grunted. From the hallway came the sound of the old elevator, swaying and rattling to a stop at the floor. The door clanged back and heavy footsteps traversed the corridor. The homicide team was headed by Sergeant Ed Mullins, a squat, heavy-shouldered individual with cop written all over him. He had the stub of a dead cigar clenched between his teeth, wore his fedora pulled low on his forehead. He didn't waste a glance on either Liddell or the girl as he walked in. He nodded to the uniformed officer. Nothing's been touched? The officer shook his head. Not since I've been here, Sergeant. Mullins walked close to the bed, studied the dead woman dispassionately. What were they doing here? Look, Sergeant, Liddell started to say. The heavy-shouldered man turned a pair of cold, unfriendly eyes on him. I'll get around to you, mister, he promised. You'll have all the time in the world to talk. Right now, I'm talking to the officer. He turned away from Liddell. What were they doing? Getting ready to leave, I think. He held up Liddell's gun. Guy says he's a private dick, and the girl's a reporter from the dispatch. Mullins flicked a disinterested glance at Muggsy. Who gave you the call? He continued questioning the officer. Night clerk. He claims he got a tip there was a dead woman in 627. I was on post outside, and he flagged me down. Mullins turned to one of his team. Go down and get a statement from the clerk. He nodded to a photographer who had just arrived. Make her look pretty, Mo. The photographer took a look at the body, snorted.
I just take the pictures. I don't do tricks.
The sergeant chuckled, turned to Liddell. What's your name, mister? He tugged a notebook from his pocket, brought out a silver pencil. Liddell, Johnny Liddell. He dug into his pocket, handed his wallet to the homicide man. I'm a licensed investigator. The sergeant flipped through the papers, copied a few notations in his notebook, handed the wallet back without a comment. He turned to Muggsy. You, miss?
Muggsy Keeley. I'm a feature writer for the dispatch. If you'll let me call my office.
Sorry, miss. Nothing here can be touched until the text does for Layton's, especially on the phone. He scratched the side of his chin with his pencil. Got anything on you that tells you who you are? Muggsy opened her purse, brought up a shield-shaped press card, handed it over. The sergeant copied the name and card number into his book. Why don't you go down to the desk, call the dispatch, ask them to describe a staff member named... He consulted his notes. Veronica Keeley. Muggsy winced.
Make it Muggsy Keeley. I kept that Veronica business quiet at the shop all these years. Don't spill it now.
The sergeant nodded unsmilingly to the man headed for the door. Make it Muggsy Keeley. When the plainclothesman had closed the door behind him, Mullins turned to Liddell. What were you doing in here, mister? We had an appointment to talk to a Mr. Greer who lived here. Mullins nodded. What about? Liddell shrugged. He called Miss Keeley, said he had a story about... Let her tell it. He turned to Muggsy. When did you get this call? Muggsy rolled her eyes up at the dingy ceiling, pursed her lips.
Oh, about an hour or two ago.
What did he say?
Nothing much. He just said his name was Gear and that if I came to room 627 at the Bowden Hotel, I'd get a real story.
She smiled at the sergeant.
I know the reputation of this place, so I didn't feel much like coming alone. I asked Johnny Liddell to come along with me just in case it was some kind of a trick.
Go on. Muggsy shrugged.
That's all there is. We knocked on the door and it was open, so we walked in. She was like that, and we were just about to call the police when the officer arrived.
Mullins scowled at his notebook, made a few cryptic notes. You didn't have the clerk call up here first? He waited for an answer, then rolled his eyes upward from Muggsy to Liddell. Well? No, Liddell told him. No, we didn't. The door opened and the first member of the team walked in. He stared hard at Liddell, tapped the sergeant on the arm, walked him over to a corner. They talked earnestly for a moment, and when the sergeant returned, his eyes were cold and unfriendly. You didn't have the clerk call up. What did you do? Liddell looked over to the officer who had interviewed the room clerk. Got no encouragement. We registered in? The sergeant raised his eyebrows. You registered in? He looked at Muggsy. Every time you go out on a story, do you register into the hotel? Or were you figuring that maybe you'd need a headquarters here to cover the story? Muggsy shook her head. No comment, Sergeant. Mullins fixed Liddell with a baleful glare. Wasn't there a key in the door when we came in? He called over his shoulder to one of the crew.
Yes, Sarge. It belonged here, though. It was tagged to this room.
Did you dust it down?
Yeah.
The technician walked over, held the key on a piece of cardboard.
We have a couple of good clean prints on the tag.
The sergeant didn't take his eyes off Liddell. Just on an off chance, let's see whether or not our friend's prints look anything like the one on the key. The technician nodded, walked back to where his kit lay. Liddell sighed. Never mind dirtying up my fingertips, Sergeant. My prints are on it. The key was in the door when... We don't have to do any more talking down here, Liddell. We'll have a nice long session downtown. There's no sense in your lying to me alone when you can do it so much better with witnesses. He snapped his notebook shut. First the door was open, now you found the key in it. But that wouldn't explain how your print got on the tag. So long as that's the way you want to play it, let's get it down in black and white. The door opened and the plainclothesman sent to check on Muggsy returned. He looked Muggsy over, nodded.
Dispatch says they have a feature writer named Muggsy Keeley.
He consulted his notes.
Red-headed, green eyes at slant, about 5'3", weighs maybe 125. 121, Muggsy complained. And really stacked. The plainclothesman closed his book, grinned. Looks like it's her.
I wanted a description, not an appreciation, Mullins growled. The plainclothesman's enthusiasm refused to be dampened.
I'm just telling you what the guy at the dispatch said, Sarge.
Well, now are you satisfied, Sergeant?
Muggsy wanted to know. Why should I be satisfied? You two have been lying your heads off here to me. The least you can be guilty of is obstructing our investigation by withholding facts. And I'm not sure that's all. He turned to the plainclothesman. You stay on with the crew and take over until the medical examiner comes, Lou. I think Mr. Liddell and I will take a little ride downtown.
What about me?
Muggsy wanted to know. I don't think we need to detain you, Miss Keeley. We'll know where to find you when we want you. Right now, I think the best way to get to the bottom of what really happened around here tonight is to have a nice heart-to-heart talk with Mr. Liddell with a stenographer present. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Sergeant Mullins had a small cubbyhole office in headquarters with a window that looked down into an alley. He led Johnny Liddell in, sat him in a chair with its back to the window, facing a blank wall. Overhead, a half-shaded bulb spilled its brilliance into Liddell's face, threw the rest of the room into shadow. Mullins drew up a chair facing Liddell and rested one foot on it. You've done investigation in your time, I suppose? He started. So I don't have to tell you what a tough spot you're in. If you're ready to level with me, we can settle it right here. If you're going to try any more tricks, I'll let the DA's office take it from here. Look, Mullins, if you'll get hold of Inspector Herlihy upstairs, he'll vouch for me. You know that you haven't got a thing on me. You can make it tough for me, I'll admit. But if you get Herlihy, I think we can work it out. The homicide man stared at him for a minute, then walked to the desk, picked up the phone. He punched a button on its base, waited. Inspector Herlihy's office. He waited a while, then dropped the phone onto its hook. The inspector's gone. He won't be in until sometime in the morning. He walked back to his chair, resumed his position. So it'll have to be just you and me. He leaned an elbow on his knee. Is there anything you want to tell me? Liddell shrugged. I've told you everything I know, Sergeant. I went to the Bowden with Miss Keeley because she was afraid to go to a strange man's room on a telephone tip. The key was in the lock and we went in. The woman was dead, and we were talking about calling the police when the cop on the beat broke in. That's your story. Liddell nodded. The homicide man stared at him bleakly for a moment, then went to the desk, pushed a button. He never took his eyes off Liddell. The door opened. A uniformed cop stuck his head in.
Should I bring my book, Sergeant?
Mullins nodded. The cop's head disappeared from the doorway. He returned a moment later with a notebook and pen. He took the chair behind the desk, snapped on a small desk lamp that threw a light onto the desktop. He made a production of unscrewing the cap on his pen, looked up expectantly. Testimony taken by Edward H. Mullins, Sergeant, Homicide Division, on January 18th, 1955, from Johnny Liddell. The following testimony is being given of his own accord after having been first notified that anything he says may be used against him. He dictated in a monotone. Then he nodded to Liddell. Okay, let's get that fairy tale of yours down on paper. What's your name, address, and occupation? Johnny Liddell, private investigator. License number 234-632. I have an office at 55 West 42nd Street, New York City. Tonight you registered with a woman at the Bowden Hotel, is that right? Yes. Used your own name? No, I registered under the name of Jones. Why? Liddell shrugged. I was on a case. I didn't want to frighten away the person I had come to see. You had a key to a room in that hotel at the time you registered? I don't know what you mean, Sergeant. I was given a key to room 512 when I registered. Did you have a key to room 627 when you registered? Mullins repeated. He stuck a cigar between his teeth, bit off the end, and spat it at the wastebasket. That's the room where the person you came to see was staying, wasn't it? He lit the cigar, blew a stream of blue-white smoke at Liddell. That was the room number that was given to us. You'd better put in the record the fact that Miss Keeley, a newspaper reporter, had been telephoned a tip that she could get a good story in that room, and... Shall we do this my way, Liddell? Mullins asked mildly. Liddell grinned at him. Sorry. But as long as you brought up this telephone call to Miss Keeley, who made the call? Liddell shook his head. Some man named Gear. When she checked back with the hotel, she found out a man named Gear was living in 627. The homicide man rolled the cigar between his thumb and forefinger in the center of his mouth. He couldn't have given her the key to room 627 by telephone? No, Sergeant. Where did you get the key? Liddell shook his head. The key was in the door. How do you account for your fingerprint on the tag of the key? Liddell shrugged. I might have picked up the tag to make sure it was actually the key to that room. Mullins snorted and pushed his fedora to the back of his head. Do you expect me to believe that? I don't know how else the print could have got there. The homicide man studied Liddell for a moment. You're licensed by the state of New York as a private investigator. You realize that privilege carries with it some responsibilities. Yes. One of those responsibilities is to assist in maintaining the law, and failure to do so could mean suspension or revocation of that license. You're aware of that? Yes. The sergeant tapped a thin collar of ash from his cigar, brushed a few flakes of it from his knee. With that in mind, is there any way in which you want to change or amend this statement? Do you want to elaborate on your reasons for being at the Hotel Bowden? Do you want to explain how the key to a room where a murder was to be committed came into your possession? Do you want to explain why, instead of notifying the proper authorities, you searched the room where the murder had been committed? Liddell considered, shook his head. I think I've covered that. The homicide man shrugged. All right. We'll have that typed up and you can sign it. He nodded to the stenographer. 4 copies. The DA will want one, and I want one for Albany. He walked over to the door, flicked out the switch for the overhead light. Another switch turned on a more diffused light. Liddell settled back in his chair, chewed glumly on his thumbnail. Mullins walked over to the window, put his foot on the sill, stared out into the darkened alley. Neither man spoke for what seemed a long time. Mullins was surprised to find his cigar dead. Instead of tossing the cold butt into the wastebasket or an ashtray, he opened the window, tossed it down into the alley below. Nothing can smell up an office like a cigar butt, he said to no one in particular. A moment later, the stenographer was back with 4 copies of the brief statement. Read it carefully before you sign it, Liddell, Mullins urged. Liddell read through the original copy, nodded. Can I ask you one favor, Sergeant? Mullins shrugged. You can ask. I'm going to sign this because substantially it's the truth. Would you discuss it with the inspector before you go any further with it? The homicide man wrinkled his brows. What's this business with the inspector? No business. It's just that Herlihy knows me. I've worked with him before, and he knows what side I play on. You don't know me, and maybe you have the idea I'm playing this fast and loose. I'm not. I want to find the killer of that woman as much as you do.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never saw her before in my life.
Sign the statement,
Mullins snapped. He watched while Liddell signed each of the 4 sheets, then he took them and clipped them together. He opened the top drawer of his desk, dropped them in.
Don't you want one for the file, Sergeant?
The stenographer asked. Mullins shook his head.
I'll keep them all here overnight. We can always file it tomorrow.
He nodded for the stenographer to leave. When the door had closed behind the uniformed man, Liddell said, "Thanks, Sergeant."
Think nothing of it. I'm not taking any chances. After all, you'll still be on ice in the morning if the inspector decides he never heard of you. Let's you and me take a walk down to the detention cells, and I'll see that you're made nice and comfortable.
The detention cells were located in the basement of the building. In the outside office, a jailer sat with his chair tilted back against the wall, his feet propped comfortably in an open drawer. He had the sallow complexion of a man who got too little sunshine. His eyes were watery and weak. He watched the plainclothesman and Liddell approach with no change of expression.
Got room for one more, Doyle? Mullins greeted him. Got a customer for you.
The jailer stretched, let the front legs of his chair hit the floor.
I got plenty of room. The DA moved his witnesses over to Raymond Street Jail, while the hearings are going on over in Brooklyn. This guy mixed up in the traffic shakedown, too?
Mullins shook his head. Material witness. A dame got herself killed uptown. He was there before the body got cold.
Some of the interest drained out of the jailer's face.
Okay, Sarge. I'll take him from here.
He reached up, snagged a big ring with some keys on it, got to his feet.
Come on, Prince Charming. We've got the bridal suite prepared for you.
There were 8 cells in the block, 4 on either side of a concrete corridor in which the lights were lit 24 hours a day. The first 2 cells on the right were occupied, but the rest seemed empty. The jailer walked to the 4th cell on the right, stuck the key in the lock, and opened the huge barred door.
This is the best we've got. Southern exposure and all.
It's not the Waldorf, but the price is right, Liddell nodded. The cell was about 8 by 6. A cot was suspended from the wall by chains. There was an uncovered toilet and a washbowl with a dingy mirror nailed over it. Should I leave a call for the morning?
Don't worry about it, friend, the jailer grinned. When they want you, they'll come fetch you. That might be tomorrow, might be next week. Those are supposed to be only for overnight guests, but some of the boys stayed around so long they get to think of it as home.
The jailer slammed the heavy door, relocked it with the key. Then he shuffled up the corridor to the cubbyhole office. Liddell looked around, walked over, and tried the bed. It didn't feel too hard. He shucked off his jacket, loosened his tie, and stretched out. After a few moments, he rolled over to face the wall to keep the glaring lights of the corridor out of his eyes. By the time the jailer had his feet back in his desk drawer, Liddell was snoring softly. He awoke with the unfamiliar smell of disinfectant in his nostrils. Somebody was shaking his shoulder. He rolled over onto his back and stared up into the face of Sergeant Mullins. The homicide man's eyes were rimmed with red, and there was a dark stubble of a beard along his jaw.
"What are you going to do, sleep all day?"
he growled. "The benefit of a clear conscience," Liddell grinned. "What time is it?"
"Almost 9. The inspector's in. Wants to see you."
Liddell swung his feet off the cot, ran his fingers through his hair, yawned. "This isn't a bad resort you run down here, Sergeant."
"Glad you like it. You may be spending considerable time down here."
He stood aside while Liddell walked over to the sink, splashed water on his face, and ran a comb through his hair. "How's the old gent's disposition this morning?" he asked. Mullins smiled grimly.
"He's wearing a purple tie and a complexion to match."
Liddell slipped into his jacket, checked the set of his tie in the mirror. "Ready?" Liddell followed him down the corridor, waited while the homicide man signed him out. Then they ascended to the 4th floor in the elevator. Inspector Herlihy looked up with no sign of enthusiasm as they walked in the door. His thick white hair showed signs of being raked by his fingers. He was pounding murderously on an ever-present wad of gum.
"Busy little fella, aren't you?"
he snapped. He leaned back in his chair, glowered at Liddell.
"What kind of games you think we play around here?"
"Look, if it's about last night—"
"It's about last night, all right. All last night."
He tugged open his desk drawer, pulled out a .45, dropped it on the desk.
"That your gun?"
Liddell shrugged. "Looks like it. I couldn't tell without the registration number. Hurley glared at him, picked up the gun, read off the serial number, looked up. Is it yours? Yes. Hurley got up, stamped to the window, opened it a few inches. Sit down, he growled over his shoulder. He walked over to the water cooler, drew himself a drink. I want to tell you something, Liddell. I've let you get away with some things in the past because I was convinced that you were leveling. He emptied his paper cup, crushed it, and threw it at the wastebasket. The first time I catch you trying to play games with my department, you're finished. We understand each other? Liddell nodded. Hurley walked back to his desk, turned to the sergeant. You've had a long session, Ed. You run along and get some rest. I'll handle this. Mullins felt the stubble along his chin, nodded. I can use some, Inspector. You're sure there's nothing I can do? Hurley shook his head. I have all the reports I need. He waited while the homicide man crossed to the door, left. There goes a good man, Liddell. A good cop. He gave you a break last night because you used my name. I hope for your sake you can prove to me you deserved that break. He shuffled through some papers, then looked up. Who was the guy, Liddell? Liddell considered, decided to play it straight. Which one? The one that got away, Hurley snapped. Suffolk cops had no trouble identifying Gear. He had a record as long as your arm. His prints are on file in every police station in the East. Liddell dug into his pocket, brought up a cigarette, lit it. I told the sergeant last night that I'd level with you, and I'm going to, Inspector. I don't know who the guy was that got away. I think when we get him, we get the murderer of the woman in Gear's room last night. What makes you think so? Liddell took a deep breath, expelled the smoke through his nostrils. I cleared out the dead man's pockets, he admitted. I thought he might have some lead to his partner. There was no murder rap involved at that point, Inspector, and I had a pretty pressing personal score to settle with that bird. What was it? I wasn't supposed to come home from that ride last night. Gear and his playmate were supposed to dump me in the Sound. I managed to turn the tables, and Gear got what was intended for me. The inspector sat down and drummed the edge of his desk with his splayed fingers. Go on. The only thing I found among his collection was a key with a room number in the Bowden Hotel. On a hunch, I called, and a woman answered. I asked for Bob, and she got the wind up. He must have had a nickname. Everybody called him Wheels, according to the nickname file. He specialized as a wheelman in stick-up mobs. Go on. Liddell shrugged. That's about all. I did check to make sure that the room number on the key was in the name of Gear. I called back, and instead of asking for 627, I asked for Gear. The line was busy. She was probably putting in a call to the guy he went out on the job with. Hurley considered it, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The bullet and Gear. This other man fired it? Liddell nodded. As I say, it was meant for me. Gear got between us. Hurley snorted. I'll bet. How come the other one got away? I had no gun. When Gear dropped it, I had to scrounge around for it in the dark. By the time I found it, the other guy had the car started and took off. The car was picked up near the subway station in Jackson Heights, Hurley grunted. There were 5 slugs in the back of it. One of them was in pretty good shape, and when we did a rolled photograph of it, matched the rolled photograph we have on file of a bullet fired from your gun. That's the story, Inspector. I'm leveling with you on it. It could have happened that way, the inspector conceded. Why didn't you report it? Liddell chain-lit a fresh cigarette, flipped the spent butt at the wastebasket. I want to get the other guy myself. I want to know who sent him, just to make sure he doesn't send anybody else. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Inspector Hurley pushed a button on the edge of his desk. At the moment, I'm interested in only one thing. I want the guy who killed that woman last night. He broke off long enough to ask the cop who materialized in the doorway to rustle up a couple of hot coffees. When the cop had withdrawn, he said, If I go along with you, the killer was the guy who got away last night. If that's the case, he's the man I want. Liddell nodded grimly. So do I. Hurley pulled over a pad, picked up a pencil. You got a good look at this guy, of course? A real good look. Good. Let's have him. He was a little guy, maybe 5'4" or so. He was carrying a .45, and I remember thinking it was a pretty heavy cannon for such a little guy. He watched the inspector note down the facts. Had a thick head of black hair, but his most prominent feature was his schnoz. Big, and it kept running like he was on nose candy.
We can have BCI try to get a make on him.
He read the facts over.
How about a name?
The driver called him Hook. Hurley added that information, tore the sheet off the pad.
We can cross-check that through the nickname file.
He tossed the pencil down, leaned back.
Chances are he's on file if his partner was.
The door opened and the patrolman was back with 2 coffees.
Run this up to identification, will you, Ray? Tell him I want to make on this character as soon as I can get it.
The patrolman took the paper and left. Hurley pulled a container of coffee toward him, gouged out the top.
What's going on, Johnny? Whose toes have you stepped on hard enough so they're putting a bonus on you?
That business over in Jersey the other night. I lost a good boy, Tate Morrow. The guy who did it is trying to discourage me.
The Lane killing, eh?
The inspector stirred his coffee with his index finger.
You don't go along with the theory that Morrow shot the girl and was killed trying to rob her?
What do you think, Inspector?
It's not what I think, it's what the Jersey police think. They think the case is closed. I think you're going to have some pretty conclusive evidence before you're going to persuade them to reopen it.
He looked up.
Got any suspects?
Plenty, Liddell growled. He reached for his container, rolled it between his palms, warming them. I'm going to open up all the way, Inspector. There were between $150,000 and $250,000 worth of unmounted diamonds in that house the night she was killed. Only $7,000 or $8,000 worth were found. The killer got the rest.
I haven't seen that mentioned in any story I read about the case.
You won't either. I can't prove the diamonds were ever there.
Why not? Somebody must have known about them.
Somebody, Liddell snorted. Everybody. But nobody's talking. He dug the top out of his container, scaled it at the basket. Al Murphy knows about them. He bought them for her. But he won't admit it because he bought them from undeclared income. And he's afraid the man with the whiskers will toss him in the pokey for being party to a falsified return. Hurley took a swallow from his container.
Who else?
Lou Dongan. The girl owed him a wad, and he was going to take some of the diamonds off her hands so she could bail herself out. Edmund Wiley, her husband, won't admit he knew about them because if he gets his hands on them, he doesn't want Uncle Sam taking his cut. And Julie Layton, Wiley's new meal ticket, would have knocked Laurie off just to be able to save the cost of a divorce for Wiley. Hurley swirled the coffee in his container.
You haven't told any of this to the Jersey cops?
What for? They don't want to have any facts that will upset their preconceived solution. It's a lot simpler for them to hang it around a dead man's neck than to go up against a gambler like Dongan, or a dame with connections like Layton. He sipped at his coffee gloomily.
And you think one of them got these 2 guns after you last night?
Liddell nodded. I'm sure of it, and they're not the first. Yesterday, Dongan sent a boy over with a sap to try and improve my memory. He thought it would be cozier all the way around if I stopped trying to find the rest of those diamonds.
You don't think Murphy could be persuaded to back up your story so the case can be reopened?
Liddell grinned humorlessly. He's so scared he's not even sure himself there ever were any diamonds. He's not only scared of facing a federal rap, but a couple of boys with guns sprayed holes through the windows of his car yesterday. Probably the same, too. As far as he's concerned at this moment, diamonds are something you see on playing cards.
It looks like you're really boxed in. Isn't there somebody else who knows about the diamonds who doesn't have a personal stake?
Liddell nodded. 2 people. But they can't talk about it unless you know how to use a Ouija board. They're both dead.
Both? Morrow's one. Who's the other?
A chorus girl named Reedon, Claire Reedon. She was playing house with Al Murphy, but before that she was tied up with Dongan's partner Mike Davey. She conveniently fell down a flight of stairs and cracked her skull open.
Tough break. No question of somebody helping her to fall?
In my mind, yes, but there were no signs of it, so the ME wrote it off as an accident. Hurley swirled the coffee around his container, stared down at it for a second. Finally, he set it down on the desk, pulled over his pad.
Her name was what?
Reedon. Claire Reedon. Hurley copied it down.
When and where did it happen?
Yesterday morning. I don't remember the exact address, but they've got her up at Bellevue Morgue for the PM. Hurley nodded, tossed down the pencil.
Why don't you take a run up to identification and go through the mug file? Maybe you'll come across the little guy. In the meantime, I'll have a talk with the examiner's office and see if there was anything suspicious about the way the Reedon girl died.
Liddell finished his coffee, tossed the cardboard container in the wastebasket. Thanks, Inspector. I don't think there's much of a chance that they left any traces, but it's worth a try. In the corridor outside Inspector Hurley's office, Liddell took the open grill elevator to the 6th floor to identification. He pushed open the ground glass door and walked in. A man with a lieutenant's badge pinned to his blue serge suit sat at a small desk, sorting a stack of filing cards. He looked up as Liddell walked in.
"You the fellow from Hurley's office?"
Liddell nodded. "Name's Liddell." The man behind the desk stuck out his hand.
"I'm Michaels, in charge of this section."
He referred to the penciled notation Hurley had sent up earlier.
"We've got this monkey on the machines now. It'll take a little while before we can narrow it down. Want to do some fishing in the mug file while you're waiting?"
Liddell looked up the long line of filing cabinets, sighed. "I might as well." The lieutenant grinned.
"It's not as tough as all that."
He studied Hurley's notes for a moment.
"A hired gun, huh? You thought he was on nose candy?"
He looked up at Liddell thoughtfully.
"That sounds like out-of-town talent. Horse is the east, Charlie in the west."
He pushed back his chair, got up.
"Suppose you just have a look at some of the out-of-towners that have operated here any time during the past 5 years."
He led the way to a cabinet halfway down the room, ran his index finger down 3 drawers.
"These are known out-of-town hoods who are or have been operating here. Good fishing."
Liddell pulled open the first drawer, started flipping through the cards. He was almost through the second drawer when Inspector Hurley walked in. "Any luck?" the gray-haired man wanted to know. Liddell shook his head. "Not yet. How about you?" "They got some results on the machines. I told them to bring them in here." He nodded toward a table against the far wall. "Come on over and sit down. I got some things to talk to you about." When Liddell was seated, Hurley pulled out a folded piece of paper, flattened it out on the tabletop. "In the first place, like a lot of other people, you jump to conclusions about cops. You should know better." He dug a pack of gum from his pocket, offered it to Liddell, drew a shake of the head. "I've been talking to Sergeant Murray over at Powhatan. You told me you had the case solved already." That's the way he acted. Hurley peeled a stick of gum, stuck it in his mouth. "Well, he wasn't any more satisfied than you were. He's been working on it ever since." He rolled up the gum wrapper, flipped it across the table, referred to his notes. "He's convinced that Morrow never fired the shot that killed the girl." Liddell brightened up. "Good. How about Tate? Did she shoot him?" "Wouldn't have mattered if she did. Morrow was dead when the bullets were pumped into him. Post-mortem showed a depressed fracture of the skull. Besides which, the girl didn't fire the gun. Dermal nitrate tests showed up negative." "A negative reaction could still show up even if she did fire it." "Some guns have such a tight breech they don't kick back nitrates, it's true," the inspector conceded. "But not this gun. In every test the reaction was positive." Liddell nodded his satisfaction. "Okay, at least the kid's name is clear. Have they announced it yet?" Hurley shook his head. "Murray thinks he can work faster undercover. Don't underestimate the guy, Johnny. Some of these small-time cops can give us both cards and spades. He's the kind that doesn't talk much and has nothing to say until he knows what he's talking about." Liddell nodded absently. "A depressed fracture, huh?" He investigated the stubble on his chin with the tips of his fingers. "How about Claire Reedon?" Hurley nodded. "A depressed fracture? The M.E. doesn't throw out the possibility of violence. He just sees no evidence of it. But I know what you're thinking, and it's occurred to me." "The same method. Quiet them down with a sap and then finish the job in some other way." "Didn't you say downstairs that Dongan sent a boy with a sap to pound some sense into your head?" Liddell nodded. "A kid with a crew cut. Called himself Sammy Hodges. He didn't look any more than 25. Liddell conjured up in his mind a picture of crew cut's bulging shoulders, heavily knuckled hands. He was big enough so that maybe if he laid that sap on you, he might know his own strength. The door from the corridor opened, and a technician from BCI walked in. He looked around, spotted Hurley, headed for him. "How'd it come out, Al?" the inspector greeted him. The technician shrugged.
"Well, maybe we got something for you, maybe none."
He held out a typewritten sheet.
"It boiled down to this. We ran the nickname file, cross-checked it with short men. That cut it down to 16. Only 3 of those 16 were out-of-towners who use a .45. That's a pretty heavy iron for a small boy. 2 of the 3 were accounted for. One's dead and one's in Quentin."
He pointed to a name on the bottom of the list.
"This may be your boy."
Hurley studied the name, frowned. "I don't make the name." He held it out to Liddell. Alfred Best, alias Hook. Mean anything? Liddell shook his head. Hey, Mike, Hurley called to the lieutenant. Pull the mugshot on Alfred Best, alias Hook Best. The lieutenant consulted a small card index, found a code number. He walked to the row of drawers, flipped through the cards, and pulled one out. He walked back to where Hurley sat.
This is him, Inspector.
Hurley glanced at the card, passed it over to Liddell. That your boy? The face of the man who had held the gun on him throughout the ride the night before stared front and profile from the card. Liddell studied the features carefully, turned the card and read, Narcotic addiction, dangerous. He handed the card back to Hurley. That's my boy, Inspector. All mine. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Muggsy Keeley was waiting in Inspector Hurley's office when they returned. She glared at Liddell.
Here I come galloping down like the Marines to rescue you from the clutches of the law, and I find you and the law buddying up together.
Disappointed? Liddell pecked her on the cheek. He grinned at Hurley. She was probably hoping you were carving your initials on me with a rubber hose so she could bring to bear the power of the press.
Well, the least you could do was to call me and tell me they were letting you walk around. From the way they treated you last night, I had visions of you dragging heavy iron balls around by your ankles.
She eyed him suspiciously.
What have they been doing to you?
We've been trying to prove to him that if he'll confide in us once in a while, it'll be a lot easier for everyone, including him, Hurley told her. He walked around the desk, dropped into his chair. He's put the finger on a man he thinks did the killing. In a few minutes we'll have the room clerk of that flea bag in here to take a look at the mug shots. If he makes them, we're in, and Liddell gets out.
No kidding?
Muggsy looked from Liddell to the inspector and back.
If he makes the identification, I can make the first edition of the paper.
She dug into her bag, brought up a piece of copy paper and a pencil.
Fill me in?
Hurley shook his head. You know I can't afford to play favorites, Muggs. As soon as formal identification is made, we'll make an announcement. By the time that clears channels, it should be about 4:30, Hurley told her.
That's too late for my paper, Muggsy wailed. The morning sheets will have the gravy again. Come on, Inspector. You owe me a break. How about it?
Hurley shook his head. Not from me, Muggs. He glanced at his watch, scowled. I promised to be down at the first deputy's office about now. Can I put the prisoner in your care until I get back? He got up from his chair. He's not violent, but he may talk you to death, if you're lucky. He winked at Muggsy, left the office.
He's a good Joe. Muggsy smiled at the closed door. Now start spilling. The poor old guy'll probably get flat feet from standing in the hallway giving you leeway.
I opened up with Hurley, told him about the diamonds.
Did he buy it?
Liddell shrugged. He'd like a little more proof, but it doesn't matter. The job was outside his jurisdiction. The ones we've got to convince are the Jersey cops. Liddell dug out 2 cigarettes, lit them, passed one to the girl. He had me tagged for the Greer mess out in Suffolk, but luckily for me, my slugs were in the back of the car. The slugs in the dead guy came from Best's gun.
Whose?
Hook. We just got a make on him from BCI. His name's Hook Best. He has a record as long as your arm. He's a user of long standing. If the room clerk recognizes him as having been in the hotel last night, Hurley will buy the story that Hook killed the girl to keep her from talking when she found out what happened to her boy. Muggsy was busy scribbling the details.
So, if the room clerk identifies him, we've got a story. What time's the clerk due here?
Liddell shrugged. Hurley put the call out for him about 20 minutes ago. A squad car went out to pick him up. He should be here any time now. Muggsy folded her notes, stuck them in her bag.
If we can at least score with this one, it'll keep the paper happy. Up to now, we've been taking an awful beating. The tabs even beat us to last night's kill with me on the scene. Pop says if you have to go around finding fresh corpses, please arrange to find them after the morning sheets have gone to bed.
I'll do my best, Liddell nodded. There was a tap on the door, and Inspector Hurley re-entered. I didn't know but what there might be a tender farewell scene being played. I figure it was safer to knock. He walked to his desk and picked up the phone. Have Michaels bring in the mug shots, and then send up the guy they have down in detention on the Bowden Hotel killing. He hung up the receiver, walked over to the water cooler. Now we'll see how much of that theory of yours holds water. He took a short drink, then returned to his desk chair. Michaels, the lieutenant from identification, knocked, brought in the mugshots at best. He laid them on the desk. He grinned at Muggsy.
"Hello, Miss Keeley." "Hello, Lieutenant. I didn't think you'd remember me."
Michaels' grin broadened.
I never forget a face, especially a pretty one. They're so rare where I work."
There was another rap on the door, and a uniformed patrolman ushered in the room clerk from the Bowden. His sallow face was gleaming with sweat, and he licked nervously at his lips. His watery eyes singled out Liddell, made a valiant attempt to match his stare, dropped away. "You're the night clerk at the Bowden?" Hurley wanted to know. The newcomer shifted uneasily, nodded.
Yes, sir."
"What's your name?"
"Carl Durr."
The inspector motioned him closer to the desk. "Last night you told the officers you'd received a call that there was a dead woman in 627. The room clerk's eyes raced nervously around the room. He nodded. "Was it from inside the hotel or outside?"
"Outside."
Hurley scowled at him. "You sure?" The clerk licked his lips.
"I handle the switchboard at night, too. I'm positive it was from the outside."
"Why didn't you tell the officers that?" The eyes were on another tour of the four walls.
"They didn't ask me."
Hurley grunted. "You got a pretty good memory for faces?" Durr nodded.
"It's part of my business."
Hurley picked up the mugshot of Hook, held it out. "Ever see this guy before?" The room clerk took the card with a shaking hand and focused his watery eyes on it. He studied the ratty face carefully, then nodded.
"He's been around."
He handed back the card.
"He was with Gear. That's the fellow who was registered with the dead woman. A couple of times the last few days."
"When was the last time you saw him?" Durr wiped the palms of his hands along the side of his pants.
I don't know. Yesterday, I guess."
He tried to meet the inspector's eyes and failed.
"He was sitting in the lobby with Gear when I came on duty late yesterday afternoon. Gear got a call, and they both went out."
Hurley nodded. "And after that?"
"What do you mean, Inspector?"
"When was the last time you saw him?" The room clerk's hands were clenching and unclenching at his side.
"Last night. He came in like he was in a hurry. Went right to the elevator. He was upstairs maybe half an hour, maybe a little longer. He left just before—"
he pointed to Liddell.
"Just before Mr. Jones checked in."
"You're sure of this, Durr?"
"Yes, sir."
Hurley nodded to the uniformed patrolman. "Take him downstairs and get a signed deposition." He picked up the BCI card and handed it to Michaels. "Take it up to communications, Mike. Get out an APB on Best. Emphasize that he's on the stuff, and he's dangerous. He's wanted on suspicion of 2 murders. Robert Gear and his female companion." Michaels picked up the card, started for the door.
"Just 1 minute, Lieutenant."
Muggsy caught his arm.
"As long as you're going to put this out on the wire, how's chances of getting a copy of the front face?"
Michaels looked at the inspector. "Got any copies?" Michaels nodded.
"Just on an off chance, I ordered dupes for the distribution."
"Give her one. Her paper can publish it on the front page and maybe flush him out for us."
"Thanks, Inspector. Can I use your phone?"
Hurley grunted. "Why not just move your press in here?" He pushed the phone across the desk. Muggsy dialed the number of the dispatch, was connected with Jim Keeley.
"I got a real one for the first edition, Pop. Inspector Hurley has broken that Bowden Hotel killing last night. It ties in with that body found out in Suffolk. Hutch was doing a rewrite on it when I left. Yeah, that's the one."
She fumbled with her bag, dug out her penciled notes.
"Killer's name is Alfred Best, alias Hook Best. I got some art on him. Yeah, BCI front face."
She listened for a moment.
"Okay, I'll be right in. Save me some space."
She tossed the receiver back on its hook.
"Thanks, Inspector."
Hurley nodded grumpily. "That's right. Put me on the hook so the rest of the reporters will try to cut my throat for giving you a break. I told you I couldn't reveal any details prematurely."
"But you didn't. Johnny did. But he doesn't want the credit for the break. He wants it to go to you."
"Damn generous of him," Hurley grunted.
"I've got to get back to the paper to write the yarn, Johnny. You coming?"
Muggsy wanted to know. "You forget that I'm still a guest of this city," Liddell reminded her. He turned to Hurley. "How about it, Inspector? Think I can have my gun and my freedom?" Hurley scowled at him. "It'll be a pleasure to get rid of you." He dug the gun out of his drawer, slid it across the desk. "You're coming off lucky on this one, Liddell. The brakes went with you. They could have just as easily have gone the other way, and it would have been real messy." "I know, Inspector. But at the time it seemed like the best way to handle it."
Maybe if you had reported the attempt to knock you off, the woman in 627 would still be alive. And maybe we could have laid our hands on the guy who killed Gear. By now, he's probably miles away, and it's too late to seal up bus stations and railway depots and airports. Try it sometime. Liddell shrugged. Maybe I should have. But I tried that with the Jersey police and got no place. Sure. He staved off an objection. They finally got around to finding out the kid didn't kill Laurie Lane. But it took them 3 days to find out what I told them in the first place. When a guy tries to knock me off, I haven't got 3 days to wait, Inspector. You might have to wait a lot longer now. Liddell shook his head. I don't think he's left town. On a bonus kill like this, whoever hired him probably only made a down payment. Hook's in cold storage someplace, trying to sit out the foul-up. I'm going to make it so hot he'll have to come out from wherever he's holed up. And when he does? When he does, I'll give him to you. That is, of course, providing we don't have him first. You won't have, Liddell predicted. The only way to smoke out a rat like this is to use other rats to do it. The department has to go through channels and use strictly legal methods. I don't. In a case like this, it gives me a head start. Hurley shook his head. You worry me when you start talking like that. Why don't you sit back and let the department handle this? Because the department has 10 million things on its mind, from finding lost babies to cracking the knuckles of a bunch of juvenile gangs. Me? I've only got one thing on my mind. Hook best. Okay, but don't get trigger happy. No matter how much of a civic improvement it may be, I don't intend to stand for having my district littered with corpses. As long as there's a good possibility one of them may be mine, I'll buy that 100%, Inspector. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Outside of headquarters, Johnny Liddell stood on the curb and waved down a cruising cab. He put Muggsy Keeley into it and instructed the driver to take her to the offices of the dispatch.
Wait a minute, Muggsy protested. Aren't you coming with me?
Not right now, sugar. I've got a couple of people I've got to see.
Well, then I'm not going back. I go where you go.
She started to get up from the back seat, but Liddell pushed her back down. Don't forget the city edition. You can just make it. He slammed the door and motioned the driver to go. One of us has to keep making a living, or neither of us eat. The cabbie threw the car into gear, pulled away from the curb. Liddell stood there, waving. Muggsy turned, looked out the rear window, stuck her thumb to her nose, and waved back. Liddell spent the next 5 minutes vainly trying to flag down another cab. Finally, one dilapidated old yellow condescended to pull up to the curb. His driver was only slightly less aged than the car. What do, Chief? He wanted to know as Liddell dropped onto the back seat. He was a wizened little man with his cap stuck on the back of his head, the end of a toothpick sticking from the corner of his mouth. Liddell gave him an address on the Bowery just off Worth Street and sank back against the cushions. He amused himself by trying to keep track of the number of red lights the cabbie jumped, but gave up after a few minutes. After about 15 minutes of weaving through a heavy traffic well spiced with trucks, the driver finally swung onto the Bowery, played tag with the few remaining L pillars, and pulled to the curb just off Worth Street. He slid around in his seat, shifted a badly mutilated toothpick from one corner of his mouth to the other. Want me to wait, Chief? Liddell pushed a bill through to him, waved away the change. I don't think so. I'll be quite a while. The cabbie shrugged. It's your feet if you like to walk. Without somebody's waiting for you, you can get Marilyn Monroe easier than you can get a hack down here. You know how far is the nearest subway? I know all that, but it's at least half a mile, and then where are you? City Hall. You know how often runs the trains by City Hall? He shrugged deprecatingly. You should only have that long to pay your income tax. Liddell nodded. I don't think you'd better wait. It'll be a long time. The driver rolled his toothpick back to its original position, raised his hands philosophically. Don't say I didn't tell you. He ground the car into gear noisily, squealed into a forbidden U-turn on the Bowery, and headed back uptown. A constant tide of traffic ebbs and flows the length of the Bowery at all hours of the day and night. It is a tide that runs the gamut of human degeneration. Winos with a shuffling, insensible walk, with faces from which all semblance of expression has been bleached by constant intake of King Kong. Grifters and panhandlers wearing the shaggy beard and shapeless clothes that are the uniform of their vocation.
Hallways sprouting the soulless and toeless shoes of the pass-outs, the occasional tourist or rubbernecker, all part of the Bowery. The store Liddell was seeking was halfway up the block from Worth Street. A huge iron mesh guard covered the 2 plate glass windows of the storefront, permitted a look-but-don't-touch display of a conglomeration of junk that had been gathering dust in the windows for years. Overhead, 3 gilded metal balls blossomed from a single bracket. A large sign painted on white canvas proclaimed, "All American Loan Service. Diamonds to buy or sell. Written estimates on request." Johnny Liddell pushed the door open and stepped into the dim, dusty interior. Somewhere a bell tinkled softly as he closed the door behind him. Glass counters ranged on either side of the store, their shelves filled with knives, musical instruments, typewriters, and other merchandise. In the center of the back wall of the rectangle there was a counter that ended in a metal grill window. Behind it, a man with a full beard wearing thick lensed glasses was peering intently into the interior of a watch. He wore a sweat-stained fedora with an undented top in the style of Charlie Chan. Liddell walked up to the counter. "Is Cheech in?" The man in the fedora didn't look up. He reached for a tiny screwdriver, half-twisted a screw in the works of the watch.
Who wants?
"Tell him it's Liddell, Johnny Liddell." A curtain behind the booth parted, and a little man walked out. He was jacketless and wore a black vest over his rumpled white shirt. His hair was black and coarse, and was combed in a pompadour in a fruitless attempt to cover a bald spot that gleamed pinkly in the light. His pouty lips were wreathed in a smile, but his eyes were wary, watchful.
"Liddell,
He walked to the counter, jabbed a pudgy hand across.
you ain't been down to see Cheech in a long time."
Liddell shook the moist hand, dropped it as soon as possible. "I don't get around as much as I used to, Cheech."
"You want merchandise? Maybe you got something to sell."
He rolled his eyes at the man with the fedora cautioningly. "If you've got time for a little talk, we might do some business." Liddell nodded.
"So, come in."
Cheech reached under the counter, pressed a button. The gate next to the grilled window stuttered open.
"It's like I always say, business before pleasure, but a little business these days, that's a real pleasure."
Liddell followed the little man through the curtained doorway. The room beyond was barely furnished, containing only an old-fashioned roll-top desk with a telephone and 2 wooden chairs. The little man held his fingers to his lips, pulled a sliding door into place behind the curtains, snapped on a latch.
"Now, my friend, what can I do for you?"
He pushed a straight-back chair toward Liddell and brought his own closer. "I want to make a connect with a source for Charlie." Cheech stared at him.
"You got a habit since I seen you last?"
His eyes, cold and wise, studied Liddell's features. He shook his head.
"This I don't believe."
"No, Cheech, not for me. I'm trying to find a guy who's on sea. The only way I'm going to find him before the cops do is to find his source and then backtrack him." The little man ridged his forehead.
"Yeah, sure it's sea. These days it's mostly horse or grifo."
"No, the guy I'm looking for, Grifo, would be his idea going nowhere. He's no JCL with a habit. It's a long timer. It's a real heavy habit, and he needs plenty often fixes." The little man nodded.
"A gun?"
"Yeah."
"It figures. Back when the guns were riding high in Chi and Detroit, Charlie is big stuff. Now only the old-timers are on it."
He studied Liddell's face with worried eyes.
"Suppose I make this meet. What happens to the source? He gets picked up and I'm tagged for a Fagin. That way I'm done."
"I don't want you to finger the source. This is a personal deal. The feds aren't in it any place. I just want a certain guy, Cheech, and I want him bad and fast." Cheech bit on the cuticle of his thumbnail.
Things are pretty hot, Liddell,"
He complained.
"You read maybe about the big hit the feds made at Idlewild last week. One of the big sources got in front of the gun. Real deadwood and..."
"Break it down, Cheech." The little man grinned.
"I forgot you were a do-good. When a carrier gets picked up, that's in front of the gun. Deadwood, that means the stuff's on him. This guy gets off the plane, the feds are waiting. Before he can ditch, he's in front of the gun. Real deadwood."
He looked forlorn.
"That hurts everybody. The stuff's got to get cut that much deeper. How heavy a habit you say this guy's got?"
"Anywhere from 2 to 10 grains of the pure stuff." Cheech pursed his lips.
"Let's see, that's a real heavy habit. The way the stuff's cut today, that's calling for anywhere up to 20 grains. No regular's gonna have that kind of a bang stored away. He's gotta make a connect 2-3 times a week.
Suppose he goes into a hole, Cheech. Cheech grinned.
A guy like that, 3 days and he's got the whips and jingles so bad he'll go up against a division of Marines to get laughing and scratching. This guy can't go into a hole. This guy's gotta stay close to his source.
You think you can find him for me? The little man's eyes grew wary.
I can try.
Liddell pulled a small roll of bills from his pocket, flipped off 350s. The little man had difficulty keeping his eyes off the bills. How soon? Cheech shrugged.
It takes time.
Liddell peeled off another 50. Sometime tonight? Cheech licked at his lips, finally nodded.
Sometime tonight, maybe. Tomorrow, sure. Where?
Liddell pulled out a card, scribbled a telephone number on it. If I'm not at my office, try my hotel. He dropped the card on the desk, laid the 4 bills on top of it. Make it real fast and there might be a special bonus. Cheech picked up the bills, folded them carefully, stowed them away in a pocket of his vest.
You'll hear the minute I make a connect.
He leaned back in his chair.
This guy you want, what's he look like?
Small, black hair, big nose. They call him Hook. I think he probably came originally from Chicago. Thick black hair, talks big. He carries a .45 and knows how to use it. Cheech closed his eyes, absorbed the description.
You're sure he's in town?
Liddell nodded grimly. Positive. The little man nodded.
I got some connections. I'll pass out the word. Somebody'll make him. These days, not too many of us are on sea. And a guy that looks like you just said should be easy to make.
He plucked at his lower lip with thumb and forefinger.
Is it any of my business what's going to be with him?
Liddell shook his head.
So, all right, I just asked.
He shrugged.
Just so nobody's hurt because I fingered him. It's just that I'm doing a favor for a friend. I wouldn't want somebody should tag me for a fink. You understand?
Liddell nodded. Don't worry about it, Cheech. Nobody gets hurt. I just want to ask the guy a few questions.
Like, for instance?
Like, why did he try to knock me off last night? And who paid him to do it? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Johnny Liddell spent what was left of the afternoon catching up on correspondence under the goading of the redhead from the outer office. It was dark by the time he finally inserted the key in the lock to his apartment. He pushed the door open and stepped through. The arm that caught him around the throat in a mugger's grip almost cut off his wind entirely. He felt the point of a knife jabbed into his back just above the waist. He offered no resistance.
Let's have some light.
A voice sounded close to his ear. The table lamp snapped on, spilling a yellow light into the room. Julie Layton was sitting in the big armchair next to the table, and she held a small .38 in her big fist.
Get his gun, Edmund,
she ordered. The point of the knife prodded Liddell warningly.
Get the hands on the back of your head where I can see 'em. Try anything and you'll never know what hit you.
The pressure was released from his throat just enough so that Liddell could suck in a deep breath. He laced his fingers on the back of his head, waited. The man behind him reached around, slid his hand under Liddell's jacket, and tugged the .45 from its holster. Then the arm was taken away from his throat, and the man behind him backed away. I didn't know you went in for housebreaking, Julie, Liddell grunted. The police sometimes get pretty narrow-minded about things like that. The big woman shrugged.
If the police hear about it. I don't think the police are going to.
She waved the gun.
You can take your hands down.
The man with the knife walked over and stood beside Julie Layton. He was tall and thin. His thick black hair was lustrous, flattened against the side of his head over the ears, a mass of gleaming curls on top. His eyebrows were full, heavy, and he had a cleft in his chin. His eyes were big and dark. He returned to Liddell's scrutiny with a half-smile.
This isn't a social call, Liddell, the man told him in a soft voice. We dropped by to pick up something belonging to me.
Liddell grinned humorlessly, rubbed his neck. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to give you what's coming to you. I suppose you're Wiley? The slim man nodded.
Lori Lane's husband.
Coming from you, the word husband sounds like a dirty word. Wiley started, and an angry flush crept up his collar. The woman put out a beefy hand, caught him by the sleeve.
What do you care what he says, Edmund? He's just trying to stall for time. Let's get the stuff and get going.
Wiley shook his sleeve loose from the woman's grasp. His full lips had straightened out into a thin, angry line.
I don't like funny fellows, mister. If you want to keep that tongue of yours, keep it in your head.
He walked toward Liddell, took care not to get between the detective and the gun in the woman's hand.
I've come for the rest of Laurie's diamonds.
What diamonds? As far as I can find out, the only diamonds she had were the ones they found.
You're a liar,
the woman in the chair told him dispassionately.
She had over 200 grand in stones. They belonged to Edmund. He was her husband.
Why tell me about it?
Because you have them,
Wiley snapped.
You were out there that night with your man. Laurie caught the two of you stealing the stones and managed to kill your man. You killed her and got away with the stones. When you went back to clean up, the police were there.
Liddell raised his eyebrows. That's the way it happened?
That's the way it happened.
Why don't you tell the cops? You don't mean to say you'd let me get away with murdering your wife?
You did him a favor,
Julie Layton growled. She studied Liddell's face for a moment.
Look, Liddell, we're willing to be reasonable. You got a cut coming for what you did. How about 10%?
$20,000 for one night's work? Some nights I don't make that much.
Never mind the comedy,
Wiley growled.
As far as I'm concerned, you don't get anything.
He raised the point of the knife, nicked Liddell's throat with the tip.
That's the break we're giving you. Turn over the stuff and you don't get anything. Make us find it, and the first time you turn your head, it'll fall off.
Liddell studied the girlish, pretty face, the big eyes and fixed half-smile. I suppose you're the one who tore my office to hell the other day.
That was foolish of Edmund,
the big woman conceded.
He's too impetuous. He thought you'd probably drop the stones off at your office. I told him you were too smart an operator for that.
What did I do with them, Julie?
Got rid of them as soon as you could, I'd say.
Heavily veined lids half hid her eyes.
There was always a chance the cops would tumble to who did the job.
Sometimes they are lucky, Liddell nodded.
No, you were the lucky one. The cops never found out there were any more stones there that night. They figured if somebody killed Lane for the handful of stones they found there, he wouldn't have left the stuff. So they put two and two together. Came up with the idea the reason he didn't take it away was because he couldn't. He was dead. You were real lucky. Let's cut out all the conversation and get down to where the stones are,
Wiley growled impatiently. He pressed the point of the knife against Liddell's throat under the right ear.
Where are they?
Your girlfriend was just on the verge of telling us. What happened, Julie? Did it take all this time to figure it out? Layton shook her head.
No. The way I have it figured, up to about now, you didn't have the stuff. By now, you should have it. Or access to it.
I thought I was supposed to have taken it the night.
You did. But either you checked it someplace or mailed it to yourself. If you checked it, you probably mailed the check to yourself. That way, if you did happen to get picked up, and they held you for questioning, the stuff was in a safe place and there wasn't a trace of it on you.
Real smart figuring.
I never underestimate an opponent. How about giving us the check and make it simple all the way around?
For 10%? Layton shrugged.
Edmund won't go for it. You heard him. After all, it is his property.
What do you give in return for the check?
It's what we don't give that counts. Besides, you're walking away from here. We don't give information. The cops might get a different picture of what happened over there that night if they were to find out about the missing stones.
But if you notify the cops, the Treasury Department steps in and takes its cut out first. Then what's left for Edmund? His eyes rolled from the fat woman in the chair to the pretty boy at his side. Besides, Julie, how come you're so anxious to turn Junior loose? If he gets all that money, what does he need you for?
Cut it out, Liddell,
Wiley warned menacingly. Layton looked thoughtful.
Edmund wouldn't leave me after all I've done for him. Would you, Edmund? Stop all this stupid talking, Julie, and let's get this over with. Can't you see he's just stalling us? You didn't answer me, Edmund.
Julie's voice was unnaturally mild. A faint film of perspiration gleamed along Pretty Boy's hairline.
You old fool, can't you see?
Layton was out of the chair, her knuckles white where she gripped the gun.
Don't you call me that,
she snapped.
Come over here.
Wiley seemed to be debating whether or not to obey. Finally, his arm dropped and he walked over to where the woman stood.
You won't walk out on me, Edmund, she told him. Money or no money, what's mine I keep. Don't ever forget that. Nobody ever takes anything away from Leighton that belongs to her.
Wiley tried to meet her eyes, failed.
So if you got any ideas, forget them.
Pretty Boy nodded.
Now, let's stop fooling with this guy and get out of here.
She walked over to where Liddell stood.
We've had all the conversation we want. Now let's have what we came for.
I haven't got it. I never had it. Liddell shook his head. The woman nodded to her consort. Pretty Boy's hand swung in a short arc, chopped at the side of Liddell's neck, knocked him to his knees.
Don't make the mistake of underestimating Edmund, Liddell. He knows all the tricks, and he knows how to use them without showing.
Wiley caught Liddell by the tie, dragged him to his feet. The blow seemed to render him incapable of moving his arms.
Where's the stuff?
Leighton asked. Liddell moved his lips, tried to talk, could only manage to shake his head. Wiley brought an uppercut from his knees, and Liddell fielded it with his stomach. The air whistled out of his lungs. He went to his knees. When he tried to wrap his arms around the other man's legs, Wiley caught him by the hair, pushed him over onto his back.
Give me his wallet, Edmund, while you go through his pockets. If the stuff was checked, the check must be on him.
Wiley handed the woman Liddell's wallet, went through his pockets. Leighton was flipping through the contents of the wallet, and neither heard the door open. A man in a rumpled blue suit, gray fedora on the back of his head, stood in the doorway. He took one look at the scene before him and transferred a .38 from his hip pocket to his hand.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The door was open, so I walked in.
Leighton dropped a wallet, went for her gun. She saw the .38 in the newcomer's hand and froze. Wiley was on his knees at Liddell's side, staring up slack-mouthed.
Who are you?
Leighton finally managed to croak.
I'm Sergeant Murray of the Powhatan Police.
He motioned Wiley to his feet and backed away from Liddell. Then he walked over and looked down at Liddell. He glanced around, spotted a bottle of bourbon on a stand in the corner.
Get some of that and give it to him. First put him in that chair.
Wiley half-carried, half-dragged Liddell to the armchair Leighton had been sitting in. Liddell's head was rolling, and he seemed to be trying to focus his eyes. Pretty Boy brought over the bottle, held it to Liddell's lips. A stream of bourbon ran down his chin. He choked as some went down his throat. After a moment, his eyes stopped rolling back into his head. He reached up, wiped his chin with the back of his hand. His eyes traveled around blearily, came to rest on Murray. He grinned weakly.
Hi, Sergeant. Welcome to the party. What was going on?
He indicated Leighton and Wiley with his gun.
Who are these two?
Pretty Boy there was Lori Lane's husband. His fair companion is Lori's successor. Liddell rubbed the side of his neck where Wiley had delivered the judo blow. They thought I had something belonging to him. They were trying to sweet-talk me out of it.
From where I stood, it looked real persuasive. What do you want to do with him?
Nothing right now. A triumphant smile twisted the ends of Julie Leighton's mouth.
I didn't think you would.
She nodded to Wiley.
Let's get out of here, Edmund.
Pretty Boy flattened the long hair along the side of his temple with the palm of his hand.
We'll be seeing you, Liddell,
he told him with bravado. That's for sure, Junior. Every time you turn around, you'll be seeing me. Because you didn't know when or where I'm going to catch up with you for a return match. But one thing you can be sure of, I'll catch up with you. His eyes rolled over to the fat woman. And you won't have to worry about him walking out on you, Julie. When I do catch up with him, no one else would have him. Wiley started to retort, caught the look in Liddell's eyes, licked his lips, and turned away. He followed Leighton to the door, stole another apprehensive look at the man in the chair whose eyes had never left him, and hurried through the door. When they had left, Sergeant Murray stuck his .38 back in his hip pocket.
I don't know how you're playing this, Liddell, he complained mildly, but I think it was a mistake to let those two go. Either one of them is capable of murder, and both have a motive for Lori Lane's murder.
He lifted the fedora and scratched at his head.
Although I'm damned if I can see why anyone in his right mind would trade in a dish like Lane for a side of beef like what just left here.
Lori couldn't afford him anymore. Leighton can. Liddell reached for the bourbon bottle and took a deep swallow. But it would have been a waste of time arresting either of them for Lane's killing. Neither of them did it.
You know the killer?
No.
Then how do you know it wasn't them?
Liddell set the bottle back on the table. "The night Lane was killed, Sergeant, a fortune in diamonds disappeared. The reason they were giving me the going over is because they thought I had the stones and was holding out."
"So?"
Liddell grinned. "The killer knows I don't have the stones because he has them. Last night, 2 guys tried to take me for a ride. Somebody has ordered me knocked off. Whoever that someone is, he didn't ask me what I did with the stones. He knows where they are. He has them. That's why when I find out who it was that hired my kill, I'll have Lane's killer too." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Sergeant Murray sprawled out in a big armchair, stared glumly at the half-filled glass in his hand.
"I'm sorry you held out on me on that diamond business, Liddell. It might have made things easier,"
he said sadly. "Would you have believed me if I told you?"
"Why not?"
"Because everybody else in the case would have denied it. They've all clammed up on it until sometimes I'm not sure myself that it isn't a pipe dream."
200,000 worth.
Murray whistled softly.
"That's a lot of money."
He swirled the liquor around his glass.
"Before we can make any real progress, we're going to have to persuade someone to admit those diamonds existed."
He sighed.
"Even after the post-mortem proved that Morrow couldn't have killed the girl, my boss raised hell, because he didn't want the case reopened. It was so nice and neat the way it was. When he hears about this new angle..."
He shook his head sadly and took a deep swallow out of the glass. "Murph isn't going to be any too anxious to cooperate. The minute he admits there were diamonds, he's putting his head on a noose, as an accessory to a plot to defraud the Treasury Department, because Lou Dongan has him on notice that he's to clam up, and probably for obstructing justice by withholding vital information."
"I can clear the last rap. The rest he's got to handle himself. Now that the thing's out in the open, sooner or later he's going to have to admit it."
"He has 2 bullet holes through the front window of his car that says it'll be later," Liddell grunted.
"This, Dongan, pretty odd character."
Liddell pursed his lips, shrugged. "He gets by."
"You seem to favor him. Why?"
Liddell fished for a cigarette, got it lit. He knew about the stones. He didn't like Lane for any money. Now, all of a sudden, he's to forget about the 12 grand Lane owed him. He blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling. Tate was killed by somebody who sapped him. Isn't that what the PM showed? Murray nodded.
"He was dead before the bullets were pumped into him."
"There was another killing in this case that's on the books as accidental. The victim in that one died of a depressed skull fracture, too." The sergeant frowned.
"I didn't know about that one."
"It was a girl named Claire Reedon. She's been playing house lately with Murph. But before that, she was Mike Davies' girl. Just when it looked like I might be getting someplace, she turns up dead. Supposed to have fallen down a flight of stairs."
"Interesting coincidence."
Liddell nodded. "Here's another coincidence. The same day the Reedon girl died, Dongan sent a muscle man around to help me promote a case of amnesia. The guy he sent was partial to saps. Tried to help my memory with one, as a matter of fact."
Murray looked thoughtful. "You think Dongan sent this muscle man over to Jersey and he pulled the job? That it?"
"It figures. Dongan is running a flying crap game. Flight takes off at about 9, comes back in at about 2:30. Dongan's aboard every night, including the night Lane and Morrow were killed."
"That's the nice part about this case. Everybody has an airtight alibi, including you."
"What's mine?"
"The telephone company. You placed a call to Powhatan at about 1:10, then canceled it when there was no answer. You arrive on the scene about an hour later, just the amount of time it would have taken to drive over. Mind telling me now why you drove all the way over there at that hour?"
Liddell took a deep drag on the cigarette, blew a stream of smoke at the glowing end. "Laurie had called me. While we were talking, I heard a shot and the line went dead. I tried to get her back." He shrugged. There was no answer. The homicide man scowled at him.
"All the more reason you should have called us."
"Maybe yes, maybe no. You didn't know Laurie. That would be her idea of a hilarious joke. Getting me all the way out there, or getting the police out there at that hour of the morning. On the other hand, there was just a possibility something was wrong, so I went out."
Murray nodded. "Murph told us you spoke to him just before you called Powhatan. He call you?"
Liddell shook his head. "I called him."
"At his place?"
"At his place." The sergeant finished his drink, set the glass down.
"It all checks. We went over the list of people he had at his place that night.
Nobody left even for a minute. Maybe they'd disappear into one of the other rooms for a little while, but nobody could have left the apartment without going through the living room. I know, I've looked the place over. So we're back to Dongan and his boy with the persuader. Unless we establish the existence of the diamonds, Dongan has no motive. The paper she owed him? Alive, he might collect. Dead, he certainly wouldn't. Murray shook his head. It won't wash until we can show that Laurie was killed by someone who stood to gain $200,000 by the kill. There's one other person still alive who knows how much there was in that house. The killer. Liddell got up, picked up the sergeant's glass and his own, poured a refill. If we can just get him into an interrogation room, he'll crack. Murray accepted the refilled glass with a nod. Suppose it really was this goon of Dongan's. Even if we do crack him, that doesn't mean we'll get Dongan. And if he's behind it, he's the one I want, not a stooge. Liddell dropped back into his chair. As soon as I catch up with the gun who was in that car with me last night, I'll have Dongan for you. That monkey was on nose candy, and when a guy has a habit as heavy as his looked, it doesn't take long before they start telling everything they ever knew for a bang. Well, I hope you get him. Got any lines out to him? One of the best. I'm fishing for his source. Once I find his source, I find him. He took a last drag on the cigarette, stubbed it out. He won't be hard to crack, and with that killing downtown to score to his credit, Inspector Hurley's going to be able to hold him a long time. Murray nodded his satisfaction. You've certainly been making progress. I just want to check in to see if there were any other angles we could follow up officially. You picked a good time to check in. Liddell fingered the sore spot on the side of his neck. That pretty boy packs a mighty mean wallop. Too bad we're able to eliminate him. A guy like that was tailor-made for the hot seat. And that Layton. He shook his head. You know, you had me fooled, Murray. I really thought you were afraid to go into this case with an open mind. I thought you were all set to whitewash it and put it out to dry because of the names involved. Don't worry, I would have been a lot happier if it was as neat a job as it looked. He sipped at his drink. I didn't want a lot of publicity by injecting names like Dongans and Laytons. It was tough enough to have the corpse a good-looking blonde stage star. By pretending it was an open and shut robbery, it was only good for a one-day splash. Then things got back to normal so we could really work on it. We still haven't released the coroner's findings clearing your boy. We don't want to tip off the killer until we're ready to move in. Liddell considered it, shrugged. I'd prefer to see the kid's name cleared, but I guess it can wait. It shouldn't be much longer the way things are shaping up. The telephone on the night table started to shrill. Liddell walked through to the bedroom, picked it off its hook, held it to his ear.
Johnny?
It was Muggsy Keeley. Yeah, Muggs? Muggsy dropped her voice confidentially.
I just got a tip from our boy down in the Federal Building. The outfit that's been letting Dongan charter the DC-4 has drawn a suspension of its license. Flights have been canceled until further notice.
Liddell whistled softly. Things are really beginning to move. What's Dongan going to do?
I don't know, but they still have that layout on the east side. I guess they'll move the operation back there. You know, Dongan's partner, Mike Davey, never liked that plane operation anyhow. He wouldn't even set foot in the plane. My guess is he's been preparing for this.
Well, how would you like to go stepping tonight?
You talked me into it. Where do we go?
How about helping Mike Davey get his place back into operation? Do we need a card?
Wait a minute.
He could hear Muggsy yelling a question to someone in the city room. Then,
yes, but Ed Wallace, our Broadway man, says he'll wrestle one up for us by 11:30.
Liddell nodded. Okay, I'll pick you up at your place. He dropped the receiver on the hook, grinned to himself. Sergeant Murray was just finishing his drink when Liddell re-entered the living room. It was a friend of mine on the dispatch. She says the government has cracked down on Dongan's flying Monte Carlo. He's going to reopen a joint he used to have on the east side. He dropped into his chair, picked up his drink. The expense account stand for a little joust with Dame Chance? Murray considered. We might try it. He tried to brush the wrinkles out of his suit, made no impression. Maybe I'd better change. What time you going? Around midnight. The sergeant got up. I can be back in plenty of time. He drained his glass, set it down. I have a feeling I'm going to hate myself in the morning, but it sounds like a lot of fun tonight. It was an old brownstone house set anonymously in a block full of similar brownstone houses. Once this part of the east side had been an exclusive residential section. Now the brownstones had been converted into fashionable apartments, hideaways, love nests, and other more frankly commercial uses. Johnny Liddell paid off the cab at the curb and followed Muggsy and Sergeant Murray up the steep flight of steps to the vestibule door. In the dimness of the vestibule, a pinpoint of light glowed red for a second, then died away. Muggsy knocked on the door, and the pinpoint of light drew closer. As the smoker sucked the cigarette into life, his face was dimly illuminated by the glow. He opened the door, looked from Muggsy to each of the men. "Are you members?" His voice was low and harsh and blended well with the high cheekbones, the heavy eyebrows, and twisted nose of a professional bouncer. Muggsy dug into her tiny purse, brought up the card. The doorman scarcely glanced at it, then opened the door wide. They walked through the vestibule. The hall beyond was heavily carpeted and filled with men and women in evening dress. Off to the left was a huge bar that ran the length of the house. On the right side of the hallway, 2 closed doors were guarded by a heavy-set man in a tuxedo. The stairs were in the center. There was a steady flow of traffic in both directions. Liddell looked around, nodded to the stairs. "What's up there?"
"Roulette, craps, one-armed bandits,"
Muggsy told him. She flicked her head toward the closed doors.
"Only special guests get in there. Poker and blackjack for real high stakes. No table limits."
"Well, let's have a drink to start with," Liddell suggested. He walked into the bar room, found Muggsy a stool, and took up a position on one side. Murray found space on the other. A white-jacketed barman came over, worked on a stock smile that never quite came to life, and wiped off the bar in front of them. "What'll it be, folks?" His hair was parted low on the side a la MacArthur, then was combed across a large bald spot. His eyes were watery and red-rimmed. "We're a little short on scotch, just opened tonight, but we can take care of you on anything else." "Make it a Forester all around," Liddell nodded. When the barman had produced 3 glasses and filled them to the brim, Liddell looked around the large room. People were milling about, talking in shrill tones, using elaborate gestures. Across the room, Liddell's eyes picked out a familiar figure. Sammy Hodges, the crew-cut kid who had paid him a visit at his office, was leaning against the wall, talking to a very décolleté blonde. "There's the guy I was talking about, the one with the sap," Liddell, leaning across Muggsy, told the sergeant in a low voice.
"The one with the crew cut?"
Muggsy wanted to know. When Liddell nodded, she protested.
"He looked like a college kid out for a night."
Hodges had been grinning at the girl he was with when his eyes started to survey the crowd. They came to Liddell, stopped. Momentarily he stiffened, then he bent over, whispered something to the girl. She nodded, turned, and headed toward the rear of the room. Hodges started shouldering his way to the far end of the bar. "Better have that drink, Sergeant. I think things are going to start to happen. Junior made me and is on his way to tip Dongan off. I don't think they've tied you in with me yet. Why don't you keep in the clear? It may come in handy to have someone on the outside ready to run interference." Murray nodded, picked up his glass, turned around and examined the room. After a moment, he started mixing with the tide of carefully dressed men and equally carefully undressed women that was flowing toward the stairs. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Johnny Liddell had a second drink and waited. There was no further sign of crew cut. He leaned his back against the bar, studied the activity going on throughout the room, but could detect no signs of anybody paying him special attention. "I guess we might just as well go on upstairs," he muttered to Muggsy. "When that character took off with such a fever, I figured we were going to get some action, but it wouldn't take this long." He checked his watch, determined over 15 minutes had passed since Murray had headed for the game room.
"Should we have another drink?"
Muggsy wanted to know. Liddell considered it, shook his head. "I don't think so. I'm not very partial to Mickey Finn's." He glanced down the bar to where the barman stood polishing glasses. Maybe they had decided to be subtle about getting rid of us. He laid a bill down on the bar, caught the girl by the arm, and headed for the staircase. The game room advertised itself by a low, tense murmur of conversation, spiced by the occasional chatter of roulette balls. At the far end of the room, a portable bar had been set up. There were 3 craps tables, 2 roulette setups, and along the wall a string of one-armed bandits stood with a metal arm raised in salute. Liddell stood in the entrance to the room, glanced around. Sergeant Murray was standing at a craps table near a short hallway that ran toward the rear of the building. Crew cut was nowhere in sight. Liddell and Muggsy walked over to the table. He slid a 50 across to the cashier, accepted 3 red chips and 4 whites in return. He found a place at the table, contented himself with laying it on the points with the man at his side. He had run his stack to a pile of 7 reds and 9 whites when a man in a tuxedo tapped him on the shoulder. "Are you Liddell?" he asked in a low, flat voice. "Yeah." "Would you mind stepping into the office? Mr. Dongan would like to talk to you. Mr. Dongan operates the house." He said it as if operating the house was the next thing to being God. Liddell handed his chips over to Muggsy, flicked a glance at Murray. The plainclothesman gave no sign of having seen the byplay, leaned over to toss a white chip on the don't pass line. When he straightened up, his eyes brushed past Liddell, managed a suspicion of a wink. The office was at the end of the short corridor leading from the craps table. Murray had made certain to take up a position where he could see anybody who came to or left the office. The man with the tuxedo knocked on the door, stenciled private, and waited. After a moment, it was opened by Crewcut, who dismissed the tuxedoed guard with a nod. The room itself was comfortably furnished, with large easy chairs, a few tables scattered around, and illumination was provided entirely by lamps, giving the room a warm, intimate glow. Lou Dongan sat sprawled in an easy chair, his feet propped up on a small table. His partner, Mike Davy, sat behind a large, highly polished desk under a draped wall that concealed a second entrance to the room. Dongan waved lazily to Liddell as he walked in.
"I'm sorry I wasn't around when you got here, Liddell."
His smile plowed white trenches in the tan of his cheek.
"I was afraid you might think there were some hard feelings if I didn't come over and say hello."
"Why should there be hard feelings?" Liddell wanted to know. The white-haired man's eyes flicked to Crewcut.
"I don't think we'll need you, Sammy."
He dismissed him casually.
"I'll ring you if I want you."
Sammy withdrew without a word, closing the door after him. Dongan waved Liddell to a chair.
"Sit down and make yourself comfortable."
He laced his fingers across his chest.
"You've been a pretty busy guy these past few days."
Liddell dropped into a chair, nodded. "I managed to keep busy." Mike Davy stirred uneasily on his desk chair. "What are you trying to do to us, Liddell? You heard they knocked out our plane setup. You setting this place up for a knockover, too?" "Why should I do that, Mike?" Liddell noticed that the years had made a lot of changes in Mike Davy. The lean wolfishness of his face was blurred by an overlay of fat. Flat, lusterless eyes still peered from under heavily veined, thickened eyelids, but the discolored sacks that buttressed them discounted the old menace. "You tell us," Davy snapped. "Maybe I don't like having a half-baked meatball like your boy outside dropping by my office to lean on me."
"That was a mistake," Dongan conceded. "We thought a friendly hint might be enough."
He studied his fingernails, polished them on his sleeve.
"Apparently it wasn't."
He rolled his eyes upward, his lips peeled back from a perfect set of teeth.
"I wish it had been, for both our sakes."
"You don't give up easily, do you, Lou? When the kid lays an egg on his assignment, you send 2 guns. That wasn't smart at all." Davy stared at his partner. Dongan raised his shoulders in a shrug, and the smile furrowed his cheeks again.
"You ought to try a psychiatrist, Johnny. I think maybe you're developing things. Persecution complexes."
He reached over to a humidor, picked out 2 cigars. He held one up to Liddell, drew a shake of the head. His partner nodded. He tossed him one.
"Maybe what you need is a nice long rest."
He bit off the end of the cigar and spat it at a wastebasket.
"We might even be willing to make a donation toward it."
"And what? Lead?"
"You're talking crazy, Liddell."
Mike Davy chewed on the end of his unlit cigar angrily.
"You think we got nothing on our mind but hits? We got a big business here. We got no time for muscle. We're trying to reason with you like good guys. Keep your nose out of our business. We don't want nothing from you. You stay away from us."
Dongan nodded.
"That's about the way it shapes up, Liddell. We don't want any trouble, but that doesn't say we won't handle it if we have to. Muscle is bad for business, you know that."
He waved toward the door.
"We need a boy like Sammy, sure, but you notice we get a kid that adds class to the joint instead of looking like a meatball."
He touched a match to his cigar, drew a mouthful of smoke, blew it at the ceiling in a blue-gray feathery stream.
There are two ways to do everything. The easy way and the hard way. Don't make us do it the hard way.
Nobody likes trouble, Dongan. You should have thought of that before you had Lane knocked off. The smile froze on Dongan's lips. A pinched look crept into his eyes.
I told you I don't know the girl. Going around making cracks like that's no way to break 100.
He rolled a cigar between his thumb and forefinger, testing its firmness.
Nobody can break my alibi for the night she was killed, or Mike's either, for that matter.
Maybe not, but there's a guy around this town was hired to knock me off by the guy who killed Lane. I'll be seeing that guy any hour now, and when I do, he's going to tell me who hired him. Dongan flicked a tiny gray particle of ash from his trousers, didn't look up. It doesn't matter very much what murder a guy gets burned for, Dongan, Liddell continued. It all adds up the same way for that last night in the death house. You die 1,000 times before the juice ever hits you.
Sounds monotonous.
Dongan rolled his eyes upward. Final, too. Why don't we stop horsing around and get down to cases, Lou? Mike Davey growled. This guy's costing us plenty of grief. Sweet talking's gonna get us nowhere. His heavy-lidded eyes settled on Liddell. Like I said, we got an important business, Seamus, and we don't like muscle. That don't mean we don't have it. Classy operation or no classy operation, we're taking care of ourselves in the clutches. He got up, walked around the desk, stood in front of Liddell. Act as smart as you think you are, Seamus, and leave us alone. Okay. You back my play by telling the Jersey cops how much in diamonds was really in that house that night. Dongan snorted.
You're crazy. You think after all the trouble I took to stay clear of that mess, I'm going to walk into it up to my armpits just to make you look good?
I just thought I'd ask. Liddell grinned. I knew the answer before I did. He looked from Davy to his partner and back. You talk about doing things the hard way? I haven't even started. You don't know what it feels like to be leaned on by a guy that's really loaded. And as soon as I uncover the hopped-up meatball that tried to take me, I'll be loaded for bear. Mike Davy's eyes narrowed to thin slits. He walked to the door, yanked it open, and Crewcut walked in. Get this bum out of here, Davy snarled. Make sure he don't come back. Dongan shook his head sadly, touched the tips of his fingers together in front of his chest.
You're a hard guy to get along with, Liddell. You can't blame Mike, you know. How long do you think he can put up with you throwing monkey wrenches into his operation?
Crewcut pulled his hand from his pocket. An ugly, snub-nosed .38 was clenched in his big fist.
Come on, mister. You knew you were gambling over your head when you came in here. You just lost.
Liddell grinned bleakly. Maybe, but I hedged the bet a little. Dongan looked interested.
Meaning?
I left a friend out at the craps table. Hodges grinned.
A very pretty one, too. I'll be glad to take care of her for you.
She's a reporter for the Dispatch.
Miss Keeley?
Dongan's smile faded. A little V-shaped wrinkle appeared between his eyes.
That is a little awkward, he conceded.
And a sergeant from Homicide on the Jersey police force is also out there waiting for me. He grinned at Davy. He's at the table right at the end of the corridor. You can't miss him, Mike. He has cop written all over him. Davy looked to his partner. I'll go out and take a look. Dongan nodded. Davy was back in a minute. He tore the cigar from between his teeth, bounced it off the floor. There's a guy that looks like a cop, all right, and he's keeping his eyes on the entrance to the office. He walked over, stood in front of Liddell. You lousy bastard, I oughta. Liddell lashed out with his heel, caught the big man in the shin. Davy let out a howl and went down in a heap. His partner smiled patiently at Liddell.
Up to now, it hasn't been anything personal with Mike. Now, if I were you, I'd watch out.
Liddell got up from his chair, ignored the menace of the .38 in Hodges' hand. Look, Dongan, I've been sitting here listening to you guys tell me how tough you are and what's going to happen to me. I've been listening because I've been waiting for one of you to spill something I want to hear. But now I'm fed up with hearing what's going to happen to me. You start listening to what's going to happen to you. He walked over to Dongan. Crewcut slipped up behind him, jabbed the .38 in his back. He caught Liddell by the arm, tried to swing him around. Liddell pivoted, chopped down at the wrist of the gun hand. With his free hand, he caught the guard under the chin with the heel of his own hand, slammed him back against the wall. Crewcut slid to a sitting position and raised the .38. "Put up the gun, Sammy," Dongan barked. He looked to Liddell. "Get out while you can still walk, Seamus." Crewcut's hand shook. His knuckle was white on the trigger. He got himself under control with difficulty. Liddell grinned at him, deliberately turned his back. "I'll walk out of here any time I want, Dongan. I'm going to give you all the chances you want to try for me outside. Only one of us is going to walk away from it when you do. Because the next time one of your cheap stooges tries and misses, I'm declaring open season on you." The ever-present smile had drained completely from Dongan's face. He stared at Liddell for a moment, dropped his eyes, fumbled with his cigar. "Let him go, Sammy." He feigned indifference to Liddell's threat. "Nothing happens to him while he's in the place." "Gee, thanks," Liddell grunted. He flicked a glance at Crewcut, grinned. "You were right, Mike. Times have changed when you have to hire a half-baked muscle man to protect you. In the old days, you were a hard man." Davy was on his feet. He was tenderly massaging his damaged shin bone. A muscle twitched under his left eye maddeningly. The eyes were almost lost behind the puffiness under them. "You're crazy, Liddell." He hit himself in the chest with the side of his hand. "I'm Mike Davy. I eat guys like you for breakfast. Nobody has to take care of me." "You could fool me," Liddell told him. He watched the bad eye twitch, caught the faint flicker of fear in both. He walked toward Mike, oblivious of the man with the gun in back of him. "What are you sweating about, Mike?" Davy took an involuntary step backward. He swabbed at his damp upper lip with the back of his hand. "Don't push your luck, Seamus. So you got a cop outside. He can be taken care of, too." "You've lost it, haven't you, Mike?" Liddell grinned at the fat man. "You've lost it inside. It's not like the old days when you were hungry. Now you're getting fat and soft. You're afraid they're measuring you for the fall, aren't you, Mike?" "Get him out of here!" Davy roared at the man with the gun. Hodges looked to Dongan for instructions. The white-haired man shook his head. "Not here." He glared at Liddell, got up, caught him by the arm. "Okay, Seamus, so you've made your declaration of war. You know where we stand, too. We've had all the pressure from you we're taking." He met Liddell's stare. "Sure, you're tough, but they never came so tough they couldn't be hit. Maybe you can take the first one or the second one that tries for you. But sooner or later, you can be hit." Liddell grinned, nodded. "Maybe, but you should live so long. Because when the first one doesn't make it, you're going to have company. And you won't have to get up to let me out when I leave. The next time I come visiting, you won't be on your feet when I leave." He turned, pushed Hodges out of the way, walked unhurriedly out the door, and returned to the craps table. Muggsy had run the chips into a sizable pile of reds and whites. She studied Liddell's face inquiringly as he rejoined her. "Everything okay?" Liddell nodded. He winked at Murray and picked up the stack of chips and headed for the cashier's desk. After a moment, Murray joined him there. He pushed a small pile of chips through, accepted some bills in return. "I was beginning to worry," he told Liddell. "You've got plenty of company. Let's get out of here fast. I think I lighted a fire under Dongan and company." He led the way out of the gaming room and down the stairs. They ransomed their coats from the check room, headed for the street. "What's the pitch?" Murray wanted to know as they descended the stairs to the street. "Why the rush?" "Just a hunch. I threw a scare into Dongan about the gun that tried for me last night. He has that muscle boy in there with him, and if he knows where that gun is hidden out, he'll try to get rid of him." Murray nodded. "What do we do?" "We try to follow Hodges if he shows. We stake the place out." Murray looked around, noted that all the houses were connected. "If we keep an eye on this door, that should do it." Liddell shook his head. "Davy's an old bootlegger. He probably has more exits to that place than you've got hairs on your head. Dongan came in by another door while we were watching the entrance to the office." "How do you know?" "He said so. That's why he left us alone so long. Davy sent for him. He got in without going through the game room. Hodges can get out the same way." "How do you suggest we handle it?" "We can keep an eye on this door, but let's make sure he doesn't have an exit that runs through a couple of these houses, and comes out up the block. There's some kind of escape hatch in that game room. He pinched at his nostrils. I wonder if it feeds into an alley that opens on the block behind. I'll stay here, Murray volunteered. You have a look back there. If for any reason we don't make contact tonight, I'll reach you at your office in the morning. The doorman walked down the stairs. Want a cab, mister? Liddell nodded, watched the Jersey detective walk off, melt into the shadows of one of the areaways up the street. The doorman stood in the street, blew a whistle, and a cab materialized from around the corner. Liddell helped Muggsy into the back seat, dropped in beside her. For the benefit of the doorman, he gave Muggsy's address on Central Park. When the cab roared away from the curb, he leaned forward, asked the cabbie to circle the block and drop him around the corner. Over Muggsy's protestations, he ordered the driver to take her to her apartment. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Johnny Liddell yanked irritably on his coat collar, drew it closer to his face in a fruitless effort to stave off the cold drizzle that had started since he stood there. He took a deep drag on the soggy cigarette he held cupped in his hand, and wondered if there wasn't an easier way to make a living. For the past hour he had kept close watch on the block of old houses that backed on the street where Mike Davy operated. Not even an amorous cat had showed. He squeezed back into the questionable shelter of the tall stoop of the old brownstone and consulted the wet face of his watch. He decided to give Dongan or one of his boys another 15 minutes to show, and then, to coin a phrase, he was going to head for home and get out of his wet clothes into a dry martini. The contemplation of home was so pleasant he almost forgot his discomfort. The pretty picture was roughly shattered by the opening of the door to a house diagonally across from where he stood. Hurriedly, Liddell dropped his butt to the ground, crushed it out. After a moment, a tall man stepped out onto the stoop. He made a production of adjusting his pork pie hat and looked up and down the street. Finally, as though satisfied, he walked slowly down the steps and headed west toward Lexington Avenue. Liddell made no attempt to follow, watched while Hodges melted into the shadows of the houses across the way. The bodyguard walked slowly, seemed to be checking that he wasn't followed. Every so often he seemed to disappear as though he stepped into an areaway to wait. Liddell waited until the bodyguard was satisfied that he wasn't being followed, then, cautiously, he too headed for Lexington Avenue. Hodges was walking purposefully, didn't even bother to look around. By the time he reached the corner of Lexington, Liddell was huddled in the shadows of the third house from the corner. Hodges stopped at the corner for a moment, looked back down the block he had walked, seemed satisfied. He didn't even bother to look across the street. On Lexington, he headed for a cigar store. By the time Liddell walked by, he was jackknifed into a telephone booth, talking earnestly into the mouthpiece. Liddell stepped to the curb, flagged down a cruising cab, thereby winning a heartfelt scowl from a cabbie sitting in a stand near the corner. He got in and told the driver to swing the cab around and wait on the downtown side of the avenue. When Hodges bustled out of the store a moment later and waved up the cabbie from the stand, Liddell grunted under his breath. He had expected the gunman would be holed up downtown, someplace near the Bowden Hotel. Instead, the bodyguard was heading in the opposite direction. Liddell's driver waited until the other cab had passed the corner. Then he swung into a wide U-turn and followed. Hodges apparently had given up any notion that he might be followed, but Liddell took no chances. He ordered his driver to let a few cars between him and his quarry. At 65th Street, the front cab turned right, stopped at a house halfway up the block. Liddell slumped back against the rear seat, motioned for his cabbie to drive past. He had a fleeting glimpse of Hodges paying off his driver, then heading for a small flight of steps. At the corner, Liddell dropped his cab and headed back down the street. Across the street from the house Hodges had entered, he stopped and drew back into the shadows. Apartment houses hadn't as yet invaded this block. A row of uniform 4-story stone buildings ran the length of the street, except down near the corner of 3rd, where they gave way to some 5-story buildings with shops at the street level and flats above. The house that had swallowed Hodges looked like a one-time private dwelling that had been converted into a series of 1-, 2-, and 3-room apartments. Liddell swore under his breath, wondering how he was going to determine into which warren his rabbit had disappeared. He crossed the street, mounted the low stoop, and entered the half-lit vestibule. A double row of highly polished brass letter boxes gleamed on the sidewall. and curiously he ran his index fingers along the cards bearing the names of the tenants. Suddenly his fingers stopped at one of the names. The small card inserted above the bell read simply, Claire Reedon. Beneath the name it said simply, 2E. What was Hodges doing in the dead girl's apartment? A card on the inner door read, For your comfort, as well as ours, please keep this door closed. Sammy Hodges apparently didn't believe in signs, as the door was slightly ajar. Liddell pushed the door open, carefully closed it behind him. The inside hall was dimly lighted, breathing softly with the sound of its sleeping tenants. Quietly he climbed the stairs to the second floor. 2E was in the rear at the end of the second-floor hall. He loosened the .45 in its holster, walked quietly to the door of 2E. He put his ear against it, listened. There was no sound inside the apartment. He tried the knob and found it locked. From his wallet he brought out a thin strip of celluloid and applied it to the door jamb. There was a faint click and the knob turned in his hand. He transferred the .45 to his hand and pushed the door open. The room inside was in complete darkness. He slid in, pulled the door shut behind him, and waited. The only sound in the room was the sound of breathing, his own. The butt of the .45 felt wet in his hand as he strained his eyes against the wall of darkness. He reached for the light switch, flipped it, and dumped a dazzling brilliance into the room from a ceiling fixture. The room was empty. Liddell crossed the living room, poked his gun into the small kitchenette, followed it in. There was no one in the kitchen, the bedroom, or the bath. Liddell scowled his puzzlement, replaced his .45 in its holster. He found a cigarette in his pocket, stuck it in the corner of his mouth. There couldn't be any mistake in the house. He had marked it well as he rode past. It was too much of a coincidence, anyhow, that Hook Best should live in the same house with Mike Davies' former girlfriend, Claire Reedon. And yet, why not? Maybe Best had been planted in this house so he could get at Claire, keep her from telling what she knew of Davy and his partner Dongan's operations. Liddell swore softly under his breath. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and expelled it in twin streams from his nostrils. He was just as badly off as he had been before he followed Hodges. There were 16 apartments in the building, and he couldn't see himself successfully invading each of them until he flushed Best out. He wandered around the apartment, picking up a picture from a console radio that exhibited much of what Claire Reedon had used to draw her admirers to the gaieties. Alongside the picture was an old program of the show. Idly, Liddell leafed through it. Claire's specialty had been a solo dance, supported by the chorus near the second-act curtain. Liddell flipped the program shut, started to toss it back on the radio, hesitated. Something was knocking at his conscious mind, trying to get in from the subconscious. Hadn't the squib Jim Keeley read him said that another Corrine from the Gaieties lived in the same building with Claire and had found the body? He reopened the program, turned to the page listing the members of the chorus, ran through it. None of the names struck a familiar note. He walked over to the door, opened it a crack, and made sure there was no one in the hall. Then he stepped out, closed the door after him softly, and headed for the stairs. In the vestibule, he checked the list in the program against the names in the mailboxes. One name appeared in both. Leona Sabel, who occupied apartment 2D according to the board. Liddell rolled up the program, stuck it into his pocket. He re-entered the hallway and returned to Claire Reedon's apartment. 2D, he noted, adjoined it in the hallway, and presumably shared a common back stairway. It was on that stairway Leona had found the body of Claire, he recalled. He snapped off the living room light, crossed to the kitchenette. A door led to a small rear stairway beyond that was shared with apartment 2D. Liddell closed the door behind him, stood in the darkness on the rear stairs, and listened. There was a faint rumble of conversation from 2D that might have been an argument. He strained his ears but failed to make out any words or recognize any of the voices. He crossed the small landing and carefully tried the knob. The rear door to 2D was locked. He fumbled in his pocket, brought out the strip of celluloid, applied it. When the latch clicked, he turned the knob gently and opened the door crack. The room beyond was in darkness. He opened the door wide enough to slip in, closed the door behind him. The door from the kitchen to the living room was closed. The room was pitch dark, but in his mind's eye he conjured up a picture of the kitchenette across the hall. The table was in the center of the room, so he circled to the right to avoid it. Apparently, Leona Sabel had different ideas about interior decoration than her late line mate. When Liddell plowed into the table against the right wall, it sounded like the celebration of a Chinese New Year. A stack of what had apparently been dinner dishes slithered off the table to crash on the floor. From inside the living room, Liddell heard a startled yell. There was a thunder of running footsteps, the crashing of a window pane. He extricated himself from the wreckage of the table, ran for the living room door. As he pushed it open, he had the impression of a large blonde standing open-mouthed staring at him, her hands at her breast. In the other corner of the room, a pair of legs were disappearing through the window. Liddell ignored the girl and headed for the window. As he reached it, he pulled up the sash, which the owner of the departing legs had disdained to do. He stuck his head out and looked down the fire escape. There was a faint flop from the landing below. A thin spurt of orange light, and a deep scar was gouged as if by magic alongside Liddell's head on the window frame. Another orange spurt, and a piece of windowsill was chewed out near his hand. Liddell discreetly pulled his head back into the room and drew the shade. The blonde was still staring at him. The color drained from her face, her lipstick a red smear against the pallor. Her hair was thick, metallically gold, and had been allowed to cascade down over her shoulders. It was caught just above the ears by a blue ribbon that matched the silk dressing gown she wore. The front of the gown gaped open, revealing a sheer, transparent nightgown of matching color. She made an attempt to get her mouth closed, started to wet her lips with the tip of her tongue.
I didn't know he was coming,
she managed to blurt out.
Honest, I didn't.
She sounded as though she didn't expect to be believed. She dry-washed her hands.
He just showed up. I didn't know, honest.
Liddell walked over to a table containing a bottle and some glasses, poured her a drink, brought it over. I'm sorry if I frightened you. I wanted to have a word with your guest. The blonde gulped down the drink, gagged. She handed back the glass. Some of the color was returning to her face.
Can't you forget he was here? He doesn't have to know, does he?
Liddell wrinkled his forehead. Forget who was here?
Hodges.
She put out her hand, caught Liddell by the arm.
You can forget it, can't you?
How about Hook? A look of honest bewilderment clouded the girl's face.
Who?
Hook Best. Liddell stared at her. Who did Hodges come to see? The blonde stared at him, her lips framing his words.
Who did he come to see?
She seemed to be seeing Liddell for the first time.
Who sent you here?
Nobody. I was following Hodges. I was hoping he'd lead me to Hook Best. He watched the play of emotions on the girl's face. You've never heard of him? Her eyes hopscotched around his face to find evidence he was toying with her. When she failed to find it, her nails cut into Liddell's arm.
Mike didn't send you?
Davy? Liddell shook his head. Relief washed every other expression out of the girl's face. Her arm dropped to her side. She stood for a moment, then started shaking with repressed laughter. Her entire body shook until she could restrain it no longer. Then she fell howling into a chair.
Poor Sammy, she gasped. He thought Mike was onto him. He won't stop running until he's in Mexico.
She buried her face in her hands, shook.
If you'd seen him go through that window.
She leaned back against the chair, howled hysterically. Liddell walked over, poured himself a stiff shot, brought one back for the girl. When she couldn't stop laughing, he slapped the flat of his hand across her cheek. She managed to subside, took the drink.
He thought Mike was wise,
she giggled. You're Mike Davies' girl? Some of the laughter faded from the blonde's face. She took a swallow from her glass, shrugged.
So what?
She finished the drink, set it aside.
He was tired of Claire. He started making a play for me. Claire didn't mind. She'd gotten hers out of him.
Liddell grunted. And all Hodges was doing was playing with the fat boy's girl behind his back? He didn't come up here to meet Hook Best?
Who's Hook Best? I never heard of him.
Liddell stared at her for a moment, then groaned. Now I've really had it. He looked from the girl to the smashed window, started to grin. At that, I wish I had seen him pole vault through the window. They laughed so hard, apartment 2C started to pound indignantly on the walls. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. It was afternoon by the time Johnny Liddell got around to dragging himself out of bed. He managed a cigarette, then stumbled to the bathroom. He was still stiff and lame from the tussle he had had with Edmund Wiley the evening before, and the long vigil in the drizzle waiting for Hodges hadn't served to improve matters. He splashed cold water on his face, grunted as he tried to straighten up. Outside, the telephone started to jangle noisily. He toyed with the idea of letting it ring itself out, but sheepishly admitted to himself that his curiosity wouldn't permit it. He stumbled out to answer it. It was Muggsy Keeley, and she was perky to a degree that threatened to nauseate him.
How'd you make out, Johnny?
He fumbled for words to describe his activity of the previous night, settling for a totally inadequate, lousy. Muggsy sounded disappointed.
I was talking to Sergeant Murray. He gave up about 5 and went around looking for you. He didn't find you and figured one of them might have showed.
One did. Hodges.
Well, what are you talking about then?
Some of the enthusiasm drained from her voice.
You didn't lose him.
No, I didn't lose him.
Come on, give. What happened?
Liddell, recalling Hodges' rapid departure, brightened a little. I walked in on him playing a scene on Mike Davies' girl's balcony, and some balcony it is.
No best?
Not even better. He took off like a homing pigeon. He chuckled. Didn't even bother to open the window. There's one guy from now on sex is just going to be the thing that comes before 7. If he ever stops running long enough, he's going to be too tired anyway.
You know what I mean. How about Hook? No trace of him?
Not yet. That's one thing Hodges didn't have on his mind last night, I'm pretty sure. After I left, Dongan and Mike Davy were so busy cooking something, Sammy figured it was a good chance to go calling on Mike's cookie.
And you followed him?
It seemed like a good idea at the time. The wire grunted.
You sound like you enjoy peeking. Did it ever occur to you that while you were watching Sammy and the girl playing house, that maybe Lou or Mike went to see Hook?
You can't have everything, baby. Besides, I'm beginning to get superstitious about this damn case. Maybe Best isn't working for Dongan.
You didn't dream up that ride the other night, did you? There are a couple of bodies on a slab that make it sound awful real.
Maybe I stepped on somebody's toes sometime or other. Maybe Hook just took me for a ride to get in practice. He scratched at his chin with his forefinger. You using Hook's picture in today's paper?
Yeah, why?
Can you send a copy of the picture down to me by messenger? I want Al Murphy to take a look at it. Maybe he can identify him as one of the guys that pegged the lead at him.
I'll do better. I'll bring it over myself.
You don't have to go to all that trouble, just...
No trouble at all, Johnny. No trouble at all.
She paused a moment.
Suppose he does identify it. What's that prove?
It proves that Best is connected with the Lane kill, for one thing. It may also prove to Murph that he's putting himself on the spot by clamming up the way he has.
Where'll I bring it? To the apartment or to the office?
Liddell contemplated the necessity of getting dressed to go out, decided it was inevitable. You'll be giving me a bad name dropping by my apartment. What would your father say?
He's not the jealous type.
She flipped.
He's willing to share you. I'll be at your office at 2.
Liddell nodded, dropped the receiver on its hook. He massaged the sore spot on the side of his neck, decided to try the therapeutic powers of a shot of bourbon. The neck was still sore after 2 shots, but his outlook seemed immeasurably improved. He dialed the number of his office and asked the redhead to contact Al Murphy and have him there by 2. Al Murphy was already in the outside office when Johnny Liddell walked in. He showed no sign of enthusiasm as he greeted the private detective. Now what? He wanted to know. I think we're about ready to wind it up, Murph, he told him. He turned to the redhead at the typewriter. Miss Keeley should be along any minute, Pink. Send her right in, will you? He caught Murphy by the arm, led the way into the inner office, and closed the door behind him.
Look, Liddell, the agent complained. I told you to include me out of this thing. All that's left in it for me is grief.
It won't take long now, Murph. I think we finally got the killer taped out. It's just a matter of a few odds and ends.
Me getting plowed by a slug is probably one of them.
What are you worried about? 2 guys tried to take me for a ride the other night. I've got them on the run, and I'm forcing their hand. I told you they only have to make one mistake, and I think they've made it. Murphy dropped into the customer's chair.
What's that?
They've tipped their hand to a cokey, a guy who'll crack wide open the minute the heat's turned on. He walked over to the water cooler, drew a cup full of water. As soon as we turn up the cokey, they're done. He tossed the cup at the wastebasket. That's what I wanted you for. I want to positively tie up the connection between this gun and the Lane case. Murph shook his head.
I wish I'd never heard of you. All I got since I met you is grief. Suppose I put the finger on this Joe and you don't get him. That's just one more guy I've got to worry about.
Stop worrying. We service our customers. The agent grunted, shook his head sadly.
Will Rogers used to tell a story about that. A city fella, hearing about his host's bull servicing the herd, took one look and said it was the first time he realized what guys like you mean when you say you service your customers.
Liddell grinned, held out a box of cigarettes to the big man, drew a shake of the head. The sooner this thing is wrapped up and the guy behind it is out of circulation, the better for all of us. He took a cigarette for himself, lit it.
Who's the guy I'm supposed to identify?
Muggsy is bringing over his picture. I made him from the mug file after I got away the other night. The hotel clerk at the Bowden identified him as the guy who killed the woman there. The woman was shacked up with his partner in the ride.
I caught a news flash on the radio on that. The guy she was shacked up with is dead, too. They didn't say anything about going for a ride. You kill him?
Liddell shook his head. The fellow whose picture I want you to look at did. He was shooting at me, but his buddy fielded the slug with his neck. Best was afraid the guy's woman would start squawking, so he tied a stocking around her neck real tight. Murphy swabbed at his neck with a balled handkerchief.
I want out, Liddell. I'm not geared for this racket with...
The door opened. Muggsy Keeley walked in with a folded copy of the dispatch under her arm. She smoothed it out and pointed proudly to the 10-point byline over the story on the Bowden killing. Adjoining it was a 2-column cut of Hook Best. Take a good look at this mug, will you, Murph? Liddell pushed the paper across the desk. Could he have been one of the guys in the car that bushwhacked you? Murph stood up and leaned over the picture. He stared at Best's face for a moment. Finally, he swabbed at his damp face.
I don't know, Liddell. We were both going pretty fast, and...
The telephone cut him off. Liddell scooped it from its cradle.
Liddell? Cheech.
Hi, got something for me?
Could be.
The receiver told him noncommittally.
This guy you want? That's his face on the front page of the newspapers today.
Yeah, that's the guy. Get a make on him for me? The receiver hesitated as though Cheech had his hand over the mouthpiece, then...
I gotta make...
You got a bonus, too, my friend. Where's he holed up?
This, I don't know,
the receiver told him.
But it's somewhere near 47th Street, off 6th.
He forestalled an angry bellow by Liddell.
But better still, I know where he'll be at 5 o'clock.
Where?
At a shooting gallery on 47th Street. Every day when it opens at 5, this guy in the paper is waiting. He's on Charlie, 20 grains a day. A real habit, like he said.
You're sure he'll show?
He'll show,
Cheech assured him.
The shooting gallery, I know. The stuff they shoot up there has been cut so many times it bleeds in the hypo. The bang don't more than just hold till 5. Be careful with him, Liddell. I hear he has the bull horrors.
The what?
He sees cops in every shadow. Man here says he's packing a cannon the size of Big Bertha. He's got him bad.
Liddell drew over a pad. Where is this layout?
You know the Spotlight Bar on 47th, just off 6th?
Liddell nodded. I know where it is.
It's on the top floor of that building. You make the connection through a babe that works in the back room of the joint. Her name's Cora to you. That's the tip you're on a sea kick. She wants to know who set up the meet. You tell her your old source was Freddie Mueller. He went before the gun Deadwood last week, and no one gets a line to him until his mouthpiece gets bail set. You got it?
Liddell nodded. Thanks, Cheech. I got it.
Remember, Liddell, a junker with bullhorns shoots first. Don't take any chances. I can't get that bonus from a shroud.
The receiver clicked. The connection was broken. Liddell looked to Muggsy, nodded.
You got him?
She chirped.
When?
Liddell checked his watch. In about 2 hours, Cheech ran his source to earth. He got up, walked to the window, stared down on Bryant Park across 42nd Street. He clasped his hands behind his back, considered. Finally, he turned and faced the man in the customer's chair. Look, Murph, it's busted wide open now. As soon as I crack this junkie, the whole story's out. How about you beating it to the punch by copping a plea on the income tax rap? How tough can they be on you? Murph shook his head.
Thanks, Johnny. but I'm in too deep for that. I'll take the off chance that the guy you're after can't put the finger on the one who killed Lane. As long as nobody can prove there were ever any diamonds, I'm sticking to my story."
He got up from his chair.
"Anything else I can do for you?"
Liddell shook his head. "Not right now, Murph."
"Let me know how it comes out."
He walked slowly to the door, stopped with his hand on the knob.
"I'm really sorry I got you into it, Liddell. Almost as sorry as I am that I got myself into it."
He nodded to Muggsy, then left the office.
"Tell me about this, Johnny. Can I come along?"
Liddell shook his head. "Best must be pretty nearly broke. Instead of buying his own stuff, he's been going to a shooting gallery. With a habit as heavy as his, the watered-down stuff they're selling him is slowly driving him crazy. There may be some shooting, and it's no place for you." Muggsy started to protest, but Liddell cut her off. "No, Muggs," he told her firmly. "When a gun like Hook Best has the leaps, nobody knows what he's going to do, least of all him." He walked over to the wooden closet in the corner, selected a .45 in a holster, and a small snub-nosed .38. He shucked off his jacket, shrugged into the holster, and covered it with his jacket. The .38 he dropped into his jacket pocket.
"You'll call me as soon as you talk to him?"
She stole a look at her watch.
"We could still make the late edition if you get right back to me. Jim would hold to the last minute for a topper like that."
Liddell nodded. "I'll call you for sure. That is, if I'm still in a position to do any talking." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. The Spotlight Bar was housed in a 3-story, soot-stained building that was hemmed in on either side by larger but equally nondescript replicas. It was an indifferently successful attempt to reproduce an old-fashioned saloon, complete with swinging doors and sawdust on the floor. At 4:45, the barroom itself was almost empty. A few regulars leaned against the bar, glasses of beer in front of them. The bartender stood at the far end, listening to stories he had heard 100 times over, with half an ear, polishing glasses with the other half of his attention. He set down the glass, balanced a half-consumed cigarette on the upturned end, walked down to where Liddell took up his place. "Bourbon," he nodded to the bartender. The man behind the stick reached for a bottle on the back shelf, brought up a glass and some ice from under the bar. He poured a scant ounce into a jigger with a phony bottom. "Better make it a double, Jack," Liddell grunted. He watched while the man added another thimbleful from the jigger, pushed it across the bar. He dropped a 5 on the bar, let the bartender pile his change alongside his drink. He was on his second shot when the addicts started filtering in, one at a time. Their haste and, in most cases, their sallowness were the only clues to their addiction. They walked the length of the bar, entered a small room off to the left. The bartender and the regulars at the bar paid them no notice as they hurried through the place in fast, impatient little steps. Liddell finished his drink, set the glass back on the bar. He signaled to the bartender, leaned over the bar, and dropped his voice confidentially. "I'm looking for Cora. She back there?" He nodded his head toward the rear. The bartender's eyes dropped to the glass, back to Liddell. "You're really getting up steam, Jack." He picked up the glass off the bar, stuck it underneath. "She's back there. Who's your connect?" "Freddie Mueller. He got paid off in gold." "Yeah, I heard about it. He left a lot of panic men around town." "There sure was a lot of cotton shooting yesterday until word got around about this lay." He picked up all his change but a dollar bill, stuffed it into his pocket. "I'll see you later." The bartender nodded, speared the bill, shuffled back to the far end of the bar. The room beyond was dim and poorly lighted by small brackets high on the walls. A girl was sitting in the inn booth as Liddell walked in. She showed no interest in him as he walked up to her, stood alongside the booth. "I'm looking for Cora," he told her. She was younger than he had expected, and the dim light was kind to her. She wore a green sweater that emphasized the natural ash blondness of her thick hair. In the semi-darkness, her face was a dull white blob, its only point of color the broad slash of crimson that was her mouth. "I'm Cora." Her voice was husky, sultry. "I don't know you." "A friend of mine had trouble a couple of days ago. Freddie Mueller. A fink put the finger on him, and I've been trying to make a connect ever since. I heard you might have some connections." The blonde's expression never changed. "Let me see your arm." Liddell tapped at the side of his nose. It wouldn't mean anything, Cora. I'm needle shy. He dug into his pocket, brought out a small roll. I can pay my way.
Put that away,
she hissed. She looked past him toward the door, was satisfied no one was there.
A dumb move like that, and maybe you'd never get any help in this town.
She leaned her head back against the seat, looked up at him.
It's 5 a cap in advance.
Here? She shook her head.
Upstairs. Through that door behind the telephone booth. Up 2 flights.
She seemed to lose interest in him, closed her eyes. Liddell crossed the room, found the door. There was a sweetish, sickly smell in the hallway. At the top of the first flight of stairs, the smell grew stronger, overpoweringly sweet. A long corridor of closed doors, only half muffling the sound of giggles and movement, testified to the source of the odor. As he paused on the landing, getting the setup fixed in his mind, the inn door opened, and a thin man with pants reaching almost to his armpits came out.
Miz?
He asked. Liddell shook his head. Charlie. The thin man lost interest.
Upstairs.
He turned and went back into the room he had just left. Liddell waited until the door had closed, traversed the corridor. At the far end, a staircase led down to a rear door set behind the tavern itself. He stuck his hand in his jacket pocket, closed his fingers around the butt of the .38. Carefully, he descended the stairs, tried the door. It opened into an alley that ran behind the tavern and the building next to it, then swerved toward 46th Street. Liddell checked the latch, found the door could be opened from the outside as well. There was a sound of footsteps from above. Quickly, he closed the alley door, stepped into the space under the stairs, waited. 2 men and a girl came running down the stairs, talking in shrill, feverishly excited tones. They pushed through the door and disappeared into the alley. Liddell checked his watch in the dim light. It showed a few minutes after 5. He walked around the stairs, started up. He was halfway up the first flight when the figure of a small man appeared at the head of the second flight of stairs above. Hook recognized him in almost the same split second that Liddell saw him. The little man went for his .45. Liddell had the .38 out of his pocket. Hook's hand seemed to belch orange and red flame. The big gun sounded like a cannon in the confined space. Slugs whistled down the stairwell and bit chunks out of the wall near Liddell's head. He raised his gun, aiming for the gunman's leg. Before he could pull the trigger, there was a muffled boom. Hook seemed to stretch up on his toes. The hand holding his gun seemed to grow too heavy to hold up and sagged to his side. He turned, struggled to get the gun up, didn't make it. There was another muffled boom, and Hook spun around. His legs crumpled under him, and he pitched down the stairs. His body made a dull bumping sound as he tumbled to the landing below. Liddell ran up the stairs and reached the body as it hit the landing. It didn't take a doctor to know that Hook wouldn't give him the information he was after. Doors along the corridor started to open, disgorging men and young girls of all ages and all stages of undress. Liddell had a fleeting impression of a figure that appeared at the far end of the corridor. The man crouched, raised his hand. It belched red flame. Liddell flattened himself on the floor alongside the body of the dead gunman. He held his fire for fear of hitting someone in the rapidly filling hallway. A squirming, pushing, screaming mob swirled toward the staircase where Liddell crouched. He tried to push his way through them to get to the other end of the building where the killer was making good his escape, but the sheer weight of numbers carried him backward. Men and girls fell to the floor, were trampled. From the floor above came another wave of frightened, almost hysterical people. They were all trying to get down the stairs at one time. Liddell stopped struggling and allowed himself to be swept along with the tide. The crowd erupted into the alley, dispersed in a concerted rush toward the 46th Street exit. By the time he reached 46th Street, men and women in all stages of undress were ducking into taxis or convenient doorways. He cursed fervently and made his way around the block. A uniformed cop was holding back a rapidly forming crowd of curious. His partner was inside at the bar talking to the bartender. The team of a second prowl car were nowhere to be seen and were probably upstairs taking over. While he stood there, a black sedan roared to a stop in front of the building. A homicide team pushed its way through the crowd. They stopped at the bar for a moment, talked to the uniformed patrolman, and headed for the stairway in the rear. Johnny Liddell walked to the corner of 47th and Broadway, entered the large chain drugstore through the rear door, and headed for the phone booths. He dialed the number of the dispatch and dug through his pockets for a cigarette. He just had it lit when Muggsy Keeley answered her phone.
"Johnny?"
She sounded breathless.
"Did you see him?"
"I saw him.
Oh, don't give me that blasé routine. What about it? Did he spill?
Yeah, about 2 quarts of blood. He's dead, Muggs. The girl groaned.
But you shouldn't have. Couldn't you have just winged him or something?
I didn't do it, Liddell growled. He was a couple of flights above me. Whoever nailed him was on the same floor. They plugged him from the back, and when Hook tried to fight back, he took one in the breadbasket. He took a deep drag on the cigarette, let it out slowly. Anyway, you've got a story. You can definitely pin Gear's murder on Hook. The slugs from his gun will match. And the room clerk already has fingered him for the Bowden Hotel killing, so that's something.
Anybody else got it?
Liddell shook his head. By the time the other sheets tumble to who he is, you'll be on the street with the whole story.
You're sure it was the same guy, Johnny?
Liddell nodded grimly. He did a swan dive right down to where I was standing. I couldn't miss that kisser any place.
Thanks, Johnny. I love you. My dad loves you. And the dispatch loves you. But I better get it on paper if it's going to do us any good.
Okay, baby. I'll check you later. He dropped the receiver on its hook, sat in the booth for a moment smoking. Finally, he slammed open the door and stared at a gleaming counter supervised by 3 immaculate young men in white. He did something he hadn't done in years. He had an ice cream soda. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Al Murphy opened the door himself in response to Johnny Liddell's knock. He looked surprised to see the private detective, stood aside, motioned him in. Am I interrupting anything? Liddell wanted to know. The agent shook his head.
I was just making myself a drink, and I don't like to drink alone.
He led the way inside.
What'll you have?
Liddell shook his head. Not right now. He watched while Murph tried the bourbon bottle, found it empty, and settled for scotch.
You see the guy?
The agent tossed his drink off neat, set the glass back on the bar. I saw him. Somebody else saw him first. He's dead. Murph raked his fingers through his hair.
These guys are playing for keeps, Liddell. I told you that from the beginning.
You did that. Liddell dug a cigarette from his jacket pocket and stuck it in the corner of his mouth. I think I will have that drink, Murph. The agent nodded, found a glass, spilled 2 fingers of scotch into it. He looked to Liddell, and when he didn't get a cutoff sign, he added another finger to it. He handed it over. Liddell took the glass and paced the room. He stopped outside the den, looked around. You got a pretty nice place here, Murph. The agent watched him with pursed lips.
I like it.
He spilled some scotch into his glass.
You gonna drop this whole mess, Liddell, before all of us get knocked off?
Liddell stared around the den approvingly, then turned, walked back to where Murphy stood. You know, Murph, I did a first-class job of fumbling this one. He swirled the scotch in his glass, seemed fascinated by it. I should have tumbled to the key to the whole mess that first night.
How?
Dongan's alibi for the night of the killing is no good. Neither is yours, and neither is mine.
Why not? It should be easy to prove where everybody was at 1.
Lane wasn't killed at 1. She couldn't have been. Murph frowned at him.
But you said you had a call from her at 1. You're making out a case against yourself, aren't you?
I had a call from a girl at 1. She gave me the impression she was Lane, and asked me to get out there.
So?
Liddell shrugged. So, over an ice cream soda, it occurred to me to check with Pal Hatton, to see if Lane put in a toll call to New York that night. He swirled the liquor around the glass. She didn't. Funny, huh? I'd scream. Murph set down his glass, stared at Liddell.
Look, if you didn't get a call and you knew about the diamonds...
I got a call, and I'm not making out a case against me.
Who then?
You. That call was made from here. The agent's jaw dropped.
You crazy? You said yourself you heard the shot at 1. I was here. What are you trying to prove?
Liddell grinned humorlessly. I'm just proving how dumb I really am. I actually thought it was a shot. He looked at Murphy. That's what I was supposed to think, so it would set the time of the kill and give you an alibi.
Look, Liddell, I can account for every minute of my time. From the show break right after 11 through...
Liddell turned his back on him, walked to the doorway to the den. Some of your guests were questioned by the Jersey police. They said you never went out all night.
Then what are you talking about?
They did say that from time to time couples would disappear into other rooms. Maybe you and Claire came into the den, huh? Murphy's eyes narrowed. So? So, it's a real nice den. Leather chairs, ping-pong tables, the works, eh?
Is there a law against being comfortable? What's the furnishing in my study got to do with the crazy crack you made a minute ago?
Everything. You know another thing that popped into my head while I was having a soda? I remember that you used to be a sound effects man in radio before you hooked on to Laurie. He walked into the den, picked up a ping-pong paddle. You haven't forgotten how a sound effects man fakes the sound of a gun when he doesn't want to use live ammunition? He raised the paddle, smacked it against the leather chair. There was the sharp crack of a shot. Sure, they just smack leather with a ping-pong paddle. With amplification, it makes a better shot than live ammo. The good looks of the big man had disappeared. His lips straightened out into thin, bloodless lines. Hard lumps formed at the sides of his jaw.
Go on.
You and Claire disappeared into the study for a while. Some way you got her to call me, probably as a practical joke. Maybe told her it was a cute way to get me over. He grinned at Murphy. Now that I remembered it, when I called you back, you said, "You are a detective. How'd you know we wanted to see your Irish puss over here?" Or something like that.
I've lost my touch for talent. I should have signed you to write radio, Murph growled. Go on.
I had it all backward. I kept figuring Claire was killed because she knew something about Dongan. It was you she had something on. When Pinky told you in my office I was trying to get in touch with Claire because she had called me, you got scared. You tried to cover one killing with another. Murph walked over to a leather chair, sat on the arm. He dug his hand under a cushion and brought up a gun. He held it on Liddell.
Just for the record, why should I kill Lane? She was my meal ticket. Besides, I was an hour away from her.
She was already dead when you picked up that gang at the stage door. If I had any sense at all, I would have known the killer had to be someone Tate knew or trusted. He never would have let one of Dongan's men get close enough to put him out of play.
You should have left well enough alone, Liddell. I tried to warn you off, but you wouldn't warn. You've been pretty lucky, but nobody can be lucky forever.
You should know that. Your string has run out. The Jersey police know that Tate was sapped before he was shot. And a dermal nitrate test proved Laurie didn't fire the gun you planted near her hand.
You haven't given me a good reason why I should have killed her.
Murph grated through his teeth.
None that the police would buy. Go on, show me how smart you are.
If I were smart, I would have tumbled long ago. You kept insisting there were no diamonds. That's the only true thing you've said since I knew you. You were taking Laurie's money and pretending to buy her diamonds. Maybe you did buy phonies, maybe you never bought anything. But the $200,000 she gave you for the stones only bought $7,000 or $8,000 worth for her. You blew the rest. When she decided to sell, you knew the jig was up, so you killed her. Liddell scowled at the gun in the big man's hand.
You're smarter than I thought you were. Claire got smart, too. She tumbled to the play and tried to shake me deeper than I could afford to go. She threatened to spill, and when your girl called to find out where you could reach her, I knew she had to go.
His finger tightened on the trigger.
I didn't realize how deep you can get into a thing like this. When you start killing, you gotta keep right on.
What are you gonna do with my body?
What difference will it make to you?
Murph wiped his damp jowls with the side of his hand.
I'll call the cops, tell them you came here drunk, admitted killing Laurie, and pulled a gun. I had to shoot in self-defense. It may sound thin, but you won't be here to argue.
The glass filled almost to the brim with liquor left Liddell's hand, streaked for the big man's face. Murphy tried to duck away, started squeezing the trigger. Slugs plowed long trenches in the wall near Liddell's head. Murph screamed and pawed at his eyes as the raw liquor burned into them. He lifted the gun again, but didn't get into firing position. Liddell moved in relentlessly. He hit the big man's wrist with the side of his hand. The gun clattered to the floor from nerveless fingers. Liddell slammed his fist against the side of Murphy's jaw, sent him reeling backward. He followed up, backhanded the agent's face into position, then took the fight out of him with a steaming uppercut to the midsection. Murphy went down, tried to catch Liddell around the knees. The private detective sidestepped, kicked him in the face, and knocked him flat on his back. The big man lay there moaning, pink-tinged bubbles forming between his lips. Liddell walked to the desk against the wall, dialed the number of police headquarters. In a moment, he was connected with Inspector Hurley. "This is Liddell, Inspector. I'm at Murphy's place. Can you send around a squad to pick him up?"
For what?
Hurley growled. "You got the report on Hook Best?"
Were you in on that?
Liddell shook his head. "I didn't plug him, Murph did. I'm up at his place now, and I've just spent the past 5 minutes conning him into producing the gun. It's on the floor here now with his fingerprints all over it." He looked at the man on the floor. "You won't have any trouble getting a story out of him."
But why Murph?
He's the guy that killed Lane, and he's been behind everything that happened since.
Will he sign a statement?
Liddell grinned tightly. "I haven't asked him, but I have an idea he will."
Not if he's in his right mind. You still can't prove the diamonds ever existed. It's a pretty flimsy story to juice up an electric chair with.
Liddell nodded. "I've got an extra generator up my sleeve, Inspector. When I hang up here, I'm calling Lou Dongan, and I'm telling him how Murph tried to frame him for the Lane kill. Dongan's pretty sensitive about things like that. I think Murph would be better off taking his chances with the law."
I'll have him picked up, but you'd better have him all softened up by the time the boys get there. The Hook Best kill might water down into a self-defense plea unless you got the rest to back it up.
"I'll have it." Liddell dropped the receiver on its hook. The man on the floor was moaning his way back to consciousness. Liddell walked over, caught him by the front of his shirt, and dragged him to a chair. The agent was no longer dapper. His eyes were watery. The carefully combed hair hung lankly down over his face. He was sick, breathing noisily through a smashed nose. Liddell buried his fingers in the man's hair and pulled his head back. "Listen, you rat. I've already notified both cops and Lou Dongan that you killed Lane and tried to set Dongan up for the fall. They're both sending boys over to pick you up. You understand?" Murph's eyes stopped rolling. He made a visible effort to focus them.
You told Dongan that?"
Liddell nodded grimly. "Yeah. Take your pick. If you haven't written out a full statement by the time the homicide boys get here, I'll see that they go home without you. I'll bet Dongan's boys wouldn't get discouraged that fast."
"Don't throw me to Dongan, Liddell."
Pink bubbles formed and burst between his smashed lips.
"Give me a pen. I'll sign the statement. Give me a pen."
"You're damned right you'll sign a statement," Liddell growled. "Get on your feet." Murph looked at him, licked his lips, stumbled to his feet. He stood there swaying. Liddell slammed his fist against the big man's mouth. There was a crunching of teeth, and Murph went staggering backward, sprawled over a table. "That's for the kid. He didn't even have a chance to see it coming. Besides, you're not going to need teeth where you're going." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Muggsy Keeley stretched out lazily on the couch in her apartment and yawned as she watched Johnny Liddell going through the motions of mixing a cocktail.
"That sure was a kicker for the last edition," she called out. "I thought Pop was going to pop his buttons. He's got it spread all over page 1. He wouldn't break down and admit it, but he's prouder than hell. We beat every other sheet on the street."
Liddell grunted, poured a few drops of the concoction into a glass, tasted it gingerly. "You sure this stuff is fit for human consumption?" he wanted to know.
"Try it and see."
"I did. That's why I'm asking." He found 2 glasses behind the chintz curtains that disguised the cabinet, caught the shaker under his arm, and walked into the living room. "Seems like a lot of trouble to go to just to kill the taste of good bourbon," he complained. He swept 2 magazines and a book from the end table, set the makings down.
"How come they're giving Murph to Jersey, Johnny? They had an open and shut case on the 47th Street kill. Bullets matched up and all."
Liddell dropped down on the couch alongside her. Just playing it cozy. He gave the Jersey cops a pretty complete statement, but just in case he manages to wiggle out, they'll still have the New York rap to hang on him." He poured 2 drinks, handed one to the girl. She tasted it, wrinkled her nose.
Good."
She sighed contentedly, leaned back.
"That was quite a job of gumshoeing you did on this one, Johnny."
Liddell snorted. He reached for a cigarette, got it lit. Dumb luck he didn't get away completely. I should have tumbled long before I did. It was right there in front of me all the time, but I was too blind to see it. He scowled at her as she reached over, lifted the cigarette from between his lips, took a deep drag. I was so busy suspecting Dongan and Leighton I never got around to really thinking about Murph. The smoke dribbled from between the redhead's half-parted lips.
Nobody could blame you for that. You were his alibi. He was talking to you less than 5 minutes after the shot was fired, and an hour from where it was fired.
She replaced the cigarette between his lips.
That was a pretty smart stunt.
But it backfired. He had to have someone to help him set it up. That put him in her power, and she was a gal who knew how to tighten the screws.
You think she really knew she was helping him set up an alibi for a killing?
Liddell considered it, shook his head. Not right then, but she was a smart gal. When she read the papers the next day, she put 2 and 2 together. My guess is that she tried to put the bite on him, and he wouldn't stand for it.
So?
So she turned on the heat. She called my office, and when Pinky let it slip to Murph, he hot-footed it over there to pound some sense into her head. He pounded too hard. He picked up his glass, swirled the liquid around. Murder is like getting olives out of a bottle. After the first one, each one comes easier. The redhead wrinkled her nose.
I was hoping it would turn out to be Julie Leighton. Somehow she strikes me like the electric chair type. Why couldn't it be her?
I had her on the list, too, but then, without knowing it, she proved to me she wasn't in on the kill.
How?
Liddell drained his glass, set it down. The killer had to be someone who took the diamonds. Leighton was sure that I had them. If she had been the killer, she would have known that I didn't have. Muggsy nodded.
It figures. So you settle for Dongan.
Liddell took a last drag on the butt, crushed it out. Why not? He knew about the stones. He denied he ever heard of them. I figured that was because he had them and wanted to bury them until the heat was off. He raked his fingers through his hair irritably. Besides, that lover boy he had working for him was a sapper, and both Tate and Claire Reedon had been killed by a sap. He shook his head. He's the guy I would have liked to tag with it. Muggsy grinned.
Haven't you caused him enough headaches? You've got that pet bulldog of his trying to break track records around the world, and you busted up his flying crap game setup.
It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Muggsy leaned over, spilled some more liquid into each of the glasses, held one up to Liddell.
It's good for the disposition.
She sank back, sipped at her drink.
You figure he sent Hook Best to you to shut you up so he could keep the stones?
That was my first guess, but it only shows how thick I was. A kill-smart hood like Dongan would never use a cokie for a hit. Anybody with that heavy a habit would sing louder than an amateur hour soprano the minute he was picked up. That was the mark of an amateur.
And that left Murph.
The kid with the unbreakable alibi, Liddell grunted. The more I thought about Murph, the better I liked the idea. He had the most to gain if the stones never turned up. That is, if there were any stones.
How did you tumble to that?
Liddell shrugged. I got to thinking that nobody had ever seen these stones. Not even Laurie Lane. And if there were no stones, it would explain a lot of things.
Such as?
Such as why he wanted Lane to get the money from Julie Leighton instead of selling a few stones. Such as why he insisted there were no stones. Such as why a smart cop like Tate Morrow would let a killer get close enough to him to sap him. Muggsy considered it, liked it.
That did have me puzzled, but with the killer his employer explains it. Murph probably called him out on the patio to give him instructions, and then, pow!
That's the way I have it figured. He took Tate's .45 and burned down the girl. Then he pumped the 4 slugs into Tate's back and set the scene. Liddell made a face as though he had a sour taste in his mouth, tried to wash it out with the drink. Then he hustled back to town to set up his alibi, with me to prove it.
I don't blame you for eliminating him. That was a tough alibi to crack.
Liddell got up from the couch, walked over to the window, stared down at the pinpoints of light in Central Park. Not if I wasn't so stupid. He turned, stamped back to the couch. All I had to do was call the operator in Powhatan and ask if a toll call had been made to my number. That didn't occur to me until tonight, and by then it was almost too late.
Why?
Because if Murph's timetable had been kept, I'd be sharing a slab with Tate, and there'd be nobody to keep stirring things up. Muggsy made a face.
I don't even like to think about it.
Well, it was the first really big mistake Murph made. He set me up for the snatch by bringing me over to his place to see the bullet holes he had put into his own car. Hook was waiting for me when I got out. He slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. But I was still too thick. I didn't even tumble at first when Hook was burned down. even though Murph was in my office when I got the call fingering Hook.
And that's when you went from bourbon to vanilla?
Liddell grinned. Yeah, that's when I went from bourbon to vanilla. Everything's stacked up except one thing. How could Murph kill a girl in Jersey, and yet be in New York less than 5 minutes later with 10 people to swear he never left?
He couldn't be. So
I had to figure out how he could do it. One way would be if the girl was already dead when he called and the shot faked. That's when I called the Powhatan operator. Once I knew the call didn't come from Laurie, I had the answer. Murph had faked the call and the shot. Some girl had imitated Laurie's voice. Who? It didn't take a Ouija board to figure then the real reason why Claire was killed. Muggsy chewed on her nail.
But wouldn't he be afraid his guests would hear the shot?
There was no shot. Murph was an old sound effects man. He merely slapped the leather chair with the flat of a ping-pong paddle. An old sound effects gimmick from reproducing the sound of a shot without using live ammo. Muggsy nodded, held out her glass for a refill.
And all because I decided to see how Lou Dongan's flying crap game worked.
Now you know how expensive those ideas of yours can get. The redhead squirmed into a comfortable position.
It wasn't a total loss. I won $45 in the game.
End of chapter 25, and end of Red Hot Ice by Frank Kane, read by Ben Tucker.